As has been the case all week long, we've got another beautiful day here in Dover, Delaware. It's the first northeastern stop for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series in 1996. The Miller 500 from Dover Downs is next. Hello, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. Welcome to Dover, Delaware. A beautiful day, and it could really be a beautiful day for Pontiac and for Kyle Petty in particular if they can repeat the performance of 1 year ago. What do you think his chances are? Let's find out. What a difference a year makes. Last June at Dover, Delaware, Kyle Petty went to victory lane, his only win of 1995. He comes back to Dover today, trying to leave the controversy of Charlotte behind, trying to forget this one costly restart. He'll try and make his way through the field today from 15th starting spot.
And in a brand new paint job, Kyle Petty sits here waiting. He has prepared himself to tame the monster again today. Kyle, you turned things around here last year. Can you do it again? This place is awfully tough.
I don't know. You know, we came up here last year and the tires weren't all they were supposed to be, and Goodyear, they did a great job. They went back and got some more tires and brought them back for us, and it fit my car, and it worked perfect for us. So, you know, we'll give it a shot this time and see how it goes. We're pretty decent. We're not as good as we were then, but we're pretty decent.
Well, he tested and practiced awfully well late yesterday afternoon. New motto on the car here, all is fair in love and racing. But now let's take a look at the guy close to my heart. Let's look back at Dale Jarrett.
Last week at Charlotte, Dale Jarrett dominated en route to victory lane and the win in the second leg of the Winston Million. He starts sixth today, looking to gain ground in the all-important point race.
Dale Jarrett now stands $59,000 short of the $1 million mark in 1996. More importantly, he's only 105 points behind Dale Earnhardt for the chase for the championship. Last week, Dale was Charlotte. This is Dover. What do you got for him today?
Well, I think we've got a pretty good car. The guys have worked hard. This car's been a good car for us this year, and it's just a long race. You got to stay out of trouble and save your equipment for the end.
Okay, good luck to you. It would not be unexpected if Dale Jarrett went to victory lane here at Dover today, but there are a few guys that would love to go to victory lane that you might not expect. Let's take a look at some of them.
Who'll be the sleeper today? Bobby Hamilton had a second place finish here in the fall. Derek Cope, he's been to victory lane here. Ward Burton has been running strong. And Michael Waltrip has more to prove since his Winston Select win. So a number of sleeper opportunities today at this tough racetrack, though Chad Little told me this morning, hey, this track doesn't look this bad from this side of the speedway, but it is a rough one, isn't it?
That's right, Eli. I was looking at it saying, you know, this is a nice little racetrack from up here, but I tell you what, this track is not very nice. The corners 4 and 2 as you're exiting get very, very narrow, and it makes for a lot of excitement here.
And it's a longish afternoon, so you've got to use some patience, Buddy Baker, but that's not a word you hear a lot of in the garage area, is it?
No. What you have to do, you have to remember this racetrack is very, very treacherous. You have to control your tires, you have to control your car. It's a give-and-take racetrack, and if you forget that, the monster will bite you.
A lot of storylines. You got that right. A lot of storylines here today, including the front row. Young Jeff Gordon from Pittsboro, Indiana, and alongside him, the oldest man to win the NASCAR Winston Cup Rookie of the Year award, Dick Trickle. So we'll follow up on that and a whole lot more. Glad you're with us on TNN Motorsports. We're live with the Miller 500 from Dover, Delaware. We're coming right back.
A car engine has as little as 1/1000th of an inch of motor oil protecting its parts. But friction and heat can make motor oil become volatile and vaporize, weakening its ability to protect vital parts. Texaco Havoline Formula 3 is formulated to control volatility, fight vaporization, and provide complete engine protection, no matter what you drive.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
Parts, sweat, and steel. Its decisions made in the split of a second. And pain endured for the length of a day. And at the finish, you're either toasting victory or getting set to do it all over again next week. It's auto racing, the way we do it, on the Miller team.
To get the most out of this Indy car, Patrick Racing put Scott Pruitt behind the wheel. They built a team that could get it in and out of the pits in the blink of an eye. And they chose a battery they can depend on to get it started. The Duralast battery from AutoZone. The same Duralast you can depend on to start your car. So don't settle for anything less. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
Some people feel the biggest difference between the Regal GS and other sports sedans is the way Regal's refined suspension system holds the road. However, others feel Regal's 36 inches of very generous legroom is something you just have to see to believe. Regal by Buick. The fine line between sport and sedan.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Miller 500 on TNN is brought to you by Avalon Formula 3 Motor Oil. Controls volatility and fights vaporization. By the Miller Brewing Company, proud sponsor of the Miller Racing Team. We race for beer. By the more than 1,300 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Buick and your local dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
Welcome, everybody, to Dover Downs International Speedway. Now the Sears Die Hard starting grid, brought to you by the Die Hard battery, now with more power when you need it. Jeff Gordon on the pole, second time in as many weeks. Dick Trickle, he's been on the front row 6 times in his career. Ward Burton, his 5th straight top 5 start. And Terry Labonte, 10 straight times in the top 5 this year. He has really had himself an outstanding qualifying effort. Hut Strickland had a great run here a year ago. And, of course, Dale Jarrett, one of the quickest men on the circuit here of late. Row number 4, Bobby Labonte and Rusty Wallace. Rusty Wallace is a man who knows his way around this racetrack. Kenny Wallace had a super qualifying effort, and Rick Mast cracking the top 10 as well. Row number 6, Brett Bodine and Mark Martin. Mark is one of those looking for victory lane here at Dover for the first time. Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt sharing the 13th and 14th starting spots. Row number 8, Kyle Petty with that different paint scheme to his car, and Ricky Rudd, who comes in with 3 Dover Downs victories to his credit. Derek Cope has won here, and Jeff Burton, even though he missed the race at Atlanta, still middle of the pack in points and doing well. Sterling Marlin and Ted Musgrave. Musgrave driving for Jack Roush Racing. The 11th row has Ernie Irvin, and a good qualifying effort for Bobby Hillen Jr. out of Midland, Texas. Row number 12, Johnny Benson, still a little sore after the accident at Charlotte a week ago, and Jimmy Spencer. Moving on through the starting field, John Andretti and Gary Bradbury, who takes over the Shoney's car here this week. 14th row, Michael Waltrip, fresh off the victory in the Winston Select, and Mike Wallace, who runs this racetrack well. Ricky Craven back after his disastrous month of May. Hermie Sadler is in the Winston Cup field. First time ever. He didn't qualify a week ago. Kenny Schrader, he's not won anywhere since here 5 years ago and Lake Speed. Now row number 17, Todd Bodine and Wally Dallenbach. Todd subbing for Bill Elliott. The 18th row, Steve Grissom looking for work next year, and Joe Nemechek, who runs well here at the 1-mile tracks like Dover. Morgan Shepherd, and our second place finisher a season ago, Bobby Hamilton. He trailed only Jeff Gordon back here last fall. Jeremy Mayfield, and yes, Greg Sachs going the route this week, subbing for the injured Robert Presley. Dave Marcus and Darrell Waltrip, row number 21, back there at the tail of the field. Now the AutoZone race analysis brought to you by the more than 1,300 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. Posted awards. Starting field, as you see, 125.945 miles an hour is the track record. We'll have a number of the in-car cameras taking you around the Monster Mile today. Mark Martin, one of those teams that'll be carrying the cameras for you. He'll be giving us, I'm sure, a number of outstanding looks. Even down low, he's got the bumper cam looking out the back towards Dale Earnhardt and all right behind him. Steve Grissom and the Cartoon Network folks will be carrying some in-car cameras for us today. And this is something that I always enjoy, Chad, taking a look at these. It gives you a pretty you as to what goes on, at least as best we can enjoy it from the living room or from up here in the booth.
Well, the in-car cameras have certainly helped a lot. Let the viewers see what we as drivers go through when we're out there. It's still not quite exactly what it is. You can't appreciate how bumpy this racetrack is, but it does a very good job.
So we are set to go 500 times around this racetrack. The track is banked 24 degrees in the corners. The straightaways banked 9 degrees. 1,076 feet long are each of the straights. With the new track record in his possession, Jeff Gordon leading the field to the stripe with Dick Trickle outside of row number 1 in what could well be his final ride for the Health Source team. It is expected that Loy Allen will return after injuries in time for the race at Pocono in 2 weeks here on TNN. Green flag is in the air, and here we go, the first of 500 times around the Monster Mile.
Eli, you can see them all trying to get to the inside groove. The fast way around this racetrack is right around the bottom there, right on that platform of the racetrack. And if you get up there, you see the dust already starting to build up on the outside.
I was just going to say the same thing, buddy. The goal on restarts is you got to get down the inside. You're telling your spotter, let me know when I can get in, because that's the key in getting around this place. Is getting down the road.
One lap so far, so good. The 9th race that Jeff Gordon has led here in 1996, as he does take the first lap and head back off to the turn 3 area. Riding with Bobby Hamilton in the STP Pontiac. He was second to Jeff Gordon here last fall, remember. Now you've got Bobby Labonte just ahead of Dale Jarrett. That's the runners in 6th and 7th spot right now.
Just behind them is Rusty Wallace, who's really running well in practice yesterday. Eli, they told me one thing. They said, watch out, because the further you run in a run today, the right front starts getting tire buildup, and you actually go from 48 recommended 48 pounds in right front to 60 pounds. So the car, that's why they're pushing so much.
3 laps complete in the early stages here of the Miller 500. Ted Musgrave, middle of the pack, out of the groove. He can't get back in line. He's losing a number of positions. While you're watching the scramble from Dick Trickle in second on back, and here comes Ward Burton. He's in the 22.
You see Terry Labonte taking advantage there. You see Trickle went high there. He got a little bit out. You have to just wait and gather it back up. You can't jump back in the throttle when you get wide like that.
And there's Hunt Strickland in the 8th car. You saw him in that fray as well, the Circuit City machine. And if you were with us yesterday, you know that Hunt was involved in a big accident down the back straightaway, was limping heavily to the stretcher. They carried him into the infield care center. Glenn, how is he feeling this morning getting set to crank it up like this?
Eli, naturally, he was very, very sore, but he said he was going to be okay. He said the worst part about it all was whenever he felt the vibration in the car, he said it just felt like it started in his right knee. It went up and hit the steering column, but says he's going to be okay. Great run for him. He runs well on this racetrack. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't wish Kyle Petty a happy 36th birthday today.
Exactly. Celebrating the birthday today. Of course, Dick Trickle's grandson, Luke, or as he calls him, Lucky Luke, also with a birthday. Said, I better make sure we get that on the air, then I can use the extra good luck. There goes Terry Labonte now around Ward Burton, as you see, with Hut Strickland right behind. That is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Dick Trickle has dropped back to 5th now. These laps at 150.240 miles an hour. Down from the pole speed of 154.7. I don't know what to expect in tire wear today, guys. As we watch Sterling Marlin go inside of Kyle. There goes Ernie Irvin. There goes the 12 of Derek Cope, all making moves inside of Kyle Petty. I don't know really exactly what to expect in tire wear, Chad. Guys told us one thing yesterday, and then went totally different in the number of laps once they dropped the green.
Well, I think in the Busch race yesterday, we were seeing anywhere from 40 to 65 laps of tire wear, and we'll just have to wait and see right now. One of the things that the Cup cars will do, and you can see right now, is they're trying to not bind the cars up in the corner. When traffic will allow them, they'll drift up and run the second groove, and that's allowing their tires to cool a little bit and not bind up in the corner, which isn't going to wear them as much.
4 teams just getting by Dick Trickle now. He'll go from 6th back to 10th in that exchange.
Eli, you would have to speculate that he's having a handling problem, because he was outside pole and he dropped it back fast.
Glenn, what's the story down there?
Well, I talked to Donnie Allison, who works with him, Eli, and he is very, very loose. That's that's unusual. Everybody's been fighting a tight condition. The trickle star is extremely loose right now, so they're hopeful that as more rubber's put down on the racetrack, it'll tighten it up. But boy, he's got a problem right now.
Meanwhile, at the front, by the way, it's 1 1/10 already for Jeff Gordon over Terry Labonte, the front two. We're watching where it's tight for you. 10th and 11, riding with Mark Martin in 10th. That is Kenny Wallace right behind him in the Square D machine. He's being posted in the 11th spot. Did you see the deal about Kenny Wallace's team? There are 4 members of the team that are expecting children. Did you see that? Stan Blaylock and his wife Michelle and Rick Garcia and Frank Good and Tim Whalen, all 4 of those families working for the same team, they're expecting children. Must be something in the water there at Philmar Racing. I don't know. We're 12 laps in.
You and I have a lot in common. We're a lot alike. We're the same, you and me. I look at you, I see myself.
Pay too much for auto supplies and you'll feel like one too. Pep Boys has great prices. Class 1 trailer hitches from $29.99 or clamshell top carriers $79.99 each. Installation available. 26,000 items at the guaranteed low price. Tires and service too. Pep Boys. Everything but gas.
Very bad dog. Bad, bad dog.
Bug Be Gone from Ortho, the only ready-to-use diazinon bug killer that kills virtually any bug anywhere.
I'm the king grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, hanging, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
It's country music's biggest night. Join host Martina McBride, Glory Morgan, and Sawyer Brown's Mark Miller. It's the 30th annual TNN Music City News Country Awards. Live June 10th, 8 Eastern, only on TNN.
It is 1 7/10 seconds of an advantage already for that man, Jeff Gordon, over Terry Labonte in second. 2 more seconds back from Labonte to the third place man, Ward Burton. We're giving you this Napa update so you'll know exactly where your favorite driver is running here at this stage of the afternoon, just 18 laps in. While we were gone, Darrell Waltrip ends up getting lapped as he finds himself already a lap down. There's Terry Labonte, the man in second spot. And meanwhile, Dale Jarrett now being posted in the third position, having gotten around Ward Burton. So the field shuffling here just a bit in the early stages of the Miller 500. There is Dale Jarrett, probably the hottest thing on 4 wheels in this business.
You know, he's running a very, very conservative line around the racetrack. That car is extremely fast down the straightaway, and Dale knows how to win now. Momentum's on his side. He's doing a great job today.
First time in his career, he's won more than 1 race in a year in Winston Cup. He's now won at least once in the last 4 years. So Dale Jarrett, I'll tell you, Chad, you know what it's like for a team, a young team, a new team to mold together as we watch the ongoing battle from 4th, 5th, and 6th. You've got to be impressed with what Todd Parrott and everybody have done with Dale Jarrett.
Well, chemistry is the key in every successful organization. And whether sometimes you ask yourself, why isn't it there? What are we missing? And they've got it going right now.
They do that here at lap number 21. Ward Burton just ahead of Bobby Labonte. Hutch Strickland right behind the Circuit City car. Further back, you've got Kyle Petty. He's battling himself, middle of the field.
We're about 21 laps into this race now. I think right now the drivers they're getting a good feel what their car's going to do or how it feels about halfway through when most of them will probably be making pit stops. They're saying to their crew chiefs right now this thing is really tight or it's loose, and they're trying to get a handle on what we're going to be doing here in the next few laps.
That is the voice of Chad Little joining us on the broadcast here today from the Monster Mile. Darrell Waltrip makes a pit stop at lap number 22. We told you he had been lapped after just 14 miles of this event, and Darrell is already coming to the attention of the crew and may actually go right by everybody towards the garage area. Meanwhile, there's Kyle Petty, Michael Waltrip right behind him, and Darrell Waltrip never even stopped. He went right through the pit lane and gone back right out of the racetrack. There's Ernie Irvan on the move now in the 28. That's 11th spot.
Eli, they're already starting to diamond the corner just a little bit. They go in on the bottom part of the racetrack, the center part of the corner. They come up just a little bit. You see the car working up there. Now he's trying to get it back down and come off. You see him work back to the bottom of the track.
You know, and the reason they do that, again, is like we talked about earlier, these cars are wanting to be tight. They're driving in very hard. In order not to pinch the car off or scrub the tires any more than they need to, they'll let the car drift up in the center and then get it turned so they can get on the throttle as early as possible coming out.
That's fourth place changing hands right there as Bobby Labonte works the low side to grab the spot away from Ward Burton. 25 laps into the books now. Bobby is one of those who has not won in a Winston Cup car here at Dover Downs. Terry Labonte hasn't won here in a Cup car, nor is Mark Martin, nor is Dale Jarrett, nor is Ernie Irvan, nor is Sterling Marlin. They have had a number of second-place finishes, that group has, but none of the fellows we just mentioned has won a Winston Cup race here. Rusty Wallace working in on Hut Strickland right now. And on the clocks, Rusty is about as quick as Jeff Gordon is right now on the speedway, while Gordon is leading and Rusty's in 7th.
It's very important these guys don't lose contact in the lead car because Jeff Gordon is lapping some really good race cars as we speak. So Rusty knows this. He says, I got to pick up the intensity just a little bit.
Jeff Gordon, meanwhile, going around others. Hermie Sadler goes a lap down. He joins Darrell Waltrip in that category. We are 28 laps complete of 500 here at Dover Downs. Stick around. We're back on TNN right after this.
Since NASCAR first began, there have been over 1,000 races with more than 10,000 drivers and mechanics and millions of spectators. And as NASCAR continues to grow even bigger, so has the one parts store serious enough to be the only official auto parts store in the history of NASCAR. Western Auto and Western Auto's new Parts America.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane,
Frank, we're late.
Texaco Clean System 3 Power Plus and Power Premium are formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving. For smooth starts and sure acceleration, just give us 5 tanks, and we think you'll see a difference. A word of advice, though. Maybe you'd better leave the windows rolled up.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
The folks from Duraloo providing all of the aerial pictures high above the Monster Mile, and as you can see, it is jam-packed to the gills and then some. What a magnificent day at a racetrack that has really grown up nicely. Jeff Gordon is already lapping right there, Steve Grissom. He's gone around Mike Wallace. He's gone around Joe Nemechek. We told you Darrell Waltrip, Hermie Sadler, already a lap down, 31 laps in. What in the world do you think about right now, Chad Little, if you're a driver and you're saying, uh-oh, this is going to be a long day?
Well, a couple things. I mean, you're trying as hard as you can yourself as a driver out there. And, of course, your spotter and your crew chief's coming on the radio and saying, hey, let's pick it up a little bit. The leader's coming. You can see he's coming. You're fighting your own car. It's very frustrating. But when you have a car as good as Gordon, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, that's kind of like at a red light. If your car chokes down and the guy's behind you blowing the horn, you say, let me go up there and get in your car, blow the horn, and you fix my car where it'll crash.
That's 7th place. That's 7th place changing hands right there as Mark Martin gets around Hut Strickland. What about tire situation, guys, down on pit road? What are these teams figuring? We've kind of bantered it about up here. What are they saying down on pit road about tire wear or expected tire wear today?
Well, Eli, we're right now about 33 laps into the Miller 500, and as you look at these tires down here in the back of the pits, each of these teams have about 10 sets to 11 sets of tires to go the entire 500 miles. That's about $12,000 or $13,000 worth. The first pit stops are going to look at about 50 laps or so just to make first run.
On the racetrack, Dale Earnhardt and Ernie Irvan going around Darrell Waltrip. Earnhardt and Irvan 9th and 10th spot right now on the speedway.
Boy, Irvan is really carrying a lot of turn speed. He's catching Earnhardt quick. As you see, Rusty Wallace and Ward Burton really having a go at it right now.
All right, they're scrambling their way through traffic. You know, we saw Ernie Irvan there a minute ago. Remember the last time he ran here, June of '94, in this event, he finished second. So he knows his way around here, one of those fellows who hadn't won here, but certainly knows his way around the racetrack. And there he and Dale Earnhardt continue in their scramble now for 9th and 10th spot. Already up to 34th, as you see, having been lapped by our race leader, Jeff Gordon. We'll get the clocks on him for you here as we watch still Earnhardt and Ernie Irvan. Jeff Gordon up front, who had a 1 7/10 second lead earlier, now has 2 7/10 seconds on second place Terry Labonte. Earnhardt had a good comment, though. We were talking Friday night. He said, you know, what happens at noontime doesn't really mean a hill of beans as to what happens at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As Darrell Waltrip on pit road yet again. We told you he had stopped at lap number 22.
This is a good battle right here. These guys are getting with it for this early in the race.
Two different styles altogether. Earnhardt's trying to hold his car much lower on the racetrack. Ernie's using that diamond effect in the corner to really let his tires take a little break.
There go Mark Martin and Hut Strickland around Ward Burton right now. That's a swap at 5th and 6th positions. Earnhardt goes inside of Ward. And you know, old Ernie there, he started in 21st position. You know, we talked about Rusty moving up and all this. Well, Ernie started back middle of the field, and there he is knocking on the door. Yeah, what's that on the grill there of Jeff Gordon?
Looks like a hot dog wrapper. Those things have really been a problem this year. Put his teammate out the way this year.
Yeah, Terry Labonte's had a lot of problems with that kind of debris. What's the deal, Glenn? Are they concerned? Oh, there's something wrong with Ward Burton also. Here comes the MBNA Pontiac. Glenn, what are they saying about Jeff? Are they concerned with that debris?
Well, they radioed in and told him that, Ray told him that it may make the car feel a little loose. Jeff was reporting it felt a little loose in the corners, in the center of the corner. Jeff says that the car feels good. Other than that, they say 70 to 75 laps on tires. Ward Burton's coming in, has a tire going down. He was reporting a bad push, so they're going to the right side right now. I'm sure that we're going to see some excessive wear on the right front because he did have a very, very bad push. But he thinks he has a tire going down right now. We'll take a look at him whenever they get them all changed here. But he was way, way early to be having tire problems.
Yeah, he was running an 8th spot when he had to come in.
Eli, you can see all the paper that Ward Burton had gathered up on the lower part of that grill when they mopped the front of that thing. I mean, it was loaded up with paper. That can make them run hot.
There now comes Jeff Gordon. He works around John Andretti. 2.4 seconds the advantage now. Down a bit from 2.7 for Jeff Gordon. He's already getting set to put a lap on the man who started outside of him on the front row, Dick Strickland.
And you can see there why he's going a lap down. The back of Trickle's car coming off the corner got all out of shape there. His tail down the straightaway. That's a very uncomfortable car here.
So we're working the 44th of 500 laps. Average speed, as we are caution-free, 151.240 miles an hour. Jeff Gordon leads.
You don't throw just any filter into car number 18.
All the action here in the third quarter. And here's the
which is why only quality Wicks filters make Joe Gibbs' team.
Hey, that's green, 18. Hut, hut. Coach Gibbs, any comment? Well, we're looking pretty good this year. He sees his man. He fires. Yes!
Out at the 33-yard line. Looks like there's going to be an interference call against Joe Young.
Gentlemen, don't quit your day job.
Wicks filters, proud to be a part of Joe Gibbs Racing.
Goodyear AquaTread revolutionized wet traction design. Now Goodyear introduces the first tire with a lifetime tread life warranty. The new all-season Infinitread. Its tread is guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
Right now, get a $40 introductory manufacturer's rebate from Goodyear when you buy 4 Infinitread radials, Goodyear's longest-wearing passenger tire. That's $40 on 4 Goodyear Infinitread. But hurry, this Goodyear offer ends soon.
Monday, get your front row seat. Join host Ricky Skaggs, Mark O'Connor, and the Manhattan Transfer. CMT presents Monday Night Concerts, 8 Eastern, 7 Central on TNN, the Nashville Network.
We've owned a lot of cars in our time, and when we were ready for a new one,
we went right back to Bill Graham Ford.
We like doing business with Bill Graham Ford, because in addition to giving us the best deal, they also treat us with respect.
And that's important.
Buying a new car is easy at Bill Graham Ford, because they really go that extra mile to make you happy.
And make you feel special.
Bill Graham Ford. Great deals, great service, and great people.
Advertising with Time Warner has allowed us to reach an enormous amount of people for a minimal cost. We have commercials on 10 different networks, which allows us to reach every customer we're trying to target. Cable advertising also gives us an opportunity to give something back to the community by sponsoring the post-game events for local athletes. By far, Time Warner cable advertising is the best investment the Sears Appliance and TV has ever made.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. No, that is not a new Monte Carlo hood ornament you're looking at there. That's another of the hot dog wrappers or what have you that has been caught up on the front end of the DuPont Chevrolet. Not slowing him down, and he's gotten by Wally Dallenbach. Jeff Gordon is. There he goes by Ted Musgrave. And that's the battle for second spot there. The 5 is Terry Labonte. The 88 is Dale Jarrett. They're heating up now nicely for second spot.
Boy, I tell you what, Dale Jarrett amazes me every week. I've always felt that this team was going to gel because of the chemistry of the motor builder and everything combined with the new crew chief. But Dale Jarrett is doing a superb job of keeping that car in contention all the time, never getting himself in trouble. You better watch him for the championship this year.
Wouldn't surprise a lot of folks. Dick Trickles had enough. He's going to slow down and make a pit stop here at lap number 53. We cite him certainly because he started on the outside of the front row. We're watching that great second place battle. 52 laps on the board. Glenn Jarrett has been snooping up and down pit road with Ray Effernham and others checking out tire wear. What are you looking like there, Glenn?
Well, we're looking at the tires that were taken off of Ward Burton's car. He came in, thought he had a tire going down. They did not find one that had lost in the air. He was reporting, but as Dick Trickle has just moved into the pit, he's been very, very loose. Ward reported pushing going in, loose coming off. How many times have we heard that? But there was not a tire going down. Everybody's crew chief from this end of the garage area, this end of the pit, was down here looking at these tires, checking tire wear. Ray Evernham told me he still thought that they could go maybe 70 to 75 laps. So it's a guessing game. They're all watching the stopwatches. When the car falls way off on time, that's when they're going to bring them in.
We're now at lap number 54. Thanks, Glenn. 54 of 500 as we ride, as you can see, with Mark Martin. That's Greg Sachs right behind him. Greg is riding all weekend long for Robert Presley, still nursing those cracked ribs. Let's mention something new coming up on the broadcast here today. The Heinz Charity Lap, brought to you by the tangy taste of Heinz 57 steak sauce. Lap number 57, the race leader will have $1,000 donated by the folks at Heinz to that driver's favorite charity. So we're just a couple of miles away from that mark. That's another mark. Mark Martin. Oh, it's so smooth, it's enough to make it sick.
Yes.
Mark is running in sixth spot right now. And now the next time by will be that Heinz 57 charity lap as we get set to come to lap 57. And $1,000 of a donation will be going to our race leader's favorite charity. He, of course, being Jeff Gordon at this stage of the afternoon.
You can see on these in-car camera shots that we get every now and then how rough this track really is.
Is it rough, or is it the expansion joints in the concrete? You know, it's again tough for the folks to identify with exactly what you're feeling in the car. Is it a pattern of those expansion joints?
It's in different places on the racetrack, especially coming out of turn number 2, going into turn number 1. It is expansion joints, but it's very rough. The concrete is a very hard surface to go over, a lot of high-speed bumps.
Now further back, Hut Strickland, he's in the 8th. Dale Earnhardt in the 3. Ernie Irvan behind them. Those teams are right now running in 7th, 8th, and 9th. Jeff Bodine there in the QVC Ford. He is running in the 10th spot. They're all on the lead lap. But the lead lap residents are dwindling. Only 17, although let's go further back now. They'll take it down to about 24 cars on the lead lap at this stage of the afternoon as we continue to go green. We have not had a caution flag yet, and Jeff Gordon just ripping some quick laps here.
You know, Eli, I would have to say that Hut Strickland, he's running with a very, very sore knee. For the people that missed the broadcast yesterday, he had a crash that really injured his right knee. He said the vibration, and it, as Chad related to just a second ago, is a very rough surface getting around here. It's got to be agony for him, 500 laps today.
Kyle Petty is making a pit stop now at lap number 60. There you see the Coors Light Pontiac with its new paint scheme for the weekend. Randy Pemberton's there.
Well, Kyle's been wanting to hit pit road for several laps, but he sucked it up as long as he could. The Coors Light Pontiac has had a heck of a push ever since he started it. You see his new black colors as the colorful crew goes forward on the left side. Dave Marcus rolls by to the outside of him. It's a four-tire stop, lap 61, as he goes another lap down on the racetrack. 21 seconds, not the best stop for the Coors Light Silver Gold crew.
61 laps on the board right now as there's Jeff Gordon in the 24 trying to go by his Hendrick teammate Kenny Schrader in the Budweiser machine. Kenny's last Winston Cup win was here. It's been a long, long time ago.
You know, you'd think that Jeff would maybe hold up a little bit and let Kenny stay on the little lap. It's just not working right now. I was kidding.
Yeah, right. I was
you should have seen the looks up here, folks. I looked to my right and Buddy looked to his left. We were staring at Chad.
I've been on several team car ventures before, and let me tell you, the one car you want to be is your teammate, because that's bragging rights when you get back to the shop. Oh, Bobby Labonte looked like he was going, or is that Marcus?
Dave Marcus.
Dave Marcus went up.
And Dave had just pitted. He was in at lap 60 3 laps ago. And obviously another problem on the Prodigy Chevrolet. But he saved it nicely and goes back towards the pit lane one more time. We watch Jeff Gordon there in traffic. Meanwhile, there's Ernie Irvan around Dale Earnhardt now. Give Ernie the 8th spot, Earnhardt 9th. And that's Jeff Bodine in 10th spot now. He's still in that battle.
You see Earnhardt moving over there and letting Jeff go right on by. So something's happened to the three-car handling-wise, or maybe it's just fixing to make his pit stop and does not want a bunch of cars balled up behind him there.
That was one thing we saw yesterday. A lot of fellas wanted to make pit stops. Everything was going so fast. You couldn't get to the entrance to pit road, but you wanted to. And that's something you've got to think ahead in this business. As we see now, Todd Bodine driving for Bill Elliott of the McDonald's Ford going a lap down. 65 now on the board. There's your leader.
$285 horsepower. 2 airbags. And 2 easy open tops. The Pontiac Firebird T-Top and Firebird Convertible. Too cool.
In South Dallas, a lot of folks like to work on their cars, and a lot of them come to AutoZone. They save money on top quality parts, and they find helpful people, like Rocky Brown. Oh, sure, there are other parts stores in town, but Rocky's the kind of guy folks go out of their way to see. He's good at solving problems, and he really knows his parts. You see, when it comes to giving the right part, the right price, and good advice, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
If it's Saturday night, it's steak night. That's just the way it's always been. And I always use my favorite steak sauce. It's tradition.
What? Yeah, sometimes I'm in the mood for something different. Something rich, robust, something zesty, hearty. It's there, and it's great.
A steak sauce for me? You serious?
Can you do that?
Yeah, all right.
New A1 Thick and Hearty. Try it now at Subway on a steak and cheese sub.
Watch TNN's Big Country, and you could be a big winner in the TNN Big Country Sweepstakes. Win a 1996 Dodge Caravan and an all-expense-paid trip to the Fruit of the Loom All-Star Country Fest 96 in Atlanta. Watch TNN weeknights from 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern for the Big Country Clue. Include the clue with your name, age, address, phone number on a postcard, and send it to It's a Big Country Sweepstakes, TNN Station, P.O. Box 3567, South Ferry, Connecticut. Win big in the TNN Big Country Sweepstakes.
Welcome back here to Dover. The caution flag is out. Pit stops have started. Jeff Gordon has come in, and boy, were they glad to see this pit stop and the caution flag because they were really being gained on. Number 5, Terry Labonte is down and wait 20 seconds on Gordon. Great pit stop for him. Let's go to Randy.
Boy, a near wreck on pit road. Dale Jarrett, who had trouble with the left front, pulled out right in front of Earnhardt and just barely clipped the left front. Mark Martin followed him out, but what a tense moment. Earnhardt had to get on the binders hard.
A great pit stop for Ricky Craven, but the reason for this caution is there was a bit of a fire at Bedrock. Steve Grisham in the Family Channel car, and watch what happens to old Fred Flintstone here.
Boy, he had a right front go flat as he started into the corner and right up in the outside wall.
You could even see some debris of rubber come off the tire as it popped and straight into the wall. That was a hard hit, wasn't it, buddy?
Now we'll take a look also from the in-car camera. Let's listen to what happened here.
Well, that makes me cringe.
Eli, been there, done that.
Bought the T-shirt.
Wow.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That was a scary, scary moment. Steve is fine. He climbed from the car under his own power. Ricky Craven back on the pit lane now. 69 laps on the board. We had mentioned he was in a short while ago. Now you're looking live again at the efforts to hook the Cartoon Network car.
Fred doesn't look too happy about it.
No. Laps on the board. Pit road was a busy place. Most everyone has been on the pit lane, and it's tough enough getting out. Watch this right here as Dale Jarrett's pit stop finishes. Pardon me, coming through. No, the way it shakes down right there, Dale Jarrett comes out in 7th ahead of Earnhardt in 8th. Mark Martin in 9th. That's how it cycles around. Continuing under caution, lap 70 of 500 here at Dover, Delaware.
Before cars had phones, cup holders, or even roofs, Mobil Oil was there. When Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic, Mobil was on board. Mobil was in the world's first minivans, in the first space shuttle, and in the tanks of Desert Storm. So if you think that all oils are alike, think about something. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
Maybe it's because their frames are welded instead of bolted. Or because their decks are stamped from a single piece of steel. Or maybe it's the fact that they have the highest resale value in the industry.
Oh, hey, I always wanted one of these. Thanks.
But the truth is, when people are asked what kind of lawn tractor they'd like as a gift,
Happy birthday, Dad.
most say the same thing.
It came from the hills and back roads, a sound of generations that found its way to this humble stage and to the ends of the earth. That stage has grown to become Opryland USA, where fans come to the cradle for the vacation of a lifetime. Call now for passport package information and a free vacation planning guide. 1-800-882-3914. Opryland USA, America's country vacation destination.
You can just pick up a Napa part and feel the quality. When you look at the price, it feels even better.
Pick up your share of quality products at Napa's Red, White, and Blue sale. With Autolite resistor spark plugs only 69 cents after rebate. An Evercraft 25-piece toolkit just $15.99. And STP products free after bonus rebates. So come, save some green at Napa's Red, White, and Blue sale.
always a classic short track battle when the Busch Circuit rolls into South Boston, Virginia. And last year, early on, a duel between Doug Hebron and Chad Little went up in smoke. Then a top-notch pit crew put Little back together. And after some tough, narrow groove racing, a determined Chad Little came back to take the victory. Now the Busch boys are back for more. It's the NASCAR Busch Grand National Ford Credit 300. Saturday, 5 p.m., 4 Central on TNN Motorsports.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Miller 500 on TNN is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running.
Great look from overhead, the Monster Mile, as Duraloo brings us all of our aerial camera locations here today. Beautiful day, and you can see jam-packed all the way around. Why don't we take a look at what's going on around the world of NASCAR Winston Cup points? A Texaco point standing update brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil, which controls volatility and fights vaporization. Pretty good scramble right there. And you talked about Dale Jarrett earlier, buddy. Very much in the hunt, isn't he?
Very much in the hunt. And, you know, coming out of the pits there, he just barely got by Earnhardt there. If they had made contact, they could have took them both out.
Well, you know, that guy there, Jeff Gordon, he was 4th in points here a year ago. Same spot he is right now, 4th in points. And, of course, went on to win the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. By the way, we'd like to say hello and a big get well to one of TNN's own, who's not here today, Mark Homer Hunt. Mark is one of the very talented tape operators. He was injured this past week while doing some yard work. He took a few stitches, but is at home recovering, and the whole TNN crew wishes him a very speedy recovery.
He wasn't on a John Deere, was he?
I don't believe so.
That's good.
Should have been. Wouldn't have taken stitches.
That's right.
73 laps on the board as we continue under the caution flag this afternoon. Time now for us to learn a bit more about these race cars and AutoZone Tech Fact with Ray Evernham, brought to you by the more than 1,300 AutoZone stores across America, the best parts in auto parts.
We've seen some pretty serious crashes this season. NASCAR has one of the best safety records in motorsports, and here are a few of the reasons why. Inside the car, the driver has full-length leg supports to keep his legs contained in the event of an accident. There's a shoulder support on each side of the seat. There's a head support on each side of the seat. Above his head, there's a roof net to keep his arms and hands contained in the event of a rollover. The driver has an onboard fire system that he activates by pulling this handle. The windshield in these cars are made out of 1/4 inch thick Lexan. It's actually bulletproof at this angle. These are some of the reasons why our drivers walk away.
Ray Evernham with that AutoZone Tech Fact. Talking about pit stops of moments ago as the field is about to get the 1 to go signal now. Talk about pit stops. Bobby Labonte came in 5th, went out 2nd. Mark Martin came in 6th, went out 9th. Jeff Bodine came in 9th, went out 16th. Got to do it on pit road also. There's a guy who can do it. Larry McReynolds, one of the best.
Well, they did it in 17.66 seconds. This Haviland team, we got Larry McReynolds here. Larry, you guys were the best car in practice yesterday morning, and you turned it to junk yesterday afternoon. How in the heck did you fix it? Because he is flying.
Yeah, I mean, we pulled our normal race morning flog. We have not stopped on this car. I couldn't even work with you guys yesterday, but, I mean, we changed everything but the roof number again this morning, and again, it's Dover. We still got 425 laps to go. Guys had an awesome stop, 1766 with 2 air inches, so everything's flowing good now, but it ain't over here at Dover till lap 500.
Good luck the rest of the way. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Randy. Just an update on Steve Grissom, and the ambulance brought him to the care center. He got out under his own power. He was favoring his right arm. Looked like he might have had a little problem with it, but he did get out under his own power. Goodyear experts, tire engineers say that the tires could have gone a full fuel stop about 100 miles. So doesn't look like we're going to have any real tire wear problems today. We're going back to green.
And indeed, the green hanky in the air from Doyle Ford.
Remember, we're on restarts now. This is when it's treacherous for drivers because we're too abreast on a track coming out of the turns. It really doesn't want to be too abreast.
2014's on the lead lap.
In NASCAR Winston Cup, it's a little different from Busch. The cars on the lead lap start on the outside. The cars that are lapped down start on the inside. It's opposite in the Busch series.
You see the scramble through traffic. Rusty
2016, he just, for the past 2 weeks, has not been able to get the start speed. Look at Earnhardt going under Jeremy Mayfield, making his way back towards the front.
Handling the key there as he worked the low side of the racetrack. You mentioned Ted Musgrave. He's a lap down in 27th spot right now.
He said last week in Charlotte he brought a knife to a gunfight. Talking about his car, so apparently they still had to work down the kinks in this particular car.
But in the long run, give me a season or 2 or 3 or 4 with Jack Roush. I'll take the options there.
Absolutely. Great team.
There's Darrell Waltrip again. He's made a pit stop and comes down the pit lane one more time. He'll stop there at lap number 78. Yesterday on the telecast, Darrell Waltrip kind of had an idea that this day would not be the best of days. There comes Terry Labonte.
That was a little brotherly love there. You saw Bobby just move over and let Terry go by. He fell back into 3rd place. I think Terry Labonte right at the moment is a little bit quicker than Jeff Gordon. He seems to be closing in.
Terry was, again, a fine runner a weekend ago. Finished 3rd at Charlotte, and that was his 7th top 5 finish in the last 8 races. Terry Labonte and that crew, Gary Dehart and all, they're very much on their game. There you see Rusty Wallace trying to pick his way to the inside of Wally Donham back in the Hayes Motor machine. Ernie Irvan just following, and again remember, Ernie started in 21st. He's running 5th right now. Huck Strickland's in that battle in 6th. Huck ran so well here last year, 4th in June when he was driving for Kenny Bernstein. He had Richard Broom with him. Good scramble here. Ernie's got the better of Rusty Wallace.
Boy, Ernie made that look pretty easy. I think Rusty realized that the 28 of Irvin is running quite well right now. It's very early in the race. Find out what he's doing to get around this racetrack. Follow his groove around the racetrack, and maybe you'll learn something.
A lot of give and take in a place like this, as Buddy is saying. If you don't give and take, what's going to happen is somebody's going to end up in the wall. So you'll see drivers a lot of times wave the other one by, just let him go like Bobby did with his brother there, and they go on. And then, because you're actually faster running one in front of the other than you are side-by-side scrambling.
That's the 7th place scramble. Dale Jarrett ahead of Dale Earnhardt. Jimmy Spencer is also on the lead lap in 9th. A good run for Jimmy, who has 3 top 10s here at Dover. His best finish was 6th back in 1993. And like we said yesterday, if you like the racetrack, it's got to help you when you come through the gate in the morning. Taking their time, lap 83, not even 1/5 of the way in.
With the master right there. That was the 6th car going around there just then. And I tell you what, put your money on this car as far as being smooth. I think that absolutely, if you watch this car come up out of the corner and track it perfectly, really looks good.
Tell you what, he sure has a strange way of moving his hands across that steering wheel, doesn't he? That's a Mark Martin tradition right there.
Well, Mark has always used both hands on the left-hand side of the steering wheel to get through the corner, and he started out that way. I asked him about it. He said when I first started, they did not have power steering. I was a little guy, so I used both arms to turn it into the corner.
Of course, I remember when they downsized these cars, Buddy Baker, we used to see your elbows fly out of each window, it seemed. You really were. He had the right elbow at the right window, left elbow at the left. We are at 86 laps of 500. Mark Martin is a man on the move, but it's Jeff Gordon who has led every single lap thus far.
When I was just a little boy, I asked my mother, what should I be? Shall I be handsome? Shall I be rich? Here's what she said to me. Que sera, sera.
Just because your dreams have been crushed doesn't mean your boys have to be. 100% cotton, cut for comfort. Fruit of the Loom. Really, really comfortable underwear.
Hold it, Harry. You know you can't use Duraloop fuel treatment in your Indy car. It's an unfair advantage.
I'm not allowed to use this product in my Indy car, but in my road car, I want the Duralube Advantage.
Duralube is scientifically formulated to clean, condition, and protect your fuel system for a smoother running engine with more power and less harmful emissions. Duralube fuel treatment, tomorrow's technology today.
Last year, 26 cars rolled out ahead of Terry Labonte. 30 laps later, the Iceman cracked the top 10 and never looked back. With 10 laps left, Hendrick Motorsports teammate Jeff Gordon looked unstoppable. Then Gordon missed a shift. Labonte charged to the front and held on to take his 15th Winston Cup victory. From Pocono Speedway, it's the UAW GM Teamwork 500, presented by Promotion Engine Treatment. Sunday, June 16th, 1 p.m., noon Central on TNN Motorsports.
Jeff Gordon continues to lead, but we watch that great battle between Dale Earnhardt and Mark Martin. They are running now at 9th and 10th spot. Meanwhile, Sterling Marlin has gone to pit road. The hood was up, the hood was down, and they're pushing it to the garage. Not a good sign there, Randy.
You got that right. He blew an engine. It will not turn over. Didn't hear a thing. He just seized up on him, and that is a tough break. Early on in this race, he is 5th in points, and he is going to lose a bunch today.
Big time. So Sterling Marlin in the garage. Steve Grissom is in the garage. Dave Marcus has just come back from the garage. He is now 37 laps down, but running again. Look at that mess of cars right there.
That's a pack right there.
Riding with Bobby Hamilton. A couple of Pontiacs there drafting off of turn number 3. Johnny Benson is in the Pennzoil Pontiac.
Now you can see that car is a little bit loose getting in the corner. You can see it kind of fishtail going in.
Very graphically there for that inboard or onboard camera.
It makes it look so easy when you look at it through the camera.
Yeah. No heat up here either.
Bobby Hamilton, you see him working his way up through the running order. By the way, earlier I had said Jeff Gordon has led every lap. Let me not take away credit nor the 5 points from Ricky Craven. We mentioned during pit stops earlier that Ricky led one lap. He led lap 69, and then Jeff Gordon reassumed the lead again at lap 70. So if you're a maniac, a Ricky Craven fan from the state of Maine or wherever, he does have a 5-point bonus today. And how about Ernie Irvan right there? Ernie just sweeping right by Terry Labonte and moves up into the 2nd spot and pulling away.
Great run. This car is really working well around the base of the racetrack. He lets it go up and diamond right as you see. He moves up the racetrack there. He's turning it back down to come off. Great line, and that car is hooked up.
I don't know if you guys are watching down on pit road. Looks like Monty Hall has just shown up in the Sterling Marlin pit. Randy, are they playing Let's Make a Deal down there or what?
It is Let's Make a Deal. It's door number 1 for the Pennzoil team. He gets a set. The 23 team for Jimmy Spencer. They get a set of tires. Now in comes the Jasper team. They're trying to scrounge for a set. They have no problem getting them. They're just going to have to pay for them later, but they're giving them out like crazy.
This is at lap 96 as the leader is back into the corner, and there's Ernie Irvan. What a fine run for Ernie here this afternoon.
You know, Eli, they were talking about with the crew chief just a little while ago about Ernie Irvan yesterday. He was the fastest in the morning practice. The afternoon, they almost give up. I mean, they had quit working on the car. This morning, they come in, made a bunch of changes. That's where a great crew chief like Larry McReynolds comes to play. I mean, I'm sure they talked last night at dinner and said, this is what we need to do.
And there's Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett, 5th and 6th you're watching now on your screen. Running order, Jeff Gordon, Ernie Irvan, Terry Labonte, Bobby Labonte, Rusty Wallace 5th, Dale Jarrett 6th, Hut Strickland is 7th, Jimmy Spencer is 8th, Mark Martin 9th, Rick Mast is 10th, Earnhardt is running in 11th. All of these cars on the lead lap. You've got Ricky Rudd going in the 12th spot. Then Kenny Wallace ahead of Derek Cope, Ken Schrader, Bobby Hamilton. He's in 16th as he goes by the 95 there. Oh, and by the way, I want to say a very happy birthday to the car owner of that number 95 Shoney's Ford, Earl Sadler. 74 years old today as you see the interval from the leader back to your second place man there, Ernie Irvan. Look at the crowd here at Dover. You remember 20 years ago where this little section in front of us here in the main grandstand was the entire grandstand.
Well, I tell you, it's incredible. They had a great crowd here yesterday for the Busch Grand National race, and today there's not a seat open.
Far too early to have to talk to Sterling Marlin, but we've got to. He's done for the day. Glenn?
Well, let's find out. Sterling, you brought the car in. I see a lot of work going on it. So what happened, and are you going to be able to get back in?
something had the engine going down the back straightaway. It seized up, and we're going to take a look at it and see what we got. Try to get back in there.
Track conditions, everybody concerned about tire wear, but after the first pit stop, everything seemed to be pretty much okay.
Yeah, we was real tight on the start, and they got the car loosened up, and fell off had a top 5 car. The Kodak team done a good job, and we hate it. It's a lot of cars start this race. It's going to hurt us in the points, but we'll be back.
Well, he definitely will be back. A couple of weeks at Pocono. We'll bring you that on CNN.
Right now, that man, Ernie Irvan, might be the quickest on the track. He seems to be gaining, at least on my stopwatch, about 1/10 of a second per lap on the race leader, Jeff Gordon. Still plenty early, just 102 of 500 laps complete. We are live at the Monster Mile, and we're glad you're with us here on TNN Motorsports.
To make this beauty look its best, I use Armor All Protectant on the vinyl and rubber. And for the paint, now there's Armor Plate Paint Protectant. It shines, protects, and really makes those colors pop. New Armor Plate. It's like Armor All for your paint.
Right now, get a $40 introductory manufacturer's rebate from Goodyear when you buy 4 Infinitred radials, Goodyear's longest-wearing passenger tire. That's $40 on 4 Goodyear Infinitreds. But hurry, this Goodyear offer ends soon.
Hey, you're a guy, and guys want to stay cool. How do you do it? With new Speed Stick Gel, proven to keep you drier than any other gel. It's the best gel protection. New Speed Stick Gel, just for the guys.
Nothing makes a car look hotter than shiny wheels. So I use Quicksilver Wheel Cleaner from Armor All. No scrubbing, just spray and rinse to get the brake dust and grime ordinary cleaners can leave behind. So every time you wash your car, use Quicksilver from Armor All.
It's country music's biggest night. Join host Martina McBride, Glory Morgan, and Sawyer Brown's Mark Miller. It's the 30th annual TNN Music City News Country Awards. Live June 10th, 8 Eastern, only on TNN.
It's the brand name blowout at Montgomery Ward. Hurry into Electric Avenue and get free $50 savings bonds when you buy select TVs and camcorders, including this 20-inch stereo TV for just $198. Get this Admiral 18.6 cubic foot refrigerator for just $549. Or get the 21 cubic foot for $599. And both come with free ice makers. There's free delivery with select laundry pairs. And after 0 interest on all premium mattress sets, like this opulent Jewel Queen set by Simmons for just $599. That's the brand name blowout, only at Montgomery Ward.
It's on the way, Tampa Bay. This is the mark of a new world of wonder.
Cable still surrounds the boys. Tampa Bay now has its eyes.
Imagine real control, real choices that will change the way you live.
Tri-Corner Communications. It's not just a cable anymore.
The man is just seething. Jeff Bodine, car spun off turn number 4 out of traffic when he was running 17th. Let's take a look what happened. Where is the 7? We'll watch this unfold for you.
He got kind of bottlenecked right there.
There, Michael Wallace. Mike Wallace gets sideways.
Did a great job of saving that.
And there you just saw Jeff Bodine at the very, very top of the screen.
You know, just speculating what happened is the spotters told everybody to slow up because they saw what happened to the 90 car there, and Jeff got tagged from behind.
Well, that was Michael Waltrip, the first car that come through behind Jeff there. But, I mean, that was just a chain reaction. They all checked up, and sometimes you make a little impact like that.
A little impact?
Yeah, well, it's a lot if you're in the 7 car, but I'm sure everybody was trying to miss that.
Pit stops. First to the Ernie Irvan pit. Randy?
4 tire stops. Larry McReynolds said, Ernie, you want to do anything to it? He said, I wouldn't mess with it. So I think they're going to just change 4 tires, send them back out. Like I said before, lightning fast pit stop on the first one, 17.66. Stop again.
That's always good when the crew asks you if you want to do anything, adjustments to the car, and you say, no, I'd leave it alone. That usually means that the thing is working pretty good.
Here comes Jeff Gordon, just does beat Ernie to that line, and that is where they will score in front. So Jeff Gordon is on the front right there. Well, Glenn, is Jeff Bodine approachable?
I think so, Eli. He's standing here. He crawled out of the car. He was very upset. He looked up under the car. Now he's overseeing the work on the car. Jeff, looks like you got squeezed out there. What happened?
I don't know, is that bad luck? I saw the 90 car get sideways up ahead of us. Looked like they were going to wreck, so I eased off the gas. Mike Walter, bumped me from behind. It wasn't his fault. And on this track, when you go slide down the straightaways because of the banking, you're going to hit something. I tried to stay off the walls, but slid down, hit the inside wall. Collect a lot of dirt, the grass under there. I'd take that home, put it in my yard, maybe. It's really a shame. We were running really good. This QVC Ford was running real good in the beginning of the race. We had a terrible pit stop. We lost about 8 spots and put us in that group of cars that was just holding me up. We had a lot better car than where we were running at that time. But here we are. We're going to fix it. I'll make some laps. This makes the race a whole lot less fun than it was before.
Well, no question about that. In the bad year, the bad luck continues for Jeff Bodine. Guys, there's some divots under that car that I'd be proud of on the golf course.
I hear you. Jeff finished 10th last week at Charlotte. That was his first top 10 since Martinsville last September. Let's see what Bobby Hamilton's camera can show us. Well, there's the bobble by Mike Wallace.
They go. He's straight there. They're wrecking behind you. Go ahead. There's going to be a caution.
That's Dale Inman's
They're wrecking
voice.
behind you. Going around, bud. Going around.
Dale Inman talking to Bobby Hamilton and saying, don't look back.
They're wrecking behind you.
But yeah, I would dare say, I think Jeff was on the money there, too. When Mike Wallace got sideways and then saved the Heilig-Myers Ford, that was the beginning of the trickle-down effect, obviously. We're under caution, lap 110. No lead change here during the sequence of pit stops. It is still Jeff Gordon leading. He has led all but one lap today.
This man thinks he's just won the lottery. He hasn't. He also thinks he's tasted new Miller beer. He hasn't. Brand new Miller beer. Say, not the. Look for the red label.
Race fans, enter the Pocono Raceway Promotion Engine Treatment Fantasy Sweepstakes and have a chance to win trips for 2 to the July 21st Miller 500 at Pocono, the August 3rd Brickyard 400, and the 1997 Daytona 500, plus $5,000 in cash. To enter the sweepstakes and receive free Promotion Engine Treatment literature, call toll-free 1-800-800-0987 or send your name, address, and phone number on a 3x5 piece of paper to this address. For a complete set of rules and a free Pocono Raceway ticket brochure, call 1-800-RACEWAY.
It's 400 miles of rocky, rutted trails with enough bumps and jumps to shake a truck to pieces. But if you think an endurance race through the Arizona desert is a real torture test for a truck, just imagine what it can do to a battery. That's why Parker 400 winners Dan Smith and Dave Ashley chose a battery they could depend on to go the distance. The Duralast battery. The same Duralast you can depend on for your car, because it's the one we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
As little as 1/1000th of an inch of motor oil separates your car's engine parts. But friction and heat can make motor oil become volatile and vaporized, weakening its ability to protect expensive parts. Texaco Haviland Formula 3 controls volatility, fights vaporization, and provides complete engine protection, no matter what you drive.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
Get a Dream Team basketball with a 12-quart Haviland Formula 3 or 6-quart Haviland Synthetic purchase.
This man thinks he's just pledged undying love for his girlfriend, Midge. He hasn't. He also thinks he's tasted new Miller beer. He hasn't. Brand new Miller beer. Say, not duh. Look for the red label.
We are back live at the Monster Mile, Dover Downs International Speedway in Delaware. Still working caution. Let's see what happened to Jeff Bodine from this angle. Camera mounted just off the wall on the main straightaway. And around he goes, and there's the 21 behind him. Again, totally unintentional. Everybody just trying to check up, and you do it at a different pace.
Chad, explain, when you get touched coming off the corner here, there's so much banking on the front straightaway, you can just, you can't save a race car. It's going to go into the inside wall.
It is. The straightaways here are each banked, I believe, at over 9 degrees, which is more than a lot of the racetrack's corners are banked. So when you spin out, the banking's going to take you down the inside.
Meanwhile,
I was just going to say, I was just going to finish, and on the inside is a wall that protects the pit crews, so you're going to hit something, and that's on both the front and back straightaway.
that does happen here. Here comes Ricky Craven again, and Randy Pemberton's got to be his 7th or 8th pit stop here in this last sequence.
I've definitely lost count of how many times Craven has been in, but he's working on the hood. They're trying to pop rivet it down, a lot of duct tape. He's not going to be as smooth as he was, but they're going to keep him out there, and that's the main thing. Craven has been through a lot, other than yesterday's Busch race where he had a heck of a run, finished second. I'm joined down here on pit road by country music group Lone Star, who recently had one of their singles reach top 3 first time, and it was in on the Billboard #1 list 3 straight weeks. Hasn't been done since the Beverly Brothers, not back in 1957. Congratulations to you guys.
Thank you very much. This is all very exciting for us. I tell you, I think we're not this loud on stage at our concert, so we're having a great time here at the race, and just encouraging John Andretti and the Little Caesar Kmart car, just having a great time.
What's your next single out?
Our single out right now is Run Away With My Heart, co-written by Michael Britt here. So it's been out for about 3 weeks, and it's I think it's around 39 on charts right now.
Congratulations on your success, and of course that was the Everly Brothers back in 1957. Back up to Eli.
Bye Bye Love, 1957, though I'll spare you the rendition, but that was the Academy of Country Music New Vocal Group Award winner Lone Star from DNA Records. We're coming right back.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
That's right, that's exactly right. How am I supposed to explain that to the client?
We have no time.
This is Jeff.
Hi, it's me.
Hi, what's up?
How's work?
It's busy, very busy. What's up?
Well, do you want to meet me at home for lunch?
No, that's, I can't do that right now. I'm in the middle of something and I can't get away. It's a big meeting,
Uh-huh. Have you looked in your briefcase yet?
You're killing me. Come on.
I left you something this morning.
I'll be home in 10 minutes.
You and I have a lot in common. We're a lot alike. We're the same, you and me. I look at you, I see myself.
Pay too much for auto supplies and you'll feel like one too. Pep Boys has great prices. Son of a Gun Protectant, $4.99. Touchless one-step car wax, $6.99. And California Magic Duster, $8.99. 26,000 items at the guaranteed low price. Tires and service too. Pep Boys, everything but gas.
Enter the Performance Zone with Splitfire Performance V spark plugs.
You hit your passing gear, you're gone.
Experts say Splitfire Performance V spark plugs mean more horsepower and better mileage.
The difference in gas mileage has been fantastic.
Enter the Performance Zone only with Splitfire Performance V's, guaranteed. And now you could win a limited edition 97 Mustang Cobra. Enter the Splitfire Performance V sweepstakes.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Miller 500 on TNN is brought to you by Pep Boys. 26,000 items at the guaranteed low price. Tires and service too. Everything but gas. And by Splitfire. Enter the Performance Zone with Splitfire Performance V spark plugs.
From high above Dover Downs International Speedway, the Duralube aerial camera giving us that panoramic view of this 1-mile racetrack. They are taking a moment here during the second caution flag to blow some of that debris that we were seeing off the racetrack. A good bit of paper there, some of those rubber shards off the tires. That's being blown off the track now. Now it's time for an innovation in motion. Brought to you by Peerless Faucet. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
This is the latest in tachometer technology. This is a new tach from VDO. It is an analog system instead of a digital system. It's a lot like the tach in your car, except for the fact that it has a memory. This tach will record the highs and lows of the RPM as it goes around the track. This is how it works. As the driver leaves pit road, he goes through the gears, goes down the backstretch, goes into 3 and 4. As he comes across the start-finish line, he will start the button. That starts the recording. He'll end the front stretch, go into 1 and 2, the RPM will drop. He comes out of 1 and 2, down the back stretch, the RPM will gain again. And he goes into 3 and 4, it will drop. And he'll come back up again as he enters the front stretch. When he hits the start-finish line, he will press the button again, and that will end the recording session. When we get back into the garage area, we can view this by flipping it to recall. That will gain the high of the RPM and the low of the RPM. This is most advantageous to us on Friday morning when we get to the track and unload. This allows us to keep the motor in the RPM range that we would like to keep it in. We can do this Friday morning by changing the gear and being right with the RPM selection right off, so we can spend more time working on the chassis.
Very interesting. A lot that goes on. And yeah, happy birthday, Kyle Petty. We mentioned it earlier today as he enjoys this birthday here at the Monster Mile. Let's take a look at the top 20 while we have an opportunity. Jeff Gordon's led all but 1 lap, and there you see some others who've had some particularly good runs. Jimmy Spencer hanging around the top 10. As we told you, he likes running at this racetrack. The next group from 11 through 20, been a pretty good scramble today. Hud Strickland finds himself in the 11th spot right now. These teams on the lead lap. Kenny Schrader, who had gone a lap down earlier, managed to get his lap back prior to the caution involving Steve Grissom earlier. And they're on the main straightaway. That is not a guy looking for his farm on Route 9. They are blowing off some of the debris on the main straightaway. Earlier today, while you folks are still arising, race fans were arriving here at Dover Downs International Speedway, and Buddy Baker and I had a chance to chat with some of the best race fans in America. Take a look at what happened earlier this morning.
Buddy, Eli, how you doing?
Just fine. How are you?
Good. I was just wondering, I saw Rusty Wallace. I'm not one of his fans, but he looked real good yesterday practicing. What do you think?
Rusty's real strong in the center part of the corner, and anytime Rusty's at a racetrack, it's real tough to manage the tires and manage the car around the racetrack. I think Rusty is probably one of the better drivers out here.
By the way, where'd you get those glasses from?
Ah, you like those, huh?
I didn't say that. I just wanted. I didn't say I liked them. I just want to know where you got them from. I want to make sure I don't go to that store by accident.
Yeah, it was good talking to you guys.
Take care of yourself.
A lot of people can relate to truck racing because they do drive trucks on the street. These things are basically Winston Cup cars with pickup truck bodies on them. And racing 200 laps, you got to run 200 laps hard.
When you hit that gas, you know you're not in any old car.
The fans are cheering you on, a lot of rubbing, a lot of paint trading.
Just runs a chill up the back of your neck.
I mean, we had the fans on their feet the last 10 laps.
And they really love these trucks.
The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
All the NASCAR excitement.
But we drive trucks.
Great big gobs of greasy, slimy garbage scum, kinky, sticky, pine tree gum, barbecue, fishy crumbs. Can't remember when I've had such good clean fun, a Coleman Clean Machine. Oh boy, here comes Doggy Doo as thick as fudge, clumps of mud and axle sludge, stuff that used to never budge. Now I think I'll sock it to a hornet's nest. The Coleman Power Made Clean Machine.
The first name in pressure washers.
Mike Skinner Chevy wears the number 3 and lives up to it in every way. But the 95 Series chap better be ready, because this year's contenders are coming on strong. The 1996 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Get on board and hold on tight. It's the Run Look 225, live next Sunday, 2 p.m., 1 Central, only on TNN Motorsports.
Back under green here at the Monster Mile, having just gone back to full-speed racing. Ernie Irvan in the 28 trying to challenge for the lead. John Andretti, the third car in line, is a lap down, though he tried to get his lap back. Couldn't do it. Here goes Ernie. Crowd is looking on. They're going crazy here. Gordon's giving him some room, went up the banking.
You can see Ernie tucking the nose down there. Jeff Gordon knew he was there, give him racing room. It's very early in the contest, going in the corner like that.
Here comes Ernie Irvan with the race lead, back to the stripe. So that's 121. Ernie Irvan takes the lead. You saw Larry McReynolds clapping his hands, and they really did. Larry was very honest. He told us earlier on the telecast, he said we kind of over-engineered ourselves out of the picture yesterday and got it back together this morning. Of course, Ernie likes his track. Remember that. He hasn't won here in Winston Cup, but he led 313 laps here in the last race that he ran here at the Monster Mile. That was back again in May of '94 when he started from the Busch pole. So he's no stranger to running well here. Geoff Bodine is back on the racetrack, by the way. If you're a Geoff Bodine fan, after the accident of earlier, they have repaired the car enough to at least start making some laps.
Eli, the 28 car of Ernie Irvan did make the pass, but look at Jeff Gordon. He's starting to sneak back into the action there. Ernie's car is moving out just a little bit in the corner. If he makes the move, it'll be in the center part of the corner, I think.
Gordon trying to close in. Crowd still standing here at the Monster Mile. They're looking on. They buy a seat, but actually in races nowadays, you just kind of buy airspace. I mean, nobody sits down anymore. Geoff Bodine, 17 laps down. To mention he is back on the track. He's 17 laps down. For those of you who follow the QBC Ford.
Eli, we were just told that Evernham is telling Jeff Gordon just sit behind the 28 and see what he has. Just kind of measure him up.
Mark Martin dropped a couple of spots there. Earnhardt and Jimmy Spencer just went by. Earnhardt 8th, Spencer 9th. Mark Martin now being posted in 10th, so certainly on the lead lap. Strickland there in the Circuit City machine. He's been shown in 11th. The 33 is Greg Sachs subbing for Robert Presley, not on the lead lap. Rusty Wallace in the 2, trying to get around the lap car of Dick Trickle, and will do so. Rusty's got Dale Jarrett and Mast behind him, and they are running 5th, 6th, and 7th. Only Trickle in that picture is a lap down. 127 of 500 laps on the board.
You see Earnhardt there, he just kind of cut Jimmy Spencer off just a little bit down the front straightaway there. He didn't want him underneath him going into turn 1. Jimmy Spencer will make a run at him again, though. You can count on that.
6th place changing hands. Give it to Rick Mast now. So the Hooters colors climbing the board one spot closer, and there goes Earnhardt. Around Trickle, the last car. Up front, it's nose to tail still. We'll keep you informed there. Still Ernie by a car length over Jeff Gordon, but we'll watch the good scramble here. And there is the leader.
You know, they both have to watch right now. I know that Ray Evernham's telling Jeff Gordon, don't you burn that right front tire off this car this early in the green flag run here. But they've got company just moving in behind Jeff Gordon there. You notice the 5 car of Terry Labonte has moved right on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon.
Terry's been strong all day, then failed to hang with the leader for a while. Maybe it was time for the pit stop when he dropped back a bit. But there you see the top 3 on your screen.
You know, Terry, he's the Iceman. There we go. There's Gordon slipping underneath him. He'll make a bid for the lead.
There he goes. He's got it. He brings Terry Labonte with him. What's going on down there, Randy? What are they saying on pit road?
Well, Ernie Irvan just radioed Larry McReynolds said the car's a little bit loose right now. Larry reminded Ernie, you've got your 5 points for leading. Don't overdrive the car. Gordon went underneath him the next lap.
Leading is very valuable in this series. We talked with Dave Marcus on our Race Talk show last night here on TNN about leading and getting those 5-point and bonus points. You realize if you lead a lap in every race, even one, just staying out on caution, that will equal over the course of the year to finishing 5th in an extra race. I mean, that's how important bonus points are in NASCAR Winston Cup racing.
One of these days, the championship will be decided by 5 or 10 points.
Yeah.
You can count on that.
You look back to that lap you could have led somewhere and kick yourself. They don't have that in the Busch Series, though, Chad. Would you like to see bonus points, or do you kind of like the point standings the way it shakes down right now?
I guess, you know, you just deal with what the way the rules are laid out. There's a lot of subtle differences between the Busch and the Cup, and we don't get any points for leading the most laps as well as leading a lap.
Middle of the pack now. Want to go back to take a look at Mike Wallace. He's in the 90. Kenny Schrader, the 25. This is moments ago. The old chrome horn, the donut on the side of the Budweiser machine.
Yeah, if you're going to get hit, that's the way you want to get hit, though. That was a very, very minimal nudge as they started off the corner there.
Schrader's in 17th spot. 135. That's the lap count right now of the 500.
Congratulate those two front cars, actually the top three cars, because their setups are so superior compared to everybody else to this point.
That's fourth place on your screen now. Rusty Wallace, Rick Mast, Bobby Labonte.
Eli, we need to give a call to Rick Mast. He is really running well. He's moving up on the two-car of Rusty Wallace as we speak, and he ran very well last week in the Charlotte race for quite a while there and lost a little bit of time in the pit. So Rick Mast has a very fast race car today.
There goes Rusty Wallace around Ted Musgrave. Ted's a lap down in 24th.
I sure like to see that Pontiac of Rick Mast, too, running up there, because us people that are driving these Pontiacs have been under the gun a little bit this year, so it's good to see Rick running so good right now.
Jeff Gordon running pretty well. Car looks to be pushing up just a tad versus what it was earlier, but Rick Mast has no such problems. See, not quite as low on the racetrack as he was earlier.
You notice the difference. Gordon is running about a half a car length lower than Terry Labonte. And if there's anybody out there that can really watch a racetrack and make moves, I think Terry Labonte is doing a very good job of saving his tires right at the moment.
We are still early, just 139 laps, 139 miles complete here at the Monster Mile. Jeff Gordon continues to show the way in the Miller 500.
People say in the town of Flatwoods, the most exciting thing to do is sit around and watch the paint dry, especially when it's Behr Premium Plus, only from Home Depot.
It's going on so smoothly.
Nice color.
It's 100% acrylic. It's like putting a plastic shell on your house.
And since Behr has a 15-year guarantee, these people know they won't be seeing this much excitement again for quite a while. Behr Premium Plus, the premium paint with a Home Depot price.
Hanson, the sales report was a disaster. Your group has the lowest performance record in the history of the company, and you're a total disappointment. Are you familiar with the term downsizing?
From the summer hit Flipper come the incredible Flipper Squirt Toys, only at Pizza Hut. Scar and Flipper are just $1.69 each with any pizza purchase. You can even get them delivered. Everyone will love them. Even kids. Sorry. Pizza Hut, you'll love the stuff we're made of.
I'm Bob Eubanks. This week, join guest hosts Kenny Rogers, Tom Rivers, and Bill Cody, and their guests are Tracy Bird, Mel Tillis, Sawyer Brown, plus rodeo stars Joe Beaver and Charmaine Rodler.
Prime Time Country, weeknights on TNN, the Nashville Network.
When other dealers say they can't, Cox can. We say yes when other dealers tell you no. Yes, we can give you more for your trade. We can find the vehicle you want. Yes, we can make financing easier. We can provide the best selection of new and used cars and trucks. We can provide the best service, including Saturdays. And yes, we can beat the competitor's price. So don't let other dealers tell you no. Come to Cox Chevrolet and Cox Geo because yes, Cox can.
Asking me out, and no doesn't seem to be part of his vocabulary.
Drink after work, maybe?
I said no, Jack.
Where do you draw the line?
Gary, I need to talk to you.
When flirtation becomes obsession.
Hello? Who is this?
General Hospital's Rena Sofer.
He's got to be stopped.
Hostile Advances, the Carrie Ellison story, a Lifetime original movie.
Cable tells Carrie Ellison's true story.
On Time Warner, your cable company.
The leader is Jeff Gordon as he continues to run well. You've got Terry Labonte in the second spot in the 5. Ernie Irvan right there in the 28, running in the third spot. They get around John Andretti and the Kmart Little Caesars number 37 there. We are 145 laps complete in a race that has been slowed twice by caution. Once for Steve Grissom's accident at lap 67. And once when Jeff Bodine got spun here on the main straightaway at lap 106. In the garage area, Steve Grissom, Sterling Marlin with engine problems, and Lake Speed has just taken the Spam car to the garage area. Don't you hate it when your spoiler comes off at a racetrack, Glenn Jarrett?
Yeah, part of the Spam can is gone, Eli. They're replacing the right side spoiler right now. You can see that. The problem they got, all their spoilers are different angles. This is a different angle from the one that broke off. They have to get it to match the angle of the car, of the spoiler that was already on the car. What I can't understand is how that thing came off to begin with. There are about a half a dozen 9/16-inch bolts that hold that thing on. I just don't understand how that thing vibrated loose. Now, when it takes you around to the front of the car to show you about all this paper we were talking about, when Lake came in, there was all kinds of debris and stuff on the front of the car. Now, most of the paper has blown away. They've cleaned the grill now, but we saw them blow the track off a while ago. In fact, the paper has been pushed aside over here, but it was absolutely, the whole grill area was covered with paper. That has to make the engine run hot, and as Buddy can tell you, will make that race car get loose.
Well, it actually makes it like when you qualify. You tape over the nose to make the car have more down pressure and a little more speed. And when you have the bags and things blow up on the grill like that, it locks the front of the car off and makes it have way too much down pressure to run long runs, I'll tell you that.
149 laps on the board right now. We're watching the battle for second and third. Well, I'll tell you, that team's been hot. Terry's 518th consecutive NASCAR Winston Cup start. That whole Hendrick Motorsports operation is strong.
Well, he's strong, but right behind him there, it looks like Ernie Irvan may be working his problems out.
Like his car maybe now is starting to come to him. Or when he started, he was loose on fresh tires. The old tires are coming to him. A lot of times that's the way you set your car up for a place like this. If you know it's going to be tight in the long run, you've got to have it so loose that it's a little too loose with fresh tires. But as the tires get worn, it moves up and the cars come to you. The chassis comes to you.
Lake Speed heading back out onto the racetrack now. So repairs have been made to the rolling Spam can after the problem with the spoiler. 151 laps complete. There are Hut Strickland, Michael Waltrip, and Kenny Schrader. That's for position 14, 15, and 16. All on the lead lap. Lake, we told you, is back. He's 14 laps down, for those of you keeping up with the native of Jackson, Mississippi.
You can't run around a place like this without a spoiler. You're going just entirely too fast.
Where was it? Was it Michigan where Michael Waltrip's spoiler came off a couple of years ago? I'm trying to think. I believe it was there. You'll see that on occasion, like Glenn said. You got to wonder where that happens.
I told Harry Hyde one time that my car was too loose to drive at Talladega, and he took the rear spoiler off, and I didn't know it. And I went out, and I come back in. I nearly wrecked, and I come back in, and he said, "Now that's loose."
Of course, not a whole lot of folks drove that racetrack any better than you. You probably went out and set a track record, loose and all.
What it does, it takes about 1,000 pounds of down pressure off the rear wheels when you take the spoiler off. So Lake had to come in and replace it. They're running 60-degree rear spoilers on the Fords here.
That's 14th place changing hands you're watching right now. Kenny Schrader grabs it. Michael Waltrip, Hut Strickland. You've got Jeff Burton in the 99. He's in that battle for position, and so's the man we're riding with, Bobby Hamilton. Richard Petty, his car owner, likes this racetrack. Had his 199th career victory here.
That's a famous paint job on that car that Richard Petty ran in 1972. I do too. They changed the whole idea of racing. They've been with Richard Petty for 25 years, and they'll probably be with him until he retires. You know?
I think, don't they credit STP really as being the first major sponsor in auto racing, and what kind of started that idea?
That and certainly the Unical Corporation, which was pure oil at that time. They were with NASCAR and the France family ever since day number one. But yeah, those are the companies that have been the longest running sponsors, one with the circuit, one with the team, that you can think of, certainly. Remember chasing that 43 for years, Buddy Baker?
Yeah, I looked at the shot you just saw many a time. The back end of that car going away from me.
Let's check out how Jimmy Spencer's doing. There he is. He and Dale Jarrett running 8th and 9th right now. Lap number 158 of 500. Pit stops for some taking place. Gary Bradbury is on the pit lane right now, being served by the Shoney's crew. There's the Napa update, letting you know where your favorite is running. Randy, give us an update from pit road on Dale Jarrett.
Well, I can tell you about Dale Jarrett. I went down and talked to crew chief Todd Jarrett. I said, are you guys all right? Any problems? It's just really, really tight. We're going to work on it. It's better off that they're probably tight. They think they got a little adjustment in it to get it back the other way, but they're going to work on it. Mark Martin likewise said awfully tight. They're going to have to work on him as well.
That's the update on Dale Jarrett. There you see others running as the Napa update continues. Folks at Napa bringing you that full field rundown. Napa, we keep America running. 3 teams on the racetrack who are many laps down. Dave Marcus was 37 laps down. Jeff Bodine 17 down. Lake Speed 14 down. Only really Grissom and Marlin in the garage. The attrition rate has not been particularly high today.
It usually isn't very high at Dover. Run a lot of green flag laps, and for some reason, unless they're taken out by wrecks, cars usually don't fall out of this race.
Yeah. Ward Burton went a lap down. You saw moments ago in the MBNA Pontiac as Jeff Gordon swept around him. Ward running back in 32nd position. 162 laps complete. Jeff Gordon has led all but about 11 laps today. That's what you call domination at Dover Downs.
The Regal GS was painstakingly refined to minimize engine noise. Its suspension system was refined to be very quiet. Then, Regal's interior was further insulated, allowing you to hear other things you may not have heard before. Regal by Buick, the fine line between sport and sedan.
If I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it.
If I wasn't here, I wouldn't have believed it.
I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it.
These people just witnessed an amazing demonstration. We put this Duraloop treated engine through the ultimate torture test. We drained all the oil, all the water, then flooded it with a fire hose. It kept on running because Duraloop protects your engine like no other product can.
I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it myself.
Now let Duraloop make a believer out of you. Duraloop, peace of mind in a bottle.
There's a special bond between NASCAR drivers and their fans. There's no other sport like it.
If you're a NASCAR fan, you're gonna wear nutmeg.
Be part of the great American sport. Wear nutmeg, the official NASCAR racewear.
Leave it to Peerless Faucet to create a shower so smart, it can not only sense when a toilet has been flushed, it can also adjust the water temperature accordingly. Scald Guard technology by Peerless. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
You can just pick up a Napa part and feel the quality. When you look at the price, it feels even better.
Pick up your share of quality products at Napa's Red, White, and Blue sale. With Napa motor oil, only 89 cents a quart. Contoured style bug shields for a low $29.99. And a combo pack of no-touch tire and wheel cleaners, just $2.99 after rebate. So come, save some green at Napa's Red, White, and Blue sale.
America running.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Miller 500 on TNN is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. And by Peerless Faucet. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
168 laps on the board. We're under green, as you see from high above Dover Downs International Speedway, the Duralube aerial camera. With that look, just off to the top left of the racetrack, you've got the horse stable area. That is where they maintain the horses who run here in that inside track as part of the Delmarva Peninsula's horse racing circuit. The old Rusty Wallace is on the move, Buddy Baker, isn't he?
Eli talking about horses. Look at this. Ernie Irvin's taking over Labonte right now. Just behind him, Rusty Wallace making the pass also.
So a couple of guys getting by Terry Labonte. He'll lose 2 positions from second back to fourth right there. Rick Mast is running in fifth. Jeff Gordon continues to lead. You know, Jeff's crew chief, Ray Evernham, said to me yesterday morning, I believe it was, either yesterday or Friday, he said, you know, this is going to be the last race for this car with this body on it. And then it's going to be time to make a few changes. And I wonder if he's going to be thinking that over after this kind of a performance. He goes, we're just missing a couple little things. He goes, we're going to discard this body when this day is done.
Chad, I'll buy it for you if you want to run it.
I would probably vote for leaving it the way it is.
You know, the series of race said, you know, there's so many little things, so many little changes that these teams are making, and if you don't make those changes, you end up behind the 8 ball. You know, it sounds kind of strange coming from a team this successful.
I tell you what, though, I like to cur a horse that just won the show, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't be changing that thing as long as it can run like this.
You know, I always admire when I get to watch a race like this, how much give and take that these guys show each other. I guess we just don't see it in the Busch Series as much, and it really, it's good to see that. The guy's running for lead there, and you saw Terry just move up, let 2 people go underneath him, and then he's back out there running again. And that's what, I guess that kind of sportsmanship is why these guys finish constantly up in the top 5.
Good point, good observation. Dale Jarrett just getting around Jimmy Spencer. So Jarrett is up to 8th, and Spencer is in 9th. A lot of guys going by Darrell Waltrip again on the racetrack. Just hate to see that for our broadcasting buddy of yesterday. Darrell is now in 38th spot. Let's get an update on that story.
Well, prior to Darrell taking the car to the garage, he said, guys, the car is chattering. It feels like there's too much air in the shock. They eventually brought it to the garage. They replaced the rear shocks, and then Darrell came back over the radio and said, all I can do is just barely drive it. He said it feels like a dirt car sliding through the corners. He said these adjustments have not helped, and that's about the 2nd or 3rd straight race here at Dover that they have just been out to lunch.
Matter of fact, Darrell hasn't won here since 1980 and 1982, and it's been a while. Remember last year, Jimmy Hensley drove here for Darrell after Darrell cracked his ribs at Charlotte in the Winston Select. So he didn't even run this race a season ago.
Eli, you see Earnhardt there. He's moved into 5th place. He seems to have made some adjustments on that car that helped him quite a bit also.
On a long run, too, because now we're entering about 70 laps or so since they pitted, and here comes the old black number 3.
A 3-time winner here in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett in the Jeff Gordon pit.
Well, Eli, an anxious moment for all of them there just a minute ago. Jeff came across the radio and told him he thought he had a right front tire going down, but Ray Evernham radioed back and said, yes, it's just getting worn, but they scurried around for a moment like they were going to have to come in. Right now, we're figuring on pit stops somewhere between lap 190 and 200. We're being told that they can run about 80 to 85 laps under green. That's as far as they want to stretch it. But Jeff Gordon seems to be okay right now.
Rusty Wallace off the pace now in turns 3 and 4. Everybody going by the 3rd place runner, Rusty Wallace. Here he comes to the attention of Robin Pemberton and the crew. Randy, what's your brother saying?
Well, he's talking to Rusty right now on the radio. I can only speculate, Eli. I saw him going into 1. It looked like he may have had a tire going down. That is about all we can say as they wait for Rusty's arrival on pit road. He is definitely going to lose at least 1 lap here on pit road. The 2 crew go to work on Rusty's car. He slides into a stop. It's going to be a 4-tire stop. Big time cleaning the grill, taking all the debris off of the grill. Want to make sure they get all filled with fuel as well. Also, lead change on the racetrack as they try to get 4 tires on Rusty's car.
Darn close to a lead change right there as Jeff Gordon holds off the challenge in between Morgan Shepherd in the 75 and Brett Bodine in the 11. Rusty Wallace, tough break for him right there. They're driving car PR18, Penske Racing number 18, same car they had last fall at Darlington, and they've used it in 5 races. It was not here last year. Last year they used Midnight and Midnight Rider, but now it's PR18, and they'll lose a couple of laps right there on the exchange. 2 laps down is Rusty in 27th position.
Well, I don't think Ernie Irvin's car has a name, but that chassis is really dialed in now, and the racetrack has come to the 28 car. He's actually closing in on Jeff Gordon.
Just joining us, Jeff Gordon led the first 68 laps Then during pit stops, Ricky Craven led lap 69. Jeff Gordon then led again from lap 70 through 120. Ernie Irvan led the next 9 laps, and Jeff Gordon is now led the last 50. We have been slowed only twice by caution, once for Steve Grissom, once for Jeff Bodine. And in the garage, only Steve Grissom with an accident and Sterling Marlin with engine failure. Everybody else who's been in there is back on the racetrack, as the average speed now still sits in and around the 125-mile-an-hour mark. 1.7 seconds from the leader back to the third-place runner, Rick Mast. Fourth place, Dale Earnhardt. He is 2.5 seconds behind the race leader, Jeff Gordon.
Carbon copy each lap. Jeff Gordon losing a little more ground to the 28 car of Ernie Irvan. You know, Ernie is, everybody, I hear this everywhere I go. Is Ernie back? Is he normal? Look at this guy. I mean, he's running second, pulling down on one of the most aggressive race car drivers around right now, and he's right up front where he belongs. Folks, he's back. Quit speculating on this man.
One of the toughest tracks, too, isn't it, Chevy? Well, you guys say you feel speed here more than you do at Daytona or Talladega.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say, is that it's not just that he's running in second place and taking over the lead as we talk right now, but this is one of the most difficult places that we run at. Not only because it's fast, but because it's physically demanding. It's bumpy. You're running a lot of speed into the corners. Your neck wants to come off. I mean, it is a tough racetrack to run on. So there he is running in the lead. I would say he's back. There should be no question.
Meanwhile, pit road has Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett. Here comes Jeff Gordon also. You just see him pulling off the racetrack now after yielding the lead at lap number 185. Ray Evernham, Ed Guzzo, and the crew waiting to service the DuPont Chevy. Terry Labonte is on pit road as well. All of this at lap 186. Glenn Jarrett is waiting for Jeff Gordon to come in.
And Eli, they're going to make a slight chassis adjustment on the car. Ray Evernham said last time in they didn't adjust it. In fact, we'll get to watch on Jeff. They haven't adjusted the car very much all day. They're going to take a round out of the right rear. The car continues to get real tight in the middle of the corner. The longer they run, the tighter it gets. And we told you that's because of the extra rubber being put down on the racetrack. Other than that, it's just a simple, normal stop with 4 tires of fuel. But they've already made the chassis adjustment to the right rear. He's down and away in 19.9 seconds.
So that's the stop for Jeff Gordon. Others on the pit lane now. Mark Martin, Jeff Burton, Ricky Rudd is in. Jimmy Spencer and Ricky Craven. Hut Strickland is on the pit lane. So is Ken Schrader. Brett Bodine will pit. Joe Nemechek coming down pit road. All of these stops now at lap 187, 188 under green flag conditions. The last time the leaders were in was under caution after that Jeff Bodine spin back at lap 106.
Ernie has to make a decision pretty quick here. All these cars are going to come out with fresh rubber on. They're going to be running extremely fast with all the fresh rubber on the cars. Ernie will have to pit pretty quick here, but Rick Mast is just behind him in the #1 car. What a great run he's had also.
Yeah, I mean, the leader really does dictate pit stops at this point, because once he comes in, he gets 4 fresh tires, he's back out there. You can imagine he's about a second quicker than he just was, so everyone else has
here
to
he comes now.
And here he does come down the pit lane. Everybody waiting for him. Also in, Todd Bodine. In is Michael Waltrip. In is Bobby Hamilton. Rick Mast coming down the pit lane also for service. Bobby Hillin is in. These spots, or rather stops, I should say, in lap 191. Randy?
Joey Knuckles on the front, right front for the Haviland Ford team. Raymond Fox on the right rear. Jeff Clark with a jack all the way around to the left side already. Great pit stop going. This team has worked on their pit stop. It showed the first 2 times. It's not going to be any changes whatsoever other than all tires down and away. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, we're down in Rick Mast's pit, Randy, and they're also doing the normal 4 tires and fuel. A little bit of trouble on the right side. He's down and away at 20.81 seconds. Not quite as bad a stop as I thought it was going to be. They had a little trouble on the right side.
Dale Earnhardt is in. Service in the Flying Aces now at lap 191. Randy's there.
Boy, these guys are loose down here today, all of them. It's a perfect temperature for these pit crews. Earnhardt, 4 tires down and away, wheel to wheels, and he leads.
Green flag pit stops for the race leaders. Everything cycles around now. Here you see Rusty Wallace just ahead of Jeff Gordon and Terry Labonte. Ernie Irvan is next in line. Everybody trying to cycle themselves through here under green flag stops. Kyle Petty is in for service. Wally Dallenbach is in. We're at lap 193, and Jeff Gordon just powers his way by Rusty, brings Labonte and Ernie Irvan with him.
You can bet that Rusty did not want that to happen.
So at lap 192, we are still in the middle stages of the Miller 500, a race that's been dominated by Jeff Gordon and Ernie Irvan.
Just how important is it that welders use the right combination of welding and cutting equipment and filler metals? ESOP. See your local ESOP distributor today.
There's only one garage that's filled to capacity with these top brand tires. The Sears Auto Center. And right now, new Bridgestone road handlers are all on sale at guaranteed unbeatable prices. And remember, the pressure's on us to deliver. Sears new Bridgestone road handlers. No matter what's parked in your garage, chances are you'll find a tire for it in ours.
NASCAR race team will have what it takes to win the UAW GM Teamwork of Excellence Award? Just ask Dale Earnhardt.
Who the heck are those guys?
UAW GM, assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins.
It's always a classic short track battle when the Busch Circuit rolls into South Boston, Virginia. And last year, early on, a duel between Doug Hebron and Chad Little went up in smoke. Then a top-notch pit crew put Little back together. And after some tough, narrow groove racing, a determined Chad Little came back to take the victory. Now the Busch boys are back for more. It's the NASCAR Busch Grand National Ford Credit 300. Saturday, 5 p.m. 4 Central on TNN Motorsports.
We are under caution. That man, Dale Earnhardt, who finished in the top 5 in both events here last year, is currently leading the Miller 500. But hard luck for Rick Mast as he spun coming out of turn number 4. Significant damage to the rear of his car. We'll show you in a moment. But first, let's cover more stops for Jeff Gordon and Rusty Wallace. Glenn?
Well, I'm in Jeff Gordon's pits, and they go to the right side. As I told you, his car was pushing a good bit. The right front tire has built up a tremendous amount of air pressure. So I think what they've done, in fact, they're going to the left side, going all the way around, going to put 4 on it. But I think they made a slight air pressure adjustment to try to help compensate for that. Remember, they took 1 pound out of the right front this time. Last time, they took a couple rounds of bite out of the right rear to try to stop that push. Again, the longer the cars go, the more rubber on the racetrack, the tighter they get.
Let's take a look at exactly what happened to Rick Mast and the Hooters Pontiac, running so very well until he came off turn 4.
Well, you see, he's trying to get under Rusty there. He gets the left side down on the flat there. He gets in wobbling. Now the back end takes off. That's too bad. Boy, what a great run he was having today.
And that's exactly what happened there. We didn't see that the first time, but he just got those left side wheels down there too far, and it got a little loose on him, and then he corrected, and round he went.
Well, that's a heartbreaker.
But he was running extremely well before that.
So we'll see what kind of work they can do to the rear of that automobile. And Randy, a lot of work. They're sending him back out, but a lot of work has to be done.
Boy, you're not kidding. I'm glad I'm not doing it. No doubt about it. They're going to be in the pits for a while to fix that one. And just the heart sick for these guys because they worked so hard. The last time they really ran well, we interviewed them here at Dover. I believe it was in the fall here. They ran so well. So this team, this driver loves this racetrack, but unfortunately his win will probably not come today.
But Dale Earnhardt is the man who shows the way as you see what remains of the rear deck of the Rick Mast machine. We are approaching lap 200 of 500. We're coming right back.
Hurry into Pep Boys, where right now you can get any 4 all-season 35,000-mile tires for just $109. Any size, any 4 35,000-mile tires in stock, $109. Pep Boys, everything but gas.
Oh!
you're going. When you're on your own out on the road, it's such a comfort knowing you got the Snake light from Black & Decker. I get around, I'm the Snake light.
I'm the King Grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, hanging, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
The NASCAR All-Pro Series. It's the proving ground where tomorrow's legends attend the school of hard knocks. The Coca-Cola Shootout, Saturday, 2 p.m., 1 Central on TNN Motorsports. It's country music's biggest night. An evening filled with the brightest stars and biggest fans. Thank you. Don't miss a minute of the glitz and glamour. Join host Martina McBride, Lori Morgan, and Sawyer Brown's Mark Miller.
I can honestly say this is my very favorite award show.
It's the 30th annual TNN Music City News Country Awards. Live, Monday, June 10th, 8 Eastern, only on TNN, the Nashville Network.
And Universal Luxury Vans, the official vans of tracks, teams, and drivers throughout the NASCAR world. Call 1-800-445-2825 for a dealer near you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're watching Dale Earnhardt now leading at Dover. He has led better than 2,000 miles now at Dover Downs, but here's what happened to Rick Mast. Got a feel for him right there. But yeah, Dale Earnhardt, the race leader, has now led better than 2,000 laps here over his career. The leader in that department, if you're curious. Who do you think? Who's led more
David
laps?
Pearson.
Good guess, not right.
Well, thanks.
How about Bill Elliott?
There you go.
How about that?
Bill Elliott, 2024. So, Bill, if you're sitting home watching in Blairsville, that man's closing in on one of your marks, but Bill Elliott will be back to try and wrestle those numbers away himself. We're at lap 199 of 500, working caution at the Monster Mile.
There's no place I'd rather be.
At Citgo, when you team up our super premium gasoline with our Super Guard motor oil, you'll get all the high performance and reliability you demand. So, prepare yourself to be totally blown away. Super premium performance. Citgo says go.
His life ended so tragically. For some, the music died. For others, it will not fade away. Remembering Buddy Holly.
Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central on TNN, the Nashville Network.
Shopping made easy at the Jarvis Shop, and eye care made easy at Soto Opticians. Soto Opticians is the oldest independently owned and operated optical in Manatee County. Eye exams are performed on-site by our independent doctor of optometry. Medicare assignment accepted.
I'm here at the Jarvis Shop, my favorite place for clothes. They have the latest in fashion and friendly, helpful salespeople. The Jarvis Shop will be your favorite place, too. Oh, and tell my parents Kathy sent you.
Visit the Jarvis Shop and Soto Opticians in Palmasola Square.
The Shark Attack is back, and Sunday afternoon it's the USBL champion Florida Sharks versus the Jacksonville Barracudas at the Shark Tank in the Manatee Civic Center. Call for tickets now, 927-BUNK-DUNK.
That is where we are, the first state Delaware, and Dover, Delaware. Hey, don't forget to join us down at Opryland if you can. The TNN Salute to Motorsports at Opryland, coming up June 26th through 30th. Want more information? Just call the number you see on the screen, Monday through Friday. The TNN Salute to Motorsports at Opryland, which is also going to be benefiting a big auction that's going to be benefiting the National Arthritis Foundation and Technology 2000. That's going to be taking place, all part of the TNN Salute to Motorsports. 201 miles on the board of the 500, getting set to go back to green. Rundown for you: Dale Earnhardt, Ernie Irvan, Terry Labonte, and Bobby Labonte. Dale Jarrett's up to 5th on the restart. You've got Todd Bodine in 6th. 7th is Jimmy Spencer. Mark Martin will go 8th. Ricky Rudd 9th. And Jeff Burton will restart in the 10th spot here at lap number 202 complete.
And they're on.
Well, now we get to see whether new tires and management of the guys up front. Look at Earnhardt, though. He just told Richard Childress, he said, this is the best set of tires I've had all day. So he's real happy with what he has on there. Of course, Jeff Gordon and a few other cars stopped a while ago, took on 4 tires, so we'll see what happens in the long run.
Got Todd Bodine in that mix, we told you. Started 33rd, now running 6th. Todd likes this track. He has 3 Busch Series wins here at the Monster Mile. Driving for Bill Elliott, he is. The man right behind Earnhardt, the purple car, John Andretti, not on the lead lap. John being shown an 18th spot, 1 lap down.
That is hard to understand. Right at the very first of the race, John Andretti got lapped by Jeff Gordon, but he has run right with the lead cars for the last 100 laps.
Kind of like yesterday with old Buckshot Jones, lost 5 laps early and stayed with the leaders all day. Let's go to the garage that Glenn, I believe, is caught up with Rick Mast now.
Okay, a lot of beating and banging and hammering going on the Hooters Pontiac. Rick Mast, great run. What happened?
Well, the problem is everybody here, the cars are pushing real bad, and you know, the last half of every run, everybody's going to push real bad, trying to keep the pressure off the right front tire. So our car was real good the last half of each run. What would happen, you start out each run on pressed tires real loose. In other words, it'd take 20 laps before you could really drive the car. The car was extremely loose, and it would get good. And I was just pinching it too hard trying to get by Rusty and just lost it.
Well, that's too bad. As I said, he had a great run going. They are going to try to repair the Pontiac, get him back out there so he can pick up those valuable points, because before this day's over, there'll be others in here doing the same thing.
Rockbridge, Baths, Virginia, Rick Mast. Very honest assessment. There's 13th spot changing hands. Jeff Gordon making his way into that position around Derek Cope. Remember, Gordon and Rusty Wallace came in for pit stops again at lap 196. They had to start themselves back a bit further here on the restart. Now, bit by bit, clawing their way to the front.
Wow, you can see what new tires do. He tried underneath the Schrader. Now he passed him on the outside. That's very hard to do here at Dover. So the new tires are working quite well.
It's a 9-lap differential on the tires. Jeff Gordon's are 9 miles fresher than Kenny Schrader's.
That is a strong race car, like you just said. He tried to go underneath, it didn't work, and then he just said, okay, I'll just go around the outside of you. That's nice. That's nice in a car like that.
Listen, anytime they have a good down the straightaway like that car does, and then great in the corners, of course, Jeff Gordon himself is very, very aggressive. And you know, when you talk to him, there's a certain amount of electricity there. You just expect good things to happen around this kid.
10th place is what he's going to try and grab away from the 99. Jeff Burton in 10th spot.
I'm curious, what happens when a car doesn't handle good down the straightaway?
Well, you get lapped. I'll tell you what happens. They have to run all the way around the racetrack. They say it's all handling. Handling's important, but they have to go down the straightaway, too.
That was something we were talking about watching practice here yesterday. Buddy was particularly concerned about guys going from turn 2 to turn 3, the back straightaway. And he was pointing out, you see, that guy is not making it to the corner and so on, as Jeff Gordon now moves into the 10th spot, grabbing that position away from Jeff Burton. Top 10, Earnhardt, Irvan, Terry Labonte and Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte. Then you've got Bodine, that's Todd Bodine, Jimmy Spencer, Ricky Rudd, Mark Martin, and Gordon. There you see Todd started 12th and finished 36th last week in the 600. Having a far better run here today. He's in 6th spot right now.
I guess Todd won his first race, Busch Grand National race right here at Dover. He does like this racetrack.
Jeff Gordon has just moved around Mark Martin. Trying to dispense with the Heilig-Myers machine now. Goes around Mike Wallace to the outside. Yeah, that first win for Todd, wasn't that the one first time around? You had to be there to take advantage. Wasn't that the one that Davey Allison had a fuel pickup problem?
Right
Under caution at the end. And Todd was able to get the victory, followed the pace car to the checkered flag, but he had to be in position to take advantage of Davey's misfortune that day. 214 laps on the board. If you're just joining us, we've had 3 caution flags today. Todd Bodine trying to pick his way around Bobby Hillin in the 77. Hillin in 21st position. He is not on the lead lap. He is a lap down. All the while, Dale Earnhardt still showing the way. Earnhardt led for a lap at 191, then reassumed the lead at 193, and has led since. We're now at 215. Good scramble right there. That's for 2nd spot. And the lap car of John Andretti still in the picture.
Well, he's running good. He just got by Ernie Irvin, who's running 3rd right at the moment. I tell you, that's a strong run by John Andretti. I bet he wished he hadn't got lap running the 1st.
Didn't have the trick.
Still got a long ways to go to get that lap back, too.
Dale Jarrett is closing in. There's Terry Labonte. Oh, and Jeff Burton making an unscheduled pit stop now. He has dropped all the way back from the top 8 or 9, now all the way back to 18th position. So he's had to come down the pit lane. But the crewman had just taken some debris off the front of that automobile.
I was just looking as he come in, the front of the car looked like it had been damaged or had a lot of paper on the nose of it, but that's all they did was clean the grill when it came in.
Yeah, the damage was the sheet metal damage, of course, was some earlier, but this time it looked as though they just pulled some debris, some papers, or maybe some of that tape. Maybe the car was overheating. Tough break, though, because any kind of stop here, you end up losing a lap or a couple, and he is now 2 laps down. Jeff Burton is in the Exide Batteries entry.
You know, normally a little debris wouldn't be as bad for these cars, but remember what they're doing is because they're fighting such a tight condition, they're running as much tape as possible to get additional downforce on the car, so a little bit of paper on the front of it blocks off the air and it overheats.
Dale Earnhardt, the leader. He and Bill Elliott are the only 2 active drivers to have won more than one Miller 500. Bill Elliott's not here today, but Earnhardt is the leader.
Conditions like these are torture on engines, but you can also damage engines in a more familiar setting. That's why there's an engine treatment for stop-and-go driving from Valvoline called TM8. TM8's 8 friction-fighting ingredients significantly reduce engine bearing wear. Even in high-temperature conditions, adding TM8 gives oil up to twice the protection. Hey, driving 150 miles an hour is tough on engines, but so is hardly moving at all. TM8 from Valvoline, because driving is more stop-and-go.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are folks who like to work on their cars themselves. But the ones who come in most often are those who work on cars for a living. Guys like Ed Graven. Now, Ed's garage is in Ogden, Utah, where most of the time you'll find him pulling an engine or sliding under a car. And just about every day, he drives past a half dozen other parts stores on his way to AutoZone. Because Ed knows that when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
I've seen every card there is. Thousands of cards. Super 8's VIP card. It says, congratulations, your reservation is guaranteed, and you get 10% off. Life's great at Super 8.
I always use my favorite steak sauce. It's tradition. Every once in a while, I'm in the mood for something different. Something thick, robust, and hearty. Yeah, all right.
New A1 Thick and Hearty.
There's only one garage that's filled to capacity with these top brand tires. The Sears Auto Center. And right now, new Bridgestone Road Handlers are all on sale. at guaranteed unbeatable prices. And remember, the pressure's on us to deliver. Sears new Bridgestone Road Handlers. No matter what's parked in your garage, chances are you'll find a tire for it in ours.
224 laps on the board. That is the front grille of Mark Martin's Valvoline Ford. Glenn Jarrett's down there. So's Jack Roush. What's the story?
Well, I was trying to catch up with Mark. He went away from the car, but he's a little dejected, not going to talk right now. I thought that the problem might be that the car had overheated, but as soon as they raised the hood on the car, they went right to the distributor area. Jack Roush is under the car now. I'm going to see if maybe I can get a word with Jack to find out exactly what happened to the car. Jack, do we know where the problem is yet?
The distributor's not turning. It's either sheared a gear, broken a camshaft, or broken a timing chain. We're about to take the distributor out. We'll have a better idea in a minute.
Okay, we'll let Jack get back to work, but thank you for taking time to talk to us. You heard it straight from the man.
Meanwhile, that is 7th and 8th place on the racetrack right now. While we watch Ernie Irvan and Dale Jarrett battle for 3rd and 4th. Running order is Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, then Irvan and Jarrett, followed by Bobby Labonte, Todd Bodine, Jimmy Spencer, Jeff Gordon, Kenny Schrader, and Ricky Rudd. That's your top 10 right now.
Wow, I was just watching Dale Jarrett as he come up out of that corner. He looked like he was 10 miles an hour faster than the 28 of Ernie Irvan. He really got a nice run up out of the corner. The team cars, Ernie just gave way and let him go by.
So it's not even to halfway here at the Monster Mile, so no need to necessarily force the issue. There again, 7th and 8th spot. We're watching Jimmy Spencer in the 23, Jeff Gordon, the 24. Just joining us, Jeff Gordon led for a good part of the day, then made an extra pit stop near the end of the caution period at lap 196, and that's what he's still doing here, working his way to the front.
You noticed Gordon for a long time was passing cars, maybe one car or every lap or so. And now that he's getting further up in the field, 6th, 7th, 8th place, they're not going to be quite as easy to pick off. And especially that number 23 car, we know Jimmy Spencer is not an easy person to pass himself. And now Jimmy's running really good right now, too. So it'll become a little more harder now as Gordon gets up with the more competitive cars.
Plus, he's run so hard to get himself back in good track position. He's probably got a lot of right front buildup as far as air pressure, and the car is actually pushing a little more than it was when the tires were fresh.
If you're not comfortable, you're not going to force the issue. If the car's tight, if it's loose, what have you. But right there, Jeff Gordon says time to go. Spencer gave him a little extra half lane there on the low side.
Well, that's where Jeff's been really good all day long, is his car right in the middle is turning where it needs to so he can get into the throttle earlier than everyone else, harder than everybody else.
Lap 231, Jeff Gordon making his move closer to the front. 1 3/10 seconds is Dale Earnhardt's advantage right now. The edge over Terry Labonte. We'll show you exactly what that translates to visually as far as the interval between the front two cars. There's Dale Earnhardt. There's Terry Labonte in the 5. That's 1 3/10 seconds from first back to second. Again, there's the spread coming out of turn number 4. Jeff Bodine gives way. Jeff showing 17 laps down after his accident of earlier. Morgan Shepherd's on pit road, lap 233. As Butchmont Motorsports takes care of their Remington Arms machine.
Eli, you can see Earnhardt's car just then. He has that car just on the borderline of being loose. I watched the back end just bounce just a little bit as he started in the corner. But as they go along and the tires wear, of course, we know everybody's having a pushing condition. So he's adjusted that car where it'll really get around the corner. See how low he can run there?
Working well. Here's a look from overhead. Around Darrell Waltrip there in the Miller 500. By the way, they have come up with, we didn't even mention it yesterday, didn't have a chance. They have now added a brand new garage area here in turns 3 and 4 for the NASCAR Busch Series. Busch Series teams used to basically pit and have a garage area on the pit lane all weekend long. But Melvin Joseph, Dennis McGlynn, all the management folks here at Dover Downs have built a new garage area for the NASCAR Busch Series. That was, I know, well and much appreciated. How good has Dale Earnhardt been? 6 consecutive top 5 finishes this year. That's consecutive. And 9 top 5s in 11 races this season.
Consistency. That's incredible.
That's what wins championships.
Yeah, exactly. These guys have been there before. A lot of times they'll give up a little horsepower and taking a chance of maybe breaking a piece or two because they know the car is dependable, and this guy will drive the wheels off the car.
And how about 17 top 5s in the last 21 races dating back to August of last year? That's what everybody's chasing today and all season long in NASCAR.
With new spark plugs, you get improved performance for a while. But only Bosch Platinum has a pure platinum center electrode that's heat fused. So Bosch Platinum reaches its self-cleaning temperature faster for full engine power and improved fuel efficiency over a longer performance life. Which means you'll replace a lot of other things before you change your Bosch Platinums. Bosch Platinum, the ultimate spark plug.
Some people feel the biggest difference between the Regal GS and other sports sedans is the way Regal's refined suspension system holds the road. However, others feel Regal's 36 inches of very generous legroom is something you just have to see to believe. Regal by Buick. The fine line between sport and sedan.
Very bad dog. Bad dog. Very bad dog.
Oh, dear. Right now, get a $40 introductory manufacturer's rebate from Goodyear when you buy 4 Infinitred radials, Goodyear's longest-wearing passenger tire. That's $40 on 4 Goodyear Infinitreads. But hurry, this Goodyear offer ends soon.
I'm the King Grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, hanging, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
We are at Dover Downs International Speedway. We'd also love to see you at Opryland, USA, the official destination of NASCAR. For more information on Opryland, call them at 615-889-6611. That phone number available Monday through Friday. Opryland, official destination of NASCAR. Hut Strickland's on the pit lane while the battle between Terry Labonte and Dale Jarrett continues to be a hot one on the racetrack.
I would say it's really hot, wouldn't you?
There's Jarrett. Took care of that.
Boy, Dale, at times today, right at the very first of the race, he moved up into second. He's the fastest car on the racetrack by far right now, even though Earnhardt's leading the race. He run Terry Labonte down from the full straightaway back, and is really on the move right at the moment. And look where that car is running around this racetrack, right around the base.
Kenny Wallace is the 81 car. He is a couple of laps down. We mentioned Hut Strickland made a pit stop at lap 243. What was the deal down there?
This is amazing. I have never seen so many cars have to come down pit road during a race not to do anything but to clean the grill. And that was all they had to do. And I mean, there were papers everywhere on that grill. This could be a tough break because if it can happen to Hut Strickland, it can happen to a leader.
And Hut Strickland's car has been running well a good part of this afternoon, so you're right. And we should mention this is not a racetrack problem. They don't give out paper napkins with concession items and so on. Tracks are particularly careful about that. It's just, folks bring stuff to the racetrack and a bit of a breeze today, and things are going to fly around, but it's just been a particularly problematic situation. Of course, they got a record crowd here. If everybody, brings one hot dog, You got 100,000 hot dog wrappers flying around or something. So it's not to make light of it by any stretch, but it's, you know, that's what's happening. You have more people, more trash is generated, and really no place for it to go.
And it's particularly windy today. Also.
Yes, it is. Really a bit of a blustery day.
We just got a report that Dale Jarrett has cut almost 2 seconds off of Earnhardt's lead in the last 10 laps.
Well, you talked about him being one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. That's exactly the case. There is Dale going around Dick Trickle right now. We're coming up on halfway. The Gatorade Front Runner Award, $10,000 on the line to the driver who participates in that program and has the lead at the halfway point. Here comes Dale Earnhardt around. Halfway up on the board right now. 250 miles are complete. 250 to go here at the Monster Mile. You know who else is on the move, too? No surprise, Jeff Gordon. He's cut into Dale Earnhardt's lead by about a couple of seconds right now. It is 8 4/10 seconds now. Still a significant distance. But just 22 laps ago, it was 10 4/10 seconds. So he's on the move.
Earnhardt just called in and says the 88 car on the move right now, and he said, "You bet."
So we're just past the halfway point. Why don't we bring you the Splitfire mid-race report brought to you by Splitfire. You can enter the performance zone with Splitfire Performance V spark plugs. Average speed down just a tick with 3 caution periods, one of which was lengthened when they had to blow some debris off the track. Grissom and Marlin officially out of the event. Rick Mast, his car being worked on in the garage. Mark Martin with engine failure is likely done for the day. And there you see those who have led laps this afternoon. I'm Eli Gold, Chad Little, Buddy Baker joining me up here in the booth. Glenn Jarrett and Randy Pemberton down on the pit lane and in the garage area, bringing you all the action of the Miller 500 here in Dover.
You know, this reminds me right here with Dale, catching up with Dale, is that what happened last week in Charlotte? When the 88 team got everything together, they were bye-bye, see you later, and I tell you what, this is looking a lot like that last weekend.
The crowd's up. We're on the front straightaway here as Dale Jarrett goes by on the outside. That is a power move.
Well, actually, I think Earnhardt, more than anything, let him go. I mean, you kind of just waved him on by there and said, "You've caught me, you deserve it, I'll follow you for a while."
So Dale Jarrett now will take over the lead. Lap 254, it goes up on the board. Saw a little puff of smoke out of Joe Nemechek's car moments ago. He continues to run out there, but little puff of smoke as he was feathering that gas pedal in the corner. Dale Jarrett, first time he has led here this afternoon. And he is one of those non-winners in NASCAR Winston Cup competition here at the Monster Mile. Todd Powers is his crew chief, and Glenn Jarrett is checking out things in his brother's pit.
Todd, the car was real tight before the last stop. It looks like the adjustments you made were in the right direction. He's flying now.
Yeah, man, all we did was put on 4 tires. So we just got one set of tires a little bit tighter than the rest of them. And just, we can't get around here with cars real tight. Now, you know, it showed that. We went back about a half a lap. Now everything's fine. Got a good set of tires on there. The car's running great.
How much longer can you go to left the pit now if it goes under green?
We'll go about 20 more laps. We've got the pit.
Okay, that's the report I'm also getting from Ernie Irvin and from Terry Labonte. In 20 to 25 more laps, we'll see green flag stop.
Lap 257 right now. Jeremy Mayfield in the 98. He and Brett Bodine in the 11 running for position. 17th and 18th. They are not on the lead lap, but they are battling for position. So is Ted Musgrave in the Family Channel machine. And the 99 Jeff Burton. All of those cars battling for position right now, though not on the lead lap. That's 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Up front, Dale Jarrett. Got to deal with Mike Wallace in front of him and worry about Earnhardt behind him.
It looks to me that Earnhardt is moving back in, but what's happening right now, I think Dale Jarrett is just being real careful. He's got a lot of race car. He does not want to make a stupid mistake right at this point of the race.
Mike Wallace is saying, okay, you caught me, but if you're going to put me another lap down, I'm going to make you work for it.
They don't roll over and play dead in this game, I'll tell you.
Mike Wallace runs well on super speedways, particularly in ARCA competition. He has 4 Busch Series wins also, Mike Wallace does, but now the Heilig Myers Ford will drift wide.
Whoa, easy, boy.
Not much room there.
What a great shot from the aerial view.
95, Gary Bradbury from Chelsea, Alabama, taking over the Earl and Czech Sadler car, the Shoney's machine from Chuck Bound. 261 laps on the board. Dale Jarrett is the leader. Dale Earnhardt is second. And Terry Labonte, Ernie Irvin, and Jeff Gordon, as the fans of all ages look on.
This is it, where brand new Miller beer begins. Where the hops grow that give new Miller beer its flavor. Because new Miller beer is brewed a totally new way. Straight from the heart of the hops, for flavor unlike any other beer. Big flavor that goes down easy. We think so much of this new beer, we're just calling it who we are. Miller. Brand new Miller beer. Reach for what's out there.
You got it? Great. No, I need it now. I'm out of stock. What do you do when you don't have the right steering pump? And one of your customers needs it? Not tomorrow, but now. You drive 2.5 hours to get one. And try to smile when you deliver it, even though you didn't make much on the job. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. But not too often, I hope.
Parts Plus. Not just parts. Parts Plus. Mike Skinner Chevy wears the number 3 and lives up to it in every way. But the 95 Series champ better be ready, because this year's contenders are coming on strong. The 1996 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Get on board and hold on tight. It's the Ron Look 225, live next Sunday, 2 p.m., 1 Central, only on TNN Motorsports.
Dale Jarrett still leading here at the Monster Mile. If you want to be on top of all the NASCAR doings, you can race into the all-new and official store of NASCAR. Why not visit NASCAR Thunder? It's at the Gwinnett Place Mall in Atlanta, Georgia. NASCAR Thunder, the official store of NASCAR. Anything you want to do with the sport, they've got it for you at NASCAR Thunder. Pit stops for some of the teams. Ted Musgrave has been in. He pitted moments ago at lap 266. You realize that prior to today, Dale Jarrett had only led 3 laps in Winston Cup racing at Dover in 18 races.
Hard to believe.
Hard
the way
to believe.
that car run in the past 2 races, it's almost impossible to tell anybody that car hadn't led that few laps this year.
Momentum is a strange thing. Then when it's on your side, everything is clicking, the chemistry's right, it's a very powerful tool.
Jimmy Spencer in the 23, that's 8th and 9th. He and Rusty Wallace battling for position. Ward Burton, the other car there, it's in 23rd position, a couple of laps down. From Berwick, Pennsylvania, Jimmy likes coming up this stretch of the schedule here today. Then in 2 weeks here on TNN up to Pocono, Pennsylvania, not far from his home in the Keystone State. Musgrave having just pitted the 16. Right behind Rusty Wallace on the racetrack, though obviously separated by some 4 laps. New tires. That's how Musgrave motors right by Rusty Wallace there.
Wow. I'm telling you, new tires here, it's like you're on rails. The tires are real fresh like that. You can see just put Rusty about 6 car lengths down in less than a lap.
The speeds, it's amazing in general. When Dave Marcus won the pole here 20 years ago, the speeds were about 20 miles an hour less than they are right now.
You know, the cars were 20 miles less back in, too, though. You have to remember they had a 1-inch spoiler on the back.
That's a good point.
You know, tires didn't work as well, and, of course, the cars hadn't been in wind tunnels, so The guys that run 134 miles an hour here work just as hard as the guys that run 150 here.
When you won Darlington, as we watched Dale Jarrett, it jogged my memory. Ned Jarrett, Dale's dad, of course, won Darlington once by 14 laps. How many laps did you win Darlington by when you won the race there, buddy? The reason I bring it up is because this track, too, David Pearson once won here by 7 laps over Cecil Gordon, and I'm just trying to sit here thinking about some of those wide margins of victory.
Oh, yeah, but you don't see that in today's racing. But I won by 7 laps in Darlington, and it was because the car was so dominant. When you really got dialed in, you're kind of like Jeff Gordon. He is working his way up through the field as we speak. He's running the leaders down by over a half lap now, and he's in the same straightaway with the lead cars.
There is Jeff while at lap number 273, where we are right now. Jimmy Spencer is on pit road for service. The Travis Carter-led crew going to work on that Smokin' Joe's machine. Now here comes Dale Jarrett. Dale Jarrett comes off turn number 4's banking, and he'll make a pit stop at lap 274. Slowly, almost painstakingly slowly, he has to get to the far end of the pit road. Glenn Jarrett's waiting for him.
Well, and I don't like having to wait this long on my brother, but here he is finally. These guys have chosen a great pit stop right in front of victory lane. There's a break where the cars come into victory lane. That way the tire carrier for the rear tire does not have to cross the wall. He simply goes right around it at the break. Right sides are on. They're going to go to the left now. They won't make any chassis adjustments. As Todd told us, they were happy with the thing. The tires are fine. They just got to stretch their foot. He's down and away. Let's go to Randy.
Earnhardt is in as Terry Labonte flashes by on pit road. The adjustment for Dale Earnhardt as he pits on lap 275. A roundup wedge. They've already adjusted tire pressure, pulling the right front fender out as Mr. Moore comes around with the jack. Left side's now going on a nice clean windshield, getting a good clean for Dale Earnhardt. He said the front end is skating the last few laps. Down and away.
More tire change now for Jeff Gordon and the crew. Ernie Irvin is in. Bobby Labonte is in. Michael Waltrip will make a pit stop. So does Gary Bradbury. All of this at lap 276. Chassis adjustment there. Leader will become John Andretti as everything cycles around again, though that certainly will change as these pit stops continue to unfold. Here comes Kyle Petty. He'll get service on the pit lane. Here comes John Andretti, so things will swap around again. All of these stops under green. Andretti is into the attention of Tim Brewer and the crew. This should cycle us around again to Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt, and Terry Labonte. That will be the running order as Andretti makes his stop now. So at lap 277, everything cycles back around again. Dale Jarrett reassumes the lead after that pit stop by Andretti, with Earnhardt and Terry Labonte being shown as the next couple in line. Let's get an update on that Jeff Gordon pit stop from Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Eli, I'm on the way down to talk to Ray Everingham. I don't think they made any adjustments other than tire pressure. Jeff was complaining on the radio the tire was still real tight, much too tight to his liking. The one thing that I'm curious about is that I thought he had 10 laps fresher tires on the car than anybody else. I thought he would be able to go a little longer, but obviously it had gotten so bad that he had to pit when everybody else did. We'll check with Ray and get back to him.
All right, he did have a 10-lap pad. You were right, when everybody else pitted at 186, and Gordon came in at 196. We continue under green at lap 279 at Dover.
Too hot in your car? Don't sweat it. Now at Pep Boys, get a cool deal on our air conditioning quick check for only $19.99. Our AC quick check only $19.99. Pep Boys, everything but gas.
There's a special bond between NASCAR drivers and their fans. There's no other sport like it.
If you're a NASCAR fan, you're gonna wear nutmeg.
Be part of the great American sport. Wear nutmeg, the official NASCAR racewear.
Sir,
I just need one thing.
Sorry, we're closed.
But this is Reba McEntire.
See?
Yeah, right.
Show him, Reba.
If you want to change fast, you don't let me down. He said, if you want to change fast, you don't let me down.
Okay. You seem like a nice girl.
Thanks.
Sure know Reba.
I know what I like freedom.
New Texas Grill. Later today on TNN Outdoors, Tennessee's Pickwick Lake offers up the best smallmouth bass fishing for Orlando Wilson. That's at 5. Then we're looking for largemouth in Tuscaloosa with Roland Martin at the helm, following at 5:30. Later today, TNN Outdoors.
These guys are persistent.
Well, they're no match for the world's first sport utility wagon.
Oh, really?
All-wheel drive Subaru Outback's got the ground clearance of an Explorer.
Uh-huh.
More headroom than a Cherokee. And rides smooth as any car.
Got any more of those tidbits?
What, like more stability in a turn than a Chevy Blazer?
That'll do.
That's why Subaru Outback.
Come see the full line of Subarus at Conley Buick Subaru, 800 Cortez Road West. Made easy with ideal gifts and baskets in Palmasola Square. Visit our charming shop of specialized gift baskets for all occasions and any price range. Come in and create your own gift. Choose the basket that's just right for your needs. Then select a fanciful fragrance, delicious chocolate, or fresh fruit to fill it. Or you can let our creative experts custom make a basket for any occasion. Try our customer favorite gourmet food basket, or perhaps a get-well, housewarming, anniversary, or even sports basket. For the perfect gift for any occasion, visit Ideal Gifts and Baskets at Palmasola Square.
Hope you're doing what a lot of your NASCAR friends and neighbors are doing right now. They're checking out NASCAR online during the running of the Miller 500 or before and after any NASCAR Winston Cup or Busch race. You see the computer address, www.nascar.com. Kind of like a 24-hour NASCAR garage pass. NASCAR online, for those of you who are partaking of the information superhighway. A lot of good stuff on there, too. They updated David Hyatt and his staff. Keep that updated all the time. NASCAR Online. So you might want to check out if you have an opportunity. We are live here at the Monster Mile. Glad you're joining us on TNN Motorsports. Dale Jarrett, that team just in the groove. From Charlotte to Dover and everywhere in between. They just have it going right now.
Well, that car's working very well, but back just behind them, Terry Labonte's moving in on Dale Earnhardt for second and third, so we're going to have a race here pretty quick.
And there's Rick Mast. You see the leaders going by him. He's back on the track after that accident earlier. 63 laps down for the number 1 Hooters machine. If you're curious about Rusty Wallace and Todd Bodine, they're running in 9th and 10th spot, respectively. Ted Musgrave also in the picture right there. Though Ted is not on the same lap as the leaders. He is 1 lap down, but remember he made a pit stop earlier. Caught him off sequence with everybody else. Let's talk about tires again, Chad. For folks who may just be joining us, we've made so much about tire wear and so on here. This racetrack has its own little set of circumstances.
Well, it does, and I think, you know, you've heard us talk over and over today about these cars wanting to be tight from the middle on out. I think the reason is Goodyear has designed a tire for us that we run here, we run at Bristol, we run at Darlington and Rockingham, and the tire really at a place like this could use more stagger. We weren't tight at Charlotte because we had a little bit more stagger. So what they've designed is a tire that we can run at more places, but it's more ideal for some tracks than it is for others. So we take it to Dover here, the tire becomes extremely tight because we could actually use a little bit more stagger. And all stagger is the right rear is a little bit bigger than the left rear, which gives the car a little bit of stagger, we call it. It helps it roll through the corner.
We saw Terry Labonte make the move around Dale Earnhardt. That's for second spot behind Dale Jarrett. Ernie Irvin's 4th, Jeff Gordon is 5th, and on down the line, you see the field summary going by you right now. In the garage, only Steve Grissom with an accident, Sterling Marlin with engine problems, and the same for Mark Martin. Otherwise, everybody else still out there on the racetrack in some degree of repair or disrepair, but out there nevertheless.
You know, Eli, the surface of the racetrack is really good for racing right now. They do have 2 grooves now, so you don't just have to be in the very bottom of the racetrack to race right now. It's the first time in Dover since they've redone the pavement and made it concrete that you can actually race side by side in the corner.
Still be biting your fingernails, though, if y'all...
if you get a little bit out of the groove, you're pretty much history here.
Got to stress also, as we talked earlier with Rick Benjamin on the Race Day show this morning, we talk about speeds 145, 150, and so on. That's deceptive because the radar gun will tell you far differently and going into the corner, working the straightaways here.
Just before you let out the gas to go in the corner here, you're running in excess of 175 miles an hour. These cars are flying around this racetrack.
Because the corners are banked so high, they carry so much speed into the turns. They're banked at 24 degrees, about the same as Charlotte and some of the places where we run 180 to 200 miles an hour on the straightaway.
Todd Bodine having dropped behind the leaders now as they all steam by the McDonald's machine. They've got that Monopoly paint scheme on the McDonald's car. Big promotion underway at the Golden Arches across America. 296 laps on the board. Let's go to the garage, Glenn Jarrett.
Hey, guys, Eli, I know you're old enough. I don't know about Chad, but you remember the gas lines we had back in the middle 70s, 73, 74, 75?
Sure do.
We had gas shortages, man. There must be one here today. Look at this line. This is what happens every time they make a pit stop. The poor guys that have to pull these wagons carrying these gas cans run over each other, and me too sometimes, getting down here to get in line to refuel the cars. Because obviously they want to make sure they got all the gas in. They weigh them after they weigh these cans after they empty in there. Then they haul tail down here to fill them up again. So every day there's a gas shortage in a NASCAR race.
And from those pit stalls down by turn 4 to where the Unocal pumps are, that's pretty good haul. So these guys do put in their work outside of just servicing the race car. Dale Jarrett is the leader at lap 298.
To get the most out of this Indy car, Patrick Racing put Scott Pruitt behind the wheel. They built a team that could get it in and out of the pits in the blink of an eye. And they chose a battery they can depend on to get it started. The Duralast battery from AutoZone. The same Duralast you can depend on to start your car. So don't settle for anything less. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
It was here, at this place, in this moment, when Pontiac became Pontiac Excitement.
What do you think she'll do?
Well, let's just see. Living up to that performance has taken us places we've never been, taught us things we've never imagined, and set us on a journey that continues to this day. You can feel it in the legendary V8 power of the Ram Air Firebird, the multi-valve response of Grand Am GT, and the world-class refinement of the supercharged Bonneville. Now, most car companies would call this mission accomplished. But to Pontiac, the excitement is just beginning.
What do you think she'll do?
The King Grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, hanging, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
The NASCAR All-Pro Series. It's the proving ground where tomorrow's legends attend the school of hard knocks. The Coca-Cola Shootout, Saturday, 2 p.m., 1 Central on TNN Motorsports.
Highway transportation provided by Cedar Ridge RV Center, Branchville, New Jersey, featuring Winnebago Motorhomes. Call 1-800-988-4884 and find out why Cedar Ridge is the choice of champions. Welcome live to the Monster Mile, where Dale Jarrett's having himself a pleasant Sunday afternoon drive. He has just put the 10th place man, Derek Cope, a lap down. Still 196 miles to go. They're just ripping through this field right now. There's Terry Labonte. He's running in the second spot. Traffic. Rusty Wallace is the 9th place runner, the number 2. And that's the man that Jarrett is trying to put a lap down if he can. And Rusty's going to give him some room. There goes 9th place, a lap down to the leader, Dale Jarrett. Let's go back to the garage to Glenn.
Well, these guys right here, they wish that they just had a gas shortage. You see the work still going on Mark Martin's car. They have pretty much got the whole front end of the engine off. They still haven't repaired it, still haven't gotten it ready. I'm going to ask Steve Bill. He's standing by. Steve, are you going to be able to get this thing fixed back out there?
I don't know. It broke a timing chain. It was early in the race. We thought about putting the chain out. Looks like it burned a bunch of valves when the cam got off. So we're checking for that right now. If it hasn't been hurt too bad, we'll put it back together. But right now, it looks like it's hurt pretty good.
And I didn't mean to interrupt Steve. He was having a bite of a nice, big, juicy apple down here. So I'm going to let him finish his apple and let these guys finish their work.
307 laps on the board right now. Of course, in the old days, no aspersions to anybody up here. But years ago, let me rephrase that. Years ago, of course, they used to be able to change engines in the race cars during race day. I believe it got down to about 11 minutes once for Junior Johnson's bunch at Pocono or something like that, but there's too many fluids that are so hot you can really hurt yourself.
Well, that, and plus you get in a hurry like that, and you forget to tighten certain lines and things, so it made it dangerous for the other competitors. So if you really lose an engine as such, you're over for the day. You cannot put a new engine in and maybe leave an oil line or something like that off.
Then what's the rule on that? I believe it's actually the way it states is you can't change the block.
Correct. You got to finish the race with the same block you started, yeah. Let's take you a little further back here. There's Dale Jarrett, the race leader. Let's just kind of pan back a little bit and show you who else is running where in the sequence of things. There's the leader, and there's Terry Labonte. He's running in second. Third place man is Dale Earnhardt, but you've got Ted Musgrave in the middle there as well. Ted being shown a couple laps back. There is the Family Channel Ford for Roush Racing. And you've got Rusty Wallace. He's right behind Ted Musgrave. Rusty just went a lap down a bit ago. There's Derek Cope. Cope is running 10th. Rusty running 9th. Now they've swapped it around, obviously, for 9th and 10th, but they are no longer on the lead lap. There's Dale Earnhardt being shown in third on the leaderboard. Behind Rusty, you've got Bobby Hillin in the Jasper Federal Mogul machine. They were just on pit road 11 laps ago. They pitted at lap 305. We're now at lap 311. Remember that day at Talladega? Bobby Hillin got the win. You might have been there. There's Wally Dallenbach driving for Bud Moore, the Hayes Modems machine. We'll take a look at some others who are still out there running, but Glenn's got an update again from the garage area.
Yeah, before I could even get out, Morgan Shepherd brought the number 75 Remington Arms Ford in. Morgan, what happened, buddy?
Well, this is the worst car I've ever driven. The chassis is just not working on it. We can't hardly run fast enough to get out of nobody's way. So for the safety end of it, we just pulled it in and got to work on it.
Okay, this team has really struggled this year. In fact, they have just had disastrous results over the last month and a half, and you can tell the dejection in Morgan Shepherd's voice. He just wanted to get out of the way.
So Morgan Shepherd brings into the garage area. Continuing our look at who's out there and running where. That is Kenny Wallace, the Philmar Racing entry, being shown in 22nd spot right now. Kenny is 3 laps down to the race leader. There's Lake Speed, the Spam machine. Lake was some 14 laps down. After his stay in the garage area earlier in the day, he lost part of the rear spoiler. There's Ernie Irvan being shown on the leaderboard in 4th. Ernie led 9 laps from 121 to 130 and then led 4 laps from 186 to 190. Michael Waltrip for the Wood Brothers, the Citgo Ford. He's in 11th right now, already down a lap. Haven't heard much from Kyle Petty. They were saying on a long run today, Kyle could have been one of the quickest cars out there. Just never did materialize. He's running in 28th spot.
Eli, that car is just off a little bit, and it's been off all day. Kyle's really having a struggle today.
Next we'll look at Jeff Gordon. He led much of the early stages of the race. There he is now, being shown in 5th spot. Jeff Gordon has led 106 laps today. There's Mike Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield together, the Heilig Myers Ford and the RCA Ford. 15 years ago, Junie Dunleavy, who owns the 90, went to victory lane with Jody Ridley. Of course, Cale Yarborough's driver, Jeremy Mayfield. Also running, there's the McDonald's Ford. Todd Bodine, he's dropped off the lead lap. He is 12th now, a lap down. Only 5 Winston Cup starts at this racetrack for Todd. There's a guy who runs well here, Ricky Rudd. Not talked that much about Ricky today. He's 13th position, a couple of laps down. He's one of those who has been to victory lane on a consistent basis, Ricky Rudd has. There's Ward Burton, the MBNA Pontiac for Bill Davis Racing. Ward's had an up-and-down kind of day, being shown in 23rd position now. He's some 4 laps down. There's Bobby Labonte. Bobby's on the leaderboard in 6th. Looking for his first ever Dover Downs win in a NASCAR Winston Cup car. And there's Ricky Craven. Ricky has had himself a tough month of May, but begins the month of June in encouraging fashion. Up front, Dale Jarrett still showing the way. Works around Jeff Bodine and others at lap 321 of 500. Hello there. We're coming right back.
If I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it.
If I wasn't here, I wouldn't have believed it.
I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it.
These people just witnessed an amazing demonstration. We put this Duraloop treated engine through the ultimate torture test. We drained all the oil, all the water, then flooded it with a fire hose. It kept on running because Duraloop protects your engine like no other product can.
I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it myself.
Now let Duraloop make a believer out of you. Duraloop, peace of mind in a bottle.
This is the Texaco Havoline stock car. And this is the Texaco Havoline Indy car. And while these cars run on special fuels, we figured it was still a good way to remind you that Texaco Clean System 3 gasolines give your car unsurpassed performance. And Texaco Havoline Formula 3 motor oil and Texaco antifreeze coolants provide complete protection. But if we really wanted you to remember our name, maybe we should have sponsored something slower.
Enter the Performance Zone with Split-Fire Performance V spark plugs.
You get your passing gear, you're gone.
Experts say Split-Fire Performance V spark plugs mean more horsepower and better mileage.
The difference in gas mileage has been fantastic.
Enter the Performance Zone only with Split-Fire Performance V's, guaranteed. And now get triple platinum performance for the life of your car. New Split-Fire 3 spark plugs.
Join the Winston Cup Stars December 9th through 13th on TNN's second annual NASCAR Family Cruise, benefiting the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary. Enjoy the fun of the Caribbean on the big red boat, the Starship Oceanic. There'll be NASCAR festivities and activities, plus stops in the Bahamas. It's 4 nights of non-stop food, fun, and high seas hospitality. You'll party with top NASCAR drivers.
Everybody's enjoyed this. It was a big hit.
Call now for 5 days on America's #1 family cruise. Special rates for kids. Don't miss the boat, the big red boat, December 9th.
Commercial transportation for this telecast has been provided by Ryder, the official transportation company for Opryland. Welcome back to the Monster Mile, where Dale Jarrett continues to show the way here on the Miller 500. Terry Labonte trying to close in. You see the interval. There's Dale and Terry. It is getting a bit shorter here at lap 327. We have been green basically now since that Rick Mast spin way back at lap 193. So about 125, 128 miles, give or take 1 or 2. We have been green. And, you know, that's got to be tough for these guys.
It really is. I mean, it looks easy when you're watching on television, when you're sitting here and watching it. But it's a lot of work in those cars. It's hot out. You know, like we talked about how rough the track is. You have to muscle these cars around. And a lot of these drivers right now are not only hoping for a caution for another set of tires and a small chassis adjustment, but they need a break. And on a caution, that's a driver's chance to relax a little bit. There's very little time to take your mind off of what's going on the racetrack. You have a couple seconds on each straightaway, and then it's back to work in the corner.
Every once in a while, you wouldn't mind a good competition yellow, I'll tell you.
That certainly has been a positive in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. If you're not familiar with what Buddy's speaking of, the competition yellows that are used at certain tracks to keep cost containment in line so you don't have to bring in the big-time, high-paid pit crew members. Right now, pit stops for some. Wally Dallenbach's been in. Todd Bodine is in, and Bill Elliott's machine. We continue under green. We are live at the Monster Mile.
Boy, this is really good, Randy.
Hey, Randy. Yeah, it's tough up here today. Well, Dale Jarrett's still leading down the front straightaway. He heads into turn one.
.332 laps on the board here at the Monster Mile. Dale Jarrett shows the way. We're coming right back.
When I was just a little boy, I asked my mother, what should I be? Shall I be handsome? Shall I be rich? Here's what she said to me. Que sera, sera.
Just because your dreams have been crushed doesn't mean your boys have to be. 100% cotton, cut for comfort. Fruit of the Loom. Really, really comfortable underwear.
Since NASCAR first began, there have been over 1,000 races with more than 10,000 drivers and mechanics and millions of spectators. And as NASCAR continues to grow even bigger, so has the One Part Store serious enough to be the only official auto parts store in the history of NASCAR. Western Auto and Western Auto's new Parts America.
Watch TNN's Big Country, and you could be a big winner in the TNN Big Country Sweepstakes. Win a 1996 Dodge Caravan and an all-expense-paid trip to the Fruit of the Loom All-Star Country Fest 96 in Atlanta. Watch TNN weeknights from 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern for the Big Country Clue. Include the clue with your name, age, address, phone number on a postcard, and send it to It's a Big Country Sweepstakes. TNN Station, P.O. Box 3567, South Ferry, Connecticut. Win big in the TNN Big Country Sweepstakes.
336 laps complete here at Dover. Don't forget, coming up in a couple of weeks' time, the UAW GM Teamwork 500, presented by ProMotion Engine Treatment, is live from Pocono International Raceway. Hoping you tune in Sunday, June 16th, 1 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll have it all for you right here on GNN Motorsports. It doesn't get any closer. Caution on the speedway. A piece of debris has just come off a race car going off into the corner, and caution is on the speedway. Lap 338, and Terry Labonte had just caught up with Dale Jarrett, too. There was going to be a potential pass for the lead coming up right there, and then the debris came off on the main straightaway going off into the number 1 corner. And at lap 338, caution is on the speedway. It'll be our 4th of the day, and we'll have to get that debris off the front of Dale, or at least, off the Dale Jarrett car right there.
The caution might have come at a good time for him.
Yeah, boy, Terry was right on his rear bumper.
Well, you know, he might have been looking at the water gauge and watching the water temperature go up. Maybe eased off of it a little bit.
That's true.
But look on Terry's, front of Terry Labonte's car. He has a couple of wrappers himself on his car.
So we'll be seeing pit stops upcoming. We told you Morgan Shepherd was in the garage earlier with handling problems. He is now back on the track, 60 laps down, but he is back on the speedway nevertheless. So Morgan Shepherd back out on the racetrack, and here come the leaders. Lap 339. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Dale Earnhardt is in. Dale Jarrett is in. Terry Labonte gets to his pit. It's going to be 4 tires for everybody. For Dale Jarrett, no chassis adjustments, just the 4 tires. Dale said, please get me 2 bottles of drinking water. By Jarrett.
Terry Labonte is in right now. He had a piece of debris on the grill. They're cleaning that off. Gary DiArtucci said no chassis adjustments that he thought of. They were content with the way the car was running. They were just basically riding behind Jarrett. We also got a report, Terry Labonte's down in the way. We also got a report that Dale Jarrett wanted that other protective boot that we showed you yesterday. He's got a couple of hot feet.
That's something that is now available to these teams from Simpson Safety Protection. They have a basic heat-resistant boot that can either cover both the full foot or just the heel area. And Chad's already nodding his head, especially in the Busch Series where the heat is even more intense than it is in Winston Cup.
Well, it gets about 30 to 40 degrees hotter inside the race car than it is outside. It's even warmer than that the lower you get towards the floorboard of the race car. So down by the feet there, you're looking at about 60 degrees hotter than it is outside. That's pretty warm on your feet.
So we are under caution here at Dover Downs. Remember earlier today, Buddy Baker and I had a chance to chat with the fans. Why don't we go back to this morning and check in on another conversation? Pam?
Good morning. How are you, gentlemen?
Good.
First of all, I'd like to know how to get a cushy TNN job.
A cushy TNN job? That would be your department,
yeah, my
buddy.
department.
How do you get the cushy job?
Well, you have to have first off, you have to have a real Yankee accent to get a job at TNN, okay?
Okay.
It's a simple concept. The bigger the hole, the easier air can flow through it. That's the idea behind Dynamax, the performance exhaust with the open airflow. Dynamax. Its patented open design maximizes your engine's full power potential, so you can really haul. Performance exhaust systems, engineered by Walker. Dynamax.
Get out of rough, tall grass and weeds like this, you don't need one of these. You need one of these, the Weed Terminator.
The Weed Terminator replacement head with serrated edge blades cuts through tall weeds and grass with ease. The Weed Terminator replacement head installs quickly and easily, and changing replacement blades is a snap.
After all, there's a lot better things to be doing with your time.
Available at finer home improvement centers and retailers worldwide.
On the next Dukes of Hazzard, Bo and Luke land in hot water again when they pick up a water heater for Uncle Jesse at the station depot. Seems it's filled with a little marijuana weed instead of H2O. That's the Dukes of Hazzard, Monday at 4 on TNN.
Alex Garris Lincoln Mercury clearance sale. We're overstocked with new cars, so we reduce prices on every new car in stock. We've got to move them out. To give you some good examples, 96 fully equipped Sable for only $17,995. Or come in and purchase this brand new Cougar, fully equipped for only $16,995. Don't forget to come into Alex Garris Lincoln Mercury and save thousands of dollars during our clearance sale. We're located 2 miles north of the Sarasota Braden Airport on U.S. Highway 41.
In nature, there are so many beautiful sights to fill our days, and we try to make each day beautiful for our families. But sometimes we need a friend to help us through sad times. Your friends at Shannon Funeral Homes stay ready at all times to smooth your troubled waters with a traditional funeral service, cremation, or shipment to your hometown. Dignified service at reasonable prices. Call the Shannon Funeral Home nearest you when you need a friend.
Hope you can check out Race Day, hosted by Rick Benjamin this evening, the late edition at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Rick's going to recap all of the weekend's events, what's gone on here, racing in Milwaukee and all across the country. That is the PM edition of Race Day, tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern, right here on TNN Motorsports. There's Bobby Hamilton carrying one of the in-car cameras with us today. That's the famed concrete car that Bobby is driving. Robbie Loomis, his crew chief, first talked about that kind of a theory when we ran at Bristol last year, and he explains it a little bit more for us.
Yes, folks, we are here at Dover with the famous concrete car. Concrete car is one of those cars we bring out with extra bars in the roll cage, and especially the frame rails. The frame rails have extra strength in them. We run this car specifically at Bristol and Dover. The reason is the track has so much banking that when the car goes down the track, it's real hard on the chassis and you get a lot of flex. That's why we run this extra bars in the concrete car.
So a bit of a stiffer frame there. Of course, other teams say they don't do that. Others will run a stiffer car everywhere they go. So, again, that's the diversity of strategies and theories you have in the garage area.
Well, Eli, it's hard to get a rate on a chassis if it's given like that. And a lot of people do brace them up. I know Hendricks built their own chassis and they put their own bracing in. And the one thing you can't keep any kind of control over is if the chassis itself is bending around.
Glenn Jarrett was telling us moments ago that Jeff Gordon made an adjustment on the track bar, the Panhard bar. What does that mean for folks who aren't technically astute? What is the team doing to try and dial that car in?
Well, the rear Panhard bar basically controls your rear roll center. So you can move it up or you can move it down. Now, on the Winston Cup and the Busch cars now, NASCAR's allowed us an adjustment on the right side where we can move that particular side up and down. So what that's going to do is put more angle in it, which will affect it mainly from the middle of the corner on out. A little bit getting in, but mostly from the middle on out. I would guess if they're tight, which most of them we've seen today have been, they raise the right side up, putting more angle in it.
Interesting. Lap 343 on the board. We're riding with Elmo Langley right now in the Pontiac safety car. Pontiac has been pacing NASCAR excitement now for some 22 years. And we're getting set to go back to green here at the Monster Mile. Beautiful blue sky, as you can see. We haven't seen a cloud all weekend since about Wednesday when the little rain showers moved out of the area. Here we go.
See Derek Cope there in the 12 car. He's trying to get a lap back right now, and looks like he's going to get it.
He is back on the tail end of the lead lap. So is Kenny Schrader in the Budweiser machine. Kenny started 31st. He was up to 6th, then lost the lap, but now he's back on the tail end of the lead lap.
These guys really have to fight hard right now to keep Earnhardt back if they possibly can and stay in that lead lap, and hope for caution will bring them back up.
So 10 cars on the lead lap right now. But now let's see what Earnhardt does. 9 cars on the lead lap. There goes Schrader back a lap down. Dale Jarrett right behind him there in the 88, the 5, the Kellogg's car. Terry Labonte, he's running in 3rd. Ernie Irvan is 4th. Jeff Gordon 5th. Now you're going to stop me when I say it, but the restarts have been good today.
They really have. I've been real impressed. Everybody's kind of watched each other and really hadn't been knocking and pushing around on each other like they normally do.
As soon as you say it, somebody goes into the wall. That's why you hesitate. But like you were saying before, Chad, the guys are showing a lot of good respect, a lot of give and take out there.
Well, again, you know, we talked about it earlier. There's a little bit, here goes Earnhardt trying to get Rusty a lap down again. There's a little difference in restarts in Busch. Down Busch, the fast cars start on the inside, and it's opposite in Winston Cup. I think at a track like this, just observing today, that it's kind of better this way because it allows the guys on the inside a chance to get their lap back, a little more controlled, where on the outside there's not as much banging around in the wrecks on restarts. You know, it's a controversial thing, and it's hard to say.
3:48 on the board, 152 miles in the conclusion. Derek Cope still on the tail end of the lead lap. The Badcock Furniture's folks coming on board as the new sponsor for Bobby Allison Motorsports. About a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago at the Winston Select.
Eli, don't get any better than this. That's the first 4 places right there, nose to tail. You see Dale Jarrett now trying to make a move on Earnhardt down into turn 3.
I remember Derek Cope was a race winner here. This is for the lead.
Fans are on their feet, too. Little contact.
Man. Oh, and Terry Labonte had an idea, didn't he? He was looking inside there for a second.
He thought about it, too.
Now, Earnhardt's caught, but you see him pulling back to the bottom there. Terry Labonte let him come back in there. He didn't force the issue. Now there goes Terry.
Good, solid racing right there. So Dale Jarrett, who yielded the lead to Earnhardt at lap 339, gets it back at 351, but Dale's not satisfied. That's Earnhardt who grabbed the lead right back, and here comes Terry Labonte. He's got second.
I tell you the honest truth right now, Dale Jarrett got caught on the outside there, and he couldn't get himself back on the inside, but he did rough up the 3 just a little bit. He didn't mean to do it, but you know when you do that to Earnhardt, he's going to fight back hard.
Then you've got the 2 Robert Yates cars. The 88 for Dale Jarrett, the 28 for Ernie Irvan. Well, he wiggled just a bit coming off the corner that time. It's going to open the inside for Gordon. Meanwhile, the leaders go by Derek Cope. Dennis Gordon did make the pass on Ernie Irvan. We told you Ernie's car wiggled a bit out of turn 2. And that was the only opening Gordon was waiting for.
We had a report that Dale Jarrett just called in to get to it, said, I'm a little bit loose right now. I think it'll come back to us later on, though.
The longer the runs, the better the car has been for Dale Jarrett here today. There's Kenny Schrader. He's in 10th spot right now in the 25. We check back up front. Good battles on the racetrack right now.
If Dale is a little loose right now, you can probably bet in about 15 or 20 laps we'll see what happened last time, and that is Dale coming right through the pack and get in front again, because what will happen is those tires will wear out, he'll tighten up a little bit, and away he'll go.
Well, Dale Jarrett all day long has had that race car that about the first 10 laps, he's kind of dropping back, and then about 15 laps into the run, he really starts running the lead cars back down and been able to pass them and go on.
If you're a Dick Trickle fan, he started in the front row. He's 6 laps down now, running in 27th spot, but he's still out there. We're at lap 355 as you look at the folks in audio, bringing you the sounds of today's race.
Goodyear AquaTread revolutionized wet traction design. Now Goodyear introduces the first tire with a lifetime tread life warranty. The new all-season InfiniTread. Its tread is guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
Right now, get a $40 introductory manufacturer's rebate from Goodyear when you buy 4 InfiniTread radials, Goodyear's longest-wearing passenger tire. That's $40 on 4 Goodyear InfiniTreads. But hurry, this Goodyear offer ends soon.
Will have what it takes to win the UAW GM Teamwork of Excellence Award. Just ask Dale Earnhardt.
Who the heck are those guys?
UAW GM. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
Peerless Faucet didn't come up with the idea for a spout long and high enough to reach over and into large objects. We merely adapted it for the kitchen. High-rise faucet designs by Peerless. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
You know, a lot of people who work on their cars will only shop at AutoZone. They depend on us for the best quality parts and low prices every day. They come in, get what they need, and then get back to work. Because you see, they believe if you want the job done right, you do it yourself. Well, at AutoZone, we couldn't agree more. Because when you take the time and the effort to work on your car yourself, you ought to be choosy about where you shop. We just thank you for choosing AutoZone.
I'm the King Grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, hanging, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Miller 500 on TNN is brought to you by the more than 1,300 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by tangy Heinz 57 steak sauce. Let's eat.
We are looking from high above the Monster Mile, where, as you can see, the pace is slowed. The Duralube aerial camera shows you the aftermath of the caution flag out for the 5th time, and it's caught Dale Jarrett in its midst. Gary Bradbury seemed to have a problem, and Dale Jarrett was right there and spun his race car. Now we'll have to see how extensive that right side damage is, the right rear, and we'll go down to the pit. Here he comes, Randy.
Well, they're waiting for his arrival. As you know, these guys can't tell how bad the damage is. They're stomping their feet down here. They don't like it. It doesn't look too awfully bad at this particular time from my vantage point. The right front is probably towed in, though. That is going to be a problem because they're going to have to fix the toe in. Right side of the car goes up. They're going to go ahead and probably work on the problem, pulling out all the sheet metal. Wow, what a tough break. Said he got into some oil, no question about it. So they're going to work on the damage, probably come back in possibly and change the left side tires as the other leaders pit. Glenn.
Terry Labonte has brought the Kellogg Chevrolet in. Of course, they're all going to take advantage of this opportunity here to change tires. They will at any time. Again, there will be no chassis adjustments. They were very, very happy. In fact, you may mention, guys, that he had already started to pull in on Earnhardt. His car seems to come to him after about 10 or 15 laps. Left side are on. He's down and away right behind Earnhardt, so Terry Labonte hangs on to second.
So caution, as apparently the oil from Gary Bradbury's machine catching Dale Jarrett coming off that turn 2 area. The racetrack narrows up, and we're under caution now, working it for the 5th time today.
Race fans, enter the Pocono Raceway ProMotion Engine Treatment Fantasy Sweepstakes and have a chance to win trips for 2 to the July 21st Miller 500 at Pocono, the August 3rd Brickyard 400, and the 1997 Daytona 500, plus $5,000 in cash. To enter the sweepstakes and receive free ProMotion Engine Treatment literature, call toll-free 1-800-800-0987 or send your name, address, and phone number on a 3x5 piece of paper to this address. For a complete set of rules and a free Pocono Raceway ticket brochure, call 1-800-RACEWAY.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
You like action? Do you crave excitement? Then listen up.
TNN Motorsports and Miller present the Win with the Driver Sweepstakes Year 2. We're bringing it back for repeat performance. Enter today and you can win a trip for 2 to one of these live Winston Cup races. You'll also get spending money, a complimentary team jacket, a tour of the Miller team's rig and pit, meet Rusty Wallace, and more.
Hey, cool.
And if Rusty wins the race, you get $5,000. If he finishes, you pocket a cool grand.
You feeling lucky?
To enter, send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to this address.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your entries.
Get your entry in by June 14th and then watch race day on June 23rd to find out if you're going to the Chippy Loop 300. Remember, if you don't win this time, your entry is eligible for the next drawing.
Enter now.
This sweepstakes is brought to you by Split Fire Spark Plugs and 104 Plus Octane Boost.
ESAB is the official supplier of welding and cutting products for Petty Enterprises. Race fans, call 1-800-HAYNES-2U for blank Haynes BPTs, only $4.99. 1-800-HAYNES-2U. Call them now. Welcome back. That is the scene down in Dale Jarrett's pit area. The hood, as you can clearly see, never should be in that position, and they have already lost a couple of laps after the problems that he had on the back straightaway. You'll take a look at what happened with Gary Bradbury's engine and then the Dale Jarrett aftermath. Here's Bradbury low. And Jarrett goes around.
Eli just got the right sides in that oil, and around the car came off.
And it's so tough because, what were there, 2 or 3 guys had already gone by before Dale got there, but they were not in the same tire tracks.
No matter what anybody tells you, racing is a game of inches. If he'd have been 2 inches higher, he'd have probably missed the oil.
And Glenn, your brother had led 83 laps today. That's a heartbreaker.
Yes, it is, Eli. He's got a bent right front tie rod in. You can see the tie rod in that they're working on here. What that does is that connects the spindle to the drag link that connects the left side steering to the right side, so it all works at one time. Tie rod end is bent. In fact, when he came in, both the left front and the right front tires were pointed at. This is the one that came off the car. You see the bend in it? That's what it's supposed to look like, so you can see the difference there. That's a great amount of bend. As I said, both front tires were pointed in. Tough break for Dale.
Well, the lights are out, as you see, atop that Pontiac safety car, so we're getting set to go back to green. And Jeff Gordon lined up directly behind Elmo. Took the lead at lap 363 when everybody came in for their pit stops. Behind Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, Bobby Labonte, Ernie Irvan, and Jimmy Spencer. Those 6 teams remain on the lead lap. Everybody else is at least 1 lap down.
We'll have to see if Derek can get as good a start as last time and try to stay out on the lead lap. Looks like he's going to be able to do it getting down into turn 1.
Look who's going with him. Earnhardt sneaks a little look on the inside of Gordon. He's trying to get by him on the inside, and it looks like he's going to make the pass down the back straightaway.
Earnhardt's going for the lead. Derek Cope just got back on the tail end of the lead lap. Cope is a former winner here, and Earnhardt makes the pass coming through turn 4. So another swap of the lead. Dale Earnhardt back at the point.
Dale anticipated that move from Derek, and he didn't waste any time at all getting down low to take advantage of it.
What's the key to a good restart like Derek's been getting? I mean, a lot of guys can anticipate the gearing as such and the good launch, as Rusty likes to call it.
Well, he had great patience there. If you jump the lead car, they bring you in. So he had to wait for the outside car, Jeff Gordon, to really take off. What he had to do was maintain that low line and let him know that I'm close enough up. You can't close the door going in the corner. And then he just had the preferred line through there.
There's old Derek. Couldn't quite hang on, though, as the leader goes by and puts him a lap down yet again.
What Derek's hoping for is to jump out in the lead like that and then catch a quick caution. What that'll do is that'll allow him to come back around and be on the lead lap.
Only had 5 cautions today, one of which was for debris on the racetrack, so we've not seen many of them.
You see the third car there, that's Terry Labonte. Behind him is his brother, Bobby Labonte. Not talked about much today, but running a very consistent race in 4th.
Terry Labonte, the only driver to have led 9 races this year. He has led a total of 32 different times, Terry Labonte had this season. That's more than any other driver on the circuit. Another one of those Hendrick teams. They have their consistency together as much as anything else. Jeff Gordon looking.
Here he comes on the bottom side. That'll open up the door for the team car also. Terry Labonte will probably take advantage of this.
So Jeff Gordon and Terry Labonte making the Hendrick sweep to the front now.
We've talked about today the importance of a car right in the very middle being able to turn. What that allows the driver to do is get on the gas just a little bit earlier than the guy in front of him. If he's got the car turned and he's able to get on the gas, then he'll get position underneath him, go down the straightaway, and like we've said, the car on the inside is going to have the preferred line.
Here comes Earnhardt fighting back under Terry Labonte. Not giving up easy at the Eli.
No, that's second place right there that they're scrambling for. And the green car right behind him is Bobby Labonte.
Bobby's just kind of hanging back and saying, okay, you guys, you do your thing, and I'll just wait back here, save my tires, so when you guys are done playing, then I'll pass all of you.
We'll see about that.
They pitted now. Let's make a note of this, too, should it be a factor later. The leaders pitted at lap 362. So if they go roughly 100, 462, cut it back a bit to about 450. So they'll have to make a pit stop again with about 50 miles remaining in the Miller 500. This could be settled on pit road as well as it could be settled on the racetrack.
You know, I just looked back there, and just behind the lead cars there, Ernie Irvin is making a move in the 28 car. He's in 5th place right at the moment, but he's moving very well.
The other team on the lead lap, Jimmy Spencer. Those 6 cars we've been talking about are on the lead lap. Glad you're with us. We're here at the Monster Mile, Dover Downs, on a magnificent afternoon as Richard Childress, Earnhardt's car owner, looks on.
Enter the Performance Zone with Splitfire Performance V spark plugs.
You hit your passing gear, you're gone.
Experts say Splitfire Performance V spark plugs mean more horsepower and better mileage.
The difference in gas mileage has been fantastic.
Enter the Performance Zone only with Splitfire Performance V's, guaranteed. And for more power at any RPM, get Splitfire Performance V twin-core wires.
Oh, well, I'm the kind of light for any job you do, any job that needs 3 hands, but you've got only 2, 'cause I'm the snake light from Black & Decker. I'll get around, I'm the snake light.
Hey, you're a guy, and guys want to stay cool. How do you do it? With new Speed Stick Gel, proven to keep you drier than any other gel. It's the best gel protection. New Speed Stick Gel, just for the guys.
Last year, 26 cars rolled out ahead of Terry Labonte. 30 laps later, the Iceman cracked the top 10 and never looked back. With 10 laps left, Hendrick Motorsports teammate Jeff Gordon looked unstoppable. Then Gordon missed the 20th. Labonte charged to the front and held on to take his 15th Winston Cup victory. From Pocono Speedway, it's the UAW GM Teamwork 500, presented by Promotion Engine Treatment. Sunday, June 16th, 1 p.m., noon Central on TNN Motorsports.
Been a busy weekend for us here at Dover Downs. Don't forget, next weekend here on TNN Motorsports, things will begin at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. The Coca-Cola Shootout is live from Topeka, Kansas, Heartland Park there. The NASCAR All-Pro Series, the Slim Jim All-Pro cars, the Featherlight Southwest Tour, and the Repco Northwest Tour get together. Then the Winston Motorsports 300 from South Boston. Mike Joy is going to be there with Buddy, and maybe they'll see Chad Little get to victory lane there again. And then 1 week from today, NASCAR's Craftsman Truck Series live from Topeka, Kansas, 2 o'clock Eastern Time, right here on TNN Motorsports. Well, there's Dale Earnhardt now running in third spot. If you want to see how Terry Labonte got around him moments ago, why don't we go back about 25 and 30 seconds ago and show you how that pass took place.
Again, Terry got a really good run.
You know, I've seen Earnhardt do this 3 or 4 times today. He is not going to push that car and tear that right front tire up. He just pulled over to the inside and let Terry go. He said, okay, well, I got some time left here.
Well, you got to drive with your brain as much as with your right foot.
That's the sportsmanship that we were talking about today.
There you've got Ernie Irvan, the 28, Ricky Rudd in the 10, Rusty Wallace in the 2. Ernie's on the lead lap in 4th. Rudd is 8th. Wallace is 9th. Oh, the 10 and 2 cars are a lap down. Noel's having a fine run today. Jeff Burke, he's a lap down. Young man from South Boston, Virginia. He's running in 7th spot. Haven't talked that much about him. But he certainly has a good run. Though again, for him, regrettably, not on the lead lap. This is for position right there. Rusty Wallace gets around Ricky Rudd. But they'll swap 8th and 9th around right now.
Eli, you see Rusty there. If you've ever listened to him on the radio and just listened to him talk to Robin Pemberton, they actually set that car up as they make a run. 100-lap run, they'll talk about that chassis at least 8 or 10 times and try to make that car better all through the race. And even though he's a lap down, don't count him out. If he hits that magic formula, he could be a factor before this day's over.
Could well be. We got time. 116 laps, 116 miles yet to go here at Dover.
Looks like he was sporting a pie plate there in the middle of the grill there.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Wow. I tell you what, that's been a problem today. There's been a lot of paper on the racetrack.
It is a paper plate.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
There goes Ernie a bit high on the banking. Not for position this pass, but Rusty will take anything he can get. Ernie's on the lead lap, and Rusty Wallace is a lap down, remember. There's something. If he can get around the leader and catch the caution, he'll be a handful before the day's done.
Ernie Irvan just called in and said, I'm extremely tight at the moment. The car is pushing the nose as he goes into the corner. He's having trouble keeping the car down, but you see it go up the racetrack there.
386 laps on the board. If you're wondering about Steve Grissom and you're a fan of his, he went out early with an accident, hit the wall at lap 67. Sterling Marlin went out with engine failure. Mark Martin with engine problems today. Gary Bradbury likewise. Otherwise, everybody else is still on the racetrack. Many are a number of laps down, but they are out there running nevertheless. Average speed around 122 miles an hour. That last report from NASCAR Timing and Scoring. There you see from high above the speedway, Dale Earnhardt on the lead lap in third, and Rusty Wallace behind him a lap down. He's got the 28. You see the orangest red numbers on the roof of Ernie Irvan's machine, and there's Bobby Labonte right behind him.
Car there is Ricky Rudd. He's run very well today, but he is a lap down, and he's trying to do the same thing that Rusty Wallace is doing right now, trying to get himself back in the lead lap.
Ricky Rudd has 3 wins, 10 top 5s, 4 poles here in some 35 starts over the years, so this has been a good racetrack for him. Dale Jarrett's back on the racetrack now after the repairs that Glenn showed you earlier. Obviously, it's a lengthy stay behind the wall. All the way back in 31st position is where Dale is running now. He is 25 laps down. Dale Jarrett, as significant as he is a player in the points chase right now. Second spot, he has to get back out there and pick up whatever points he can. But with attrition not being very high right now, he'll find himself back in the mid-30s once everybody finally settles out their running order spots.
Bobby Bosch very, very close to spinning that car just then in turn 3. He went in the corner very hard. The car went up and actually got in the loose part of the racetrack on the outside.
That's Jeff Gordon, the race leader. He continues to show the way, 109 miles from conclusion. There you see the numbers. We're coming right back.
You're making the move, finding your own place. Some things work, some don't. When you find what you want, you'll know it. Got that now in a brand new beer from Miller. New Miller is brewed a whole new way, from the heart of the hops, for flavor unlike any other beer. Big flavor that goes down easy. Brand new Miller beer. Reach for what's out there.
When asked, 9 out of 10 people say they'd rather be on vacation than at home.
Come on.
I'm bored.
You have to
I have to practice. Mom, she's a train professional. Hey, do not throw the ducks.
Of course, most of the people they asked didn't own a John Deere, because in survey after survey, folks are more satisfied with John Deere than other lawn tractors.
Honey, it's green.
It sure is.
Anything?
Nothing runs like a deer.
Coming up Monday on Primetime Country, the gambler, Kenny Rogers, is your guest host. It's Kenny Rogers, your guest host on Primetime Country, Monday night at 9 Eastern on TNN.
A news update.
Is it true that the All-Star Steakhouse uses only top-quality beef?
Yes.
Is it true that the steaks are cut on the premises daily?
That's true.
Is it true that the All-Star has 2 giant screen TVs and 7 27-inch TVs?
That's true, too.
Do you have a kids menu?
Of course.
Do you accept credit cards?
My answer is here. Is that all?
You serve Chinese food, too.
Sorry, we don't have.
The All-Star Steakhouse. Great steak. Reasonable prices.
Town Auto Parts has been saving you money 25 years, a quarter century of quality, savings, and value. And now with over 300 stores, the anniversary sales savings are spectacular. Castro Motor Oil is down to 98 cents a quart. Grease Lightning is anniversary sale priced at only $8.88. The Super Econo Club is only $19.99. Discount Auto Parts, helpful, friendly service, lifetime guarantee on hard parts, and 25th anniversary savings for you. You work on cars? It pays to go with the pros you know.
Next week, we'll be in Topeka, Kansas for that big doubleheader here on CNN Motorsports, and that's where Race Talk will originate from next Saturday evening. And we'll be on at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, a special time because of the Busch Series race in South Boston. We'll have a couple of special guests, and as always, take your phone calls. That is Race Talk. Next Saturday, special time, 7 o'clock Eastern, right after the race at South Boston Speedway in Virginia. Let's go back to the garage area as we watch our race leader, Jeff Gordon, continue to move around the racetrack. That thing didn't hold up for Dale Jarrett. He's parked it again, Randy.
Well, actually, he pulled it right behind pit wall here, right in front of victory lane, where he wished he would be at the end of this race. We'd stick the mic in there and get a word from him, but I promise you wouldn't hear from him. The problem is he's got a big vibration in his car. They have been all over it. They don't know where to look. The one thing that they're possibly speculating right now is the drive shaft might be a little askew in the car. So they believe that the vibration could be coming from the drive shaft, but they're just not sure. He cannot drive it.
That's a heartbreak now as he is all the way back to 33rd position and continuing to backslide even more as we are now at 400 laps, 100 laps remaining, and that man is in the catbird seat. Let's go to the Jeff Gordon pit.
Well, Ray Everdale told me, Eli, that, we reported a few laps ago that they had made a drag bar adjustment. Ray said it simply did not work on that last caution flag when Dale Jarrett wrecked. That he put the car back exactly like it was when they started the race, and boy, is it just lightning right now. Also, we saw Earnhardt slide back to third. He is reporting that his car just a little bit loose. I'm going to tell you what, when Earnhardt says one is a little loose, it's big time loose to somebody else.
Good observation right there.
When they say loose, that means turn right to go left to hold the back end right on the car. That's what it means. And when Earnhardt complains, he's right. That is the big problem.
I always like the definition of when the car is tight, your nose hits the wall first. If it's loose, the back end hits the wall first.
Or as Neil Bonnet used to say, if it's pushing, you see the wreck.
Yeah, it's classic Neil Bonnet right there. That's Ernie Irvan. He is running in 5th spot, battling with Jimmy Spencer for 6th. There you see Jimmy in that purple and gold car there. Kenny Schrader in the Budweiser machine, and that wasn't the lap Spencer was looking for right there. Schrader is running in 10th. He is a lap down. There's the Napa update. Gives you a good look at how your favorite is running right now. Had a lot of green flag racing. You might have lost track of who is where. So we'll give you a good look back. Lap 404 on the board right now. Jimmy Spencer, we talked about him before. His first ever Winston Cup start came here. June 1989. Ernie Irvan, we look at him, looking for his first Winston Cup win here. Buddy Baker, there's a story going around that first race for Jimmy Spencer, of course, it was in your Pontiac that you owned back there in 1989. There's a story going around that you called him, he didn't think it was really you, and he hung up on you, and then you finally have to call back. Maybe stretching it a bit, but it's a good story.
Jimmy Spencer's like a lot of race car drivers. They never let the truth stand in the way of a good story. He did not hang up on me. Now I can hear Miss Spencer now going.
Buddy Baker with that comment. 406 laps on the board. Look at all the stuff we saw there on Rusty Wallace's grill. Been talking about that much of the day today.
Eli, you see the 2-car there. He passed Terry Labonte just a second ago. He is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. He is trying very, very hard now to run down the lead cars of Jeff Gordon and get back in the lead lap. If he does, I tell you, he's flying. He just passed Terry Labonte and put him a half a straightaway down in about 4 laps.
Well, let's see now. Jeff Gordon has come across the stripe. Here comes Rusty. He's 2.5 seconds plus a full lap. So he's 2.5 seconds from catching Jeff Gordon. Then he'd have to make up yet another lap. There you see the separation. Of course, Terry Labonte dropping back just a tad. Of course, Jeff Gordon is also running particularly well. Terry is in 2nd spot, but the margin is spreading just a bit. It'll check in at about 3 9/10 seconds now. There's Jeff Gordon. You see him just going beneath that bridge. Then 3 9/10 seconds further back is the 2nd place man, Terry Labonte. You see his colors coming through the corner right there. Right now, it's a comfortable run for Jeff Gordon, who led the first 68 laps, then lost the lead for 1 lap during pit stops, led the next 50, led 50 laps later in the day, has swapped the lead around, now has been in control since lap 371. Terry Labonte has 1 2/10 seconds over Dale Earnhardt. That's the spread from 2nd to 3rd. Jeff Gordon has led 149 laps today. So who's your favorite? Is it Jeff Gordon? Is it Dale Earnhardt? We were talking with the fans earlier today, remember? And we asked the fans outside the Speedway, who's going to win? Earnhardt or Gordon or somebody else? All right, let's start arguing now. Who's the better driver, Gordon or Earnhardt? Go ahead.
Earnhardt! Earnhardt! Gordon! Earnhardt! Earnhardt! Gordon! Earnhardt! Gordon! Earnhardt! Definitely!
Jeff Gordon! Thanks a lot, Eli.
Thank you guys so much. Enjoy yourselves. Have a good day today. I'm still a Buddy Baker fan.
Thank you, Eli.
Hold it, Harry. You know you can't use Duraloop fuel treatment in your Indy car. It's an unfair advantage. I'm not allowed to use this product in my Indy car, but in my road car, I want the Duralube Advantage.
Duralube is scientifically formulated to clean, condition, and protect your fuel system for a smoother running engine with more power and less harmful emissions. Duralube Fuel Treatment, tomorrow's technology today.
What if I told you everything you know about TV is about to change? Because now there's DirecTV, totally digital television. More movies, more sports, more of what I want than ever before. All through a tiny satellite dish about the size of a small pen. Stay. How does DirecTV work? I have no idea, but it does. For the DirecTV retailer nearest you, call 1-800-DirecTV.
That's right, that's exactly right. How am I supposed to explain that to the client?
We have no time.
This is Jeff.
Hi, it's me.
Hi, what's up?
How's work?
It's busy, very busy. What's up?
Well, do you want to meet me at home for lunch?
No, that's, I can't do that right now. I'm in the middle of something and I can't get away. So it's a big meeting,
Uh-huh. Have you looked in your briefcase yet?
Oh, get ready. Come on.
I left you something this morning.
I'll be home in 10 minutes.
I'm the King Grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, tangy, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
Right now, get a $40 introductory manufacturer's rebate from Goodyear when you buy 4 Infinitred radials, Goodyear's longest-wearing passenger tire. That's $40 on 4 Goodyear Infinitreads. But hurry, this Goodyear offer ends soon.
We are 82 laps from conclusion here at the Monster Mile, and coming up immediately following our broadcast of the Miller 500. Stay tuned for Road Ready. That is coming up as soon as we move on from here at the Monster Mile. Eli Gold with Chad Little, Buddy Baker, Glenn Jarrett, and Randy Pemberton bring you the coverage from here at Dover Downs International Speedway, a race that has been slowed 5 times by caution. That is Terry Labonte ahead of Dale Earnhardt, second and third spot respectively. Still a goodly distance behind the race leader, Jeff Gordon. They were better than 3.5 seconds behind the DuPont Chevrolet moments ago. Others on the lead lap, Bobby Labonte, Ernie Irvan, Jimmy Spencer. Those 6 are on the lead lap. 7th is Rusty Wallace. Jeff Burton is 8th. Ricky Rudd is 9th. Ken Schrader is 10th. Michael Waltrip is 11th. Couple of laps down at 12th, you've got Derek Cope. 13th now is Ted Musgrave. 14th, Jeremy Mayfield. Todd Bodine is in the 15th spot, and there Earnhardt and Labonte swapping around again.
Boy, don't take but a second. You see Terry Labonte getting caught up behind the slow car there. And boy, I mean, just right then, Dale Earnhardt went zap.
How was that?
Yeah, made the move.
Yes, he did. Around Derek Cope right there. We were giving you a bit of a rundown. We told you that 15th was Todd Bodine. There you have Gordon as the race leader on the screen. Ricky Craven's running 16th. Johnny Benson 17th. Kenny Wallace is 18th. John Andretti 19th. And Ward Burton is 20th. And there's Rusty Wallace closing in, if he can, on Jeff Gordon to get back on the lead lap. Again, if you're just joining us, Rusty might be the quickest car on the track now, but he is still 3.5 seconds plus a lap down to Jeff Gordon.
The bad part is that there's not a caution. Just getting by him, you're still a lap down. Even if you get back in the lead lap, you still have the distance of a whole mile racetrack here. And that'd be hard to catch Jeff Gordon from almost a full lap down.
423 laps on the board. There's Dave Marcus to the inside of Jeff Gordon. There's old Dave Marcus. He's one of the toughest guys to pass on a racetrack. Dave Marcus, God bless him, will not give you an inch. Doesn't matter if it's noontime or 4 in the afternoon. Daytona, Dover, or wherever, he's not going to give you an inch.
The one thing about him you have to admire, though, when he had race cars that were capable of winning, he did win.
Yeah, he and Harry Hyde.
And that is his money going around that racetrack. That's not a lot of... He does have a sponsor now in Prodigy, but I'll tell you, he suffered for a lot of years to be able to go out there and race on the racetrack like he does.
That's exactly right. Dave Marcus and Harry Hyde, a man for whom you drove, buddy. Many, many victories on super speedways and a number of pole positions.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dave's a great race car driver. He's won a lot of short tracks up in the Midwest and all.
Ricky Rudd making a pit stop at lap number 425. Coming down the pit lane. Terry Labonte just got a bit higher on the racetrack than he wanted moments ago. We'll take a look back and see exactly what happened there. Off into the corner. And there goes Jeff Burton beneath him. Jeff Burton, we've told you, running well. He is a lap down in 8th spot right now.
Eli, that's when you say, wake up, Leroy. Boy, I tell you what, that's dangerous when you get up out of the groove like that. There's a lot of dust and stuff on the top part of this racetrack.
Hutch Strickland is pitting, so is Bobby Hillin, so is Kenny Schrader.
I would suspect that, we're about ready to see pit stops again, which will be our final pit stops for the track remains green. Terry's tires are probably about getting wore out. He entered the corner there hard. He pinched the corner off a little bit, it looked like, and the rear end got away from him. He had to chase it up the track.
Remember, we were talking about the numbers earlier. If everything stays as is, we should be looking at pit stops inside the next 20 miles, depending upon everybody's own strategy. So we're going to break away and come back in time for those pit stops as we're with you on coverage of the Miller 500.
It's time to play True Vacation. Okay, Peggy, you ready?
Well,
Go! 5 correct answers wins. True or false? Mississippi has 26 miles of beach.
True!
Yes! Mississippi is full of historic Civil War battlefields.
That's true!
Bunkers have taken Mississippi by storm.
True!
Come on, Peggy. Mississippi has more Las Vegas-style fun than anywhere but Las Vegas.
True!
Mississippi's famous for its antebellum hole.
That's true!
Mississippi's the birthplace of Elvis and the blues.
True! No false!
Almost. In Mississippi, live crawfish are sometimes worn as jewelry.
True!
Okay, Peggy. 1, 4, 2 wins. Last question. Anyone can get a free Mississippi travel planner by calling 1-800-WARMEST. Take your time.
Oh, gosh!
2 seconds.
True!
Yes, true. Anyone can get a free Mississippi travel planner by calling 1-800-WARMEST. Congratulations, you won a true vacation to Mississippi. Bye, everybody.
How can the Home Depot's paint department help you?
We have a huge paint department.
We've got experts that can help you with any project.
We will definitely take care of you.
Our Behr paints and stains are top quality.
Waterproofing?
Behr's got you covered.
You need to stain a fence or deck? We've got all kinds of stains.
In all kinds of shades.
We even got sealers.
We give people choices. Everything you need is right there at your fingertips.
Any project, Home Depot can help.
The Home Depot, where low prices are just the beginning.
Mike Skinner Chevy wears the number 3 and lives up to it in every way. But the 95 Series champ better be ready, because this year's contenders are coming on strong. The 1996 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Get on board and hold on tight. It's the Lund Look 225, live next Sunday, 2 p.m., 1 Central, only on TNN Motorsports.
Welcome back. Coverage of the Miller 500. Jeff Gordon continues to lead. We have seen some pit stops. Rusty Wallace was in 3 laps ago. Bobby Hamilton, Greg Sachs, John Andretti, Michael Waltrip. They have been in, and the hood is up on Andretti's machine. Jeff Gordon still shows the way, and Rusty Wallace said, heck, I'll come in early and get tires and see what happens.
Well, it's a gamble. He rolled the dice just then. If he can run real fast right now, everybody else is on used tires, and he would catch a caution. It may put him back in the lead lap.
Let's go to Randy on pit road.
Well, there's a heck of a discussion going on between Dale Earnhardt and Richard Childress. Richard Childress wanted to gamble a little bit and go ahead and pit early like Rusty Wallace had just done moments ago. Try and get a few more laps on fresh rubber, therefore make up some ground on the track and try to reel in Jeff Gordon. Earnhardt said no, does not want that to happen, because if he comes down pit road and Gordon stays out there and they catch a caution, he's pretty much done for the win. So they're going to wait for a little while. Earnhardt won that war.
And Hutch Strickland had apparently an engine failure. He's gone directly to the garage, as you saw, but the caution flag is not flying as they remain under green. Top 436 of 500. Here comes Bobby Labonte down the pit lane now. He'll stop at lap 436. All of these are the final scheduled stops of the day. Jimmy Makar and the crew waiting to service the Interstate Batteries Chevy. Randy?
No chassis adjustments that I've seen so far. Just making sure they get all of the fuel in. Catch can man holds the catch can with his leg. make 4-tire stop around the left sides. Once again, a good clean windshield for this driver. Nice and smooth, no problems on the stop, down and away. Good stop for these guys.
Ernie Irvan is in, Jimmy Spencer is in, Ted Musgrave making his final stop. There's Ernie, and again a chassis adjustment for that crew.
Well, Chad, what would you do right now? Would you come in and take on fresh tires, or would you stay out there on old tires and maybe lose a lot of ground because the cars have stopped?
I think the best thing to do is like we saw earlier. You come in, get the fresh tires early as you can, try to make up a little bit of ground. Why there's a big difference between old tires and fresh tires.
Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett.
I talked to Ray Evernham about what they were going to do. He said, we're not going to do anything until we see some other guys pit. They're just waiting them out. They didn't want to be the first guy to pit, then have a caution come out and get caught a lap down. So they can conceivably go to lap 450 with no problem. They're just waiting them out. The car's very consistent time-wise on the racetrack. Now they're finally starting to get ready down here to 24 pit. We understand they will be in about 4 or 5 more laps. Terry Labonte has pitted now, and so they were on the radio wondering back and forth, what do we do? What do we do? They're just playing the waiting game, and Gordon is beating them at them.
Meanwhile, Morgan Shepherd losing his bumper right there. The Remington Arms team going to work, trying to, of course, in the old days, Junior Johnson used to do that by himself. He'd go back there and rip that bumper off. It's taken 3 guys to do it. But Morgan Shepherd with a problem on that car. John Andretti's machine being pushed to the garage area. So he apparently is done for the afternoon at lap 442. And now with the bumper pulled away from Morgan Shepherd, he returns. But it's that long, lonely push to the garage for the Kmart Little Caesars team. And still no Jeff Gordon on pit road. There he is.
I'm sure they're taking times off the cars that stopped just a little while ago, but I would say in a few laps. Here he comes as I speak.
Here he comes. Johnny Benson right behind him in the Pennzoil Pontiac. Here comes Earnhardt also. Dale's coming down the pit lane right behind Jeff Gordon. Final scheduled stop, lap 444 going up on the board as Gordon crosses start-finish to head to his pit stall. Let's cover the stop as he goes slowly down to the turn 1 end of pit road. Also, Dale Earnhardt is in also. Let's cover both stops.
Well, Gordon Reese's the first Chevrolet in, guys, and as you said, Eli, should be the last stop. He's very, very happy. This is the first time all day I haven't heard him complain on the radio about how the car is working. Now, let's go to Randy. The left side's around Gordon's car. He'll be down in a minute. Randy.
They're just hoping they get a good set of matched tires on the good red Chevrolet. He's down and away. Excellent pit stop for the Earnhardt crew.
Pressure is on. Those guys are performing as well as their drivers are.
They practice all week long for that situation right there.
Hermie Sadler going to the garage area for the Peebles Department Stores entry. His first NASCAR Winston Cup start for Hermie Sadler. Gotten out there today, put the lap shade, running in 37th spot. Riding with Bobby Hamilton, Jeff Gordon is a bit further ahead there. Time go by. 444 laps on the board. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here at the Monster Mile. Can anybody handle Jeff Gordon? Find out when we come back.
To make this beauty look its best, I use Armor All Protectant on the vinyl and rubber. And for the paint, now there's Armor Plate Paint Protection. It shines, protects, and really makes those colors pop. New Armor Plate. It's like Armor All for your paint.
I get here early to stock up on Texaco Havoline Formula 3 motor oil because it gives my engine complete protection.
Me too.
Michael Andretti.
Texaco Havoline Formula 3 is formulated to control volatility and fight vaporization. And it's the same oil used by championship racing teams.
Empty.
Tough track, huh?
Take it to the stars.
Get a Dream Team basketball with a 12-quart Havoline Formula 3 or 6-quart Havoline synthetic purchase.
Nothing makes a car look hotter than shiny wheels. So I use Quicksilver Wheel Cleaner from Armor All. No scrubbing, just spray and rinse to get the brake dust and grime ordinary cleaners can leave behind. So every time you wash your car, use Quicksilver from Armor All.
It's country music's biggest night. An evening filled with the brightest stars and biggest bands.
Thank you.
Don't miss a minute of the glitz and glamour. Join host Martina McBride, Lori Morgan, and Sawyer Brown's Mark Miller.
I can honestly say this is my very favorite award show.
It's the 30th annual TNN Music City News Country Awards. Live, Monday, June 10th, 8 Eastern, only on TNN, the Nashville Network.
$50 miles remaining here at Dover Downs International Speedway. The leader is Jeff Gordon. He pitted with a 4.5-second lead over Dale Earnhardt. Now it is 5.5 seconds over Earnhardt, who still is in third. Terry Labonte remains the second place man. Randy Pemberton, let's follow up on tire strategy now that everything's starting to play out. What about Rusty Wallace's early stop? How has that finally figured in?
Well, it definitely played for him, Eli. He got nearly 10 laps out of his new fresh set of rubber that he put on the car over Gordon and Earnhardt. The deal is he's picked up about 3 seconds. He is now back on the lead lap, and that'll give you an idea of what pit strategy is like down there for these guys trying to get some quicker laps out of newer tires. They short pitted the car. They literally had to do that. Gordon and Earnhardt had to go with the strategy that they did as well. But if Rusty can catch a caution, he would be back in the game.
That's the same thing we saw last year when Bobby Hamilton in the fall race here started short pitting against the leader Jeff Gordon, and that forced Ray Evernham to change his pit strategy that day as well. So it's very much a part of this game.
Eli, I see a big piece of paper right in the middle of the grill there on Jeff Gordon's car. I hope it does not run him hot, but it's late in the race here, and anything can happen.
You might have seen him just go by Dale Jarrett also, who's running slowly on the apron of the track. Dale is in 36th position right now after being so dominant early in the day and getting caught up in the oil from a blown engine. Dale Earnhardt, top 5 right now. He's in third. Remember what we were talking about earlier? This will be his 7th straight top 5 finish for Dale Earnhardt if nothing changes or anywhere in the top 5.
What do you think? Are we going to get another caution?
I wouldn't think so. You know, you never know, certainly.
Exactly. That's what I was fixing to say.
Yeah, you never know.
I see a bunch of cars running side by side out there. Anything can happen at any time. It was a good move on Rusty's part. It was the only way to get back his lead out. It's obvious now that Jeff Gordon has the pressure tires and is making up some ground on Rusty Wallace.
Steve Grissom, a single car incident, brought on a caution, lap 67. Jeff Bodine in traffic, spun coming out of turn number 4 earlier in the day. Rick Mass spinning off the corner, as he told us, tried to cut the car too hard to pass Rusty Wallace. And there was debris on the track, and then Dale Jarrett getting into the oil put down by Gary Bradbury. We have had only 38 laps of caution today, and yesterday in the NASCAR Busch Series race, the Goodwrench Delco 200, middle of the day, there were already 45 laps of caution through about 125 laps of racing. So by the overall scheme of things, this has been a very clean one. A lot of folks may not remember, but when Bobby Allison won here in 1971, of course, the speeds weren't blazing like this. But when Bobby won here in 71, that race was caution-free. Not a single yellow through the whole day.
I remember the day well. When I walked in the shower down here, there were 31 drivers on the floor trying to recoup.
I bet. Let's take a look back further now. There's Ernie Irvan. He's running in the 4th position. Ricky Rudd behind him is not on the lead lap, but Ricky is in 8th place for the day. There's Ricky Rudd.
You know, Ernie's had an up and down day. At one time he was the fastest car out there, then he got a little bit off, and he fought his way back to the front again. But right now, I think his car is just a little bit off, and he's not quite as quick as the lead cars that are running out there right now.
41 miles to go. Ricky Rudd to the inside of Ernie Irvan, not for position. But Ricky climbs a little bit closer towards the front. Ricky Rudd's been coming here since 1976. His family might remember that old Chevrolet he drove back in those days. Finished 23rd. Also won 3 times here. You see Jimmy Spencer in the middle of that pack, the 23. Rusty Wallace trying to hang on. Here goes Jeff Gordon to the high side, trying to dispense with the Miller car. Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, I was just about to update you on that very thing, Eli. Jeff, after he got out and got running on those 2 tires, really started reeling Rusty in. And that's the strategy Rusty played. Like Randy said, he did it perfectly, but he never got that caution that he wanted. Jeff's car has remained amazingly consistent over the last 100 laps or so. The lap times that I'm timing are very, very close each lap. That's the reason nobody's able to do anything at all with it. Doesn't matter what they do, if Jeff makes a mistake, it's his race to win or lose.
Well, Jeff Gordon showing the way. Chevrolet having a good day right now. The top 3 are members of the bow tie contingent before the first Ford checks in. Ernie Irvan, and you've got Bobby Labonte in the Chevy. Another Ford for Spencer and so on. It's won 3 spots right now, held down by Chevrolet. For Chevy starting on the pole today also with Jeff Gordon, who if he wins this race, wins $38,000 from Unocal as part of the Unocal Challenge that rolls over each week.
Ooh, I mean, that was a wreck right there. They just didn't hit anything. Jeff Bodine was on the outside of Rusty Wallace. They made a little bit of contact, and I thought they were on their way to the outside wall.
There's Ernie Irvan. He's just not up to the speed he was earlier. Bruce says that there might be a tire problem, or at least Randy, I guess that's what Ernie might be thinking on the radio.
He's really falling off the pace, Eli. He thinks he's got a right front going down. They pulled the binoculars out. Larry McReynolds tried to focus in on it for him. They obviously do not want to bring him in here and lose a lap and a half in the pits, trying to change tires, but in the same token, they don't want him to lose one and lose the race car and possibly hurt the driver as well. But Ernie's trying to nurse it right now. But this pit crew is ready for Ernie Irvan.
I'll tell you that Robert Yates bunch has had some kind of luck today, huh? With Dale Jarrett's problems, and now Ernie fearing they might have a tire going down. 35 miles from the finish. Jeff Gordon now working his way around Jimmy Spencer, putting him a lap down.
Hanson, the sales report was a disaster. Your group has the lowest performance record in the history of the company, and you're a total disappointment. Are you familiar with the term downsizing?
From the summer hit Flipper come the incredible Flipper Squirt Toys, only at Pizza Hut. Scar and Flipper are just $1.69 each with any pizza purchase. You can even get them delivered. Everyone will love them. Even kids. Sorry. Pizza Hut, you'll love the stuff we're made of.
I always use my favorite steak sauce. It's tradition. Every once in a while, I'm in the mood for something different. Something thick, robust, and hearty. Yeah, all right.
New A1 Thick and Hearty.
Now at Pep Boys, get a $5 rebate on all Raybestos Pro Stop lifetime brakes. Car, truck, import, or domestic. That's $5 back on Raybestos lifetime brakes. You'll never have to buy brakes again. Pep Boys, everything but gas.
Later today on TNN Outdoors, Tennessee's Pickwick Lake offers up the best smallmouth bass fishing for Orlando Wilson. That's at 5. Then we're looking for largemouth in Tuscaloosa with Roland Martin at the helm, following at 5:30. Later today, TNN Outdoors.
When other dealers say they can't, Cox can. Cox can provide the best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and utility vehicles. Cox can put you in the warranted vehicle of your choice. Cox can provide the best financing terms, whether you have good, bad, or no credit at all. Cox can help put you in a car today through our automated credit hotline. Don't let other dealers tell you no. Come to Cox Chevrolet and Cox GL for quality pre-owned cars. Because yes, Cox can.
Advertising with Time Warner has allowed us to reach an enormous amount of people for a minimal cost. We have commercials on 10 different networks, which allows us to reach every customer we're trying to target. Cable advertising also gives us an opportunity to give something back to the community by sponsoring the post-game events for local athletes. By far, Time Warner cable advertising is the best investment the Sears Appliance and TV has ever made.
It is a DuPont kind of day here in Dover, Delaware. Corporate headquarters just up Highway 13 in Wilmington, Delaware. The car is leading, and the chief mechanic, Ed Guzzo. Turn around, Ed. There you are. He is the Western Auto mechanic of the race today. Ed Guzzo picking up a couple of $1,000 from the folks at Western Auto as the Western Auto mechanic of the race. Our congratulations to him. One of those guys behind the scenes, another New Jersey guy. That new Ray Evernham in Ray's formative years. They've got this car on a rail.
It is definitely on a rail. It's a delight to see a car work that well. I just wish I had more of it.
What's the best race car you ever had on a given day?
Well, probably a couple times last year, one at Rockingham, one at Charlotte. It's just one of those days. The better the car handles, the easier it is to drive. I mean, there's no question about that. When a car is right, that's the easiest day you'll ever have.
How about you, buddy? What was the best race car handling and everything you ever had and all of your victories and so on?
Anyone that got the checkered flag in front of it. I had so many good race cars, it would really be talking about one of my crew chiefs or one of my car owners. If I said it wasn't the best, they would say, well, what about the time you won by 7 laps or 2 laps? Or what about the time you won on the last lap past the guy? They're all special.
I hear you. Why don't we show you what the interval looks like right now on the racetrack. There you see Jeff Gordon, the race leader, going off into turn number 1. You've got the 5 machine right there, Terry Labonte. He's running in the 2nd spot. Then we'll go back to the next man in spot. That'll be Dale Earnhardt. He's running in 3rd as we pull back from Terry, and you'll see the interval as the GM Goodwrench machine comes through. There he is. Ernie Irvan is next in line behind Dale Earnhardt. Ernie running in the 4th spot. You got to go a goodly distance back now to find the Texaco Havoline Ford. There it is. That's your top 4. Ahead of Bobby Labonte, Jimmy Spencer, Rusty Wallace, Mickey Rudd, Jeff Burton, and Kenny Schrader. That is your top 10. We're coming back. The checkered flag is in sight. Don't leave us. We're 23 laps on the finish.
It's 400 miles of rocky, rutted trails with enough bumps and jumps to shake a truck to pieces. But if you think an endurance race through the Arizona desert is a real torture test for a truck, just imagine what it can do to a battery. That's why Parker 400 winners Dan Smith and Dave Ashley chose a battery they could depend on to go the distance. The Duralast battery. The same Duralast you can depend on for your car, because it's the one we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
What makes the Chevy Monte Carlo so great? Aerodynamic balance and rear downforce.
4-stroke, great horsepower.
Absolutely minimal drag coefficient.
Really nice map light.
Monte Carlo has won more races than any other car in NASCAR Winston Cup history. Genuine Chevrolet, the car's more champions trust, for all kinds of reasons.
What makes the Monte Carlo so good? Me.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Right now, get a $40 introductory manufacturer's rebate from Goodyear when you buy 4 Infinitred radials, Goodyear's longest-wearing passenger tire. That's $40 on 4 Goodyear Infinitreads. But hurry, this Goodyear offer ends soon.
It's always been my way or no way, right? So when I go away, I stay at Super 8. I want it comfortable. Am I right? I want my VIP discount and friendly people. But not too friendly. Life's great at Super 8.
Winding our way down to the final 18 miles here at Dover Downs International Speedway. Jeff Gordon has had the lead since lap 371. We are now at 482. Everybody waiting, watching. If you're in the 24 bunch, you're tickled. If you're not, you don't know what you can do to handle. There you see a field summary. Jimmy Spencer, a lap down. That would be his best finish of the year. Of course, Jimmy's got 2 wins in his career in Winston Cup, but he had a 7th-place finish at Atlanta earlier in March. This would be the best of the year for Jimmy Spencer. Had a good run today in that Smoking Joe's car.
Good steady run, and, you know, a few breaks here and there, and he might be in the lead lap with a chance to win.
He's been up there all day. That's what's important.
Next to be lapped, the 5th place man, Bobby Labonte. And Jeff Gordon's got him in the crosshairs right about now. There you see, 18 is on the left of your screen. The Interstate Batteries car. That's the man who wants to put him a lap down.
Graham Ram right now is just telling Jeff to take it easy. There's only 14 laps to go. You take your time now and don't do anything silly.
Going to catch a little traffic.
Eli, I've actually been in a situation like this and back off the race car and let it get a cleaner line through the corner and actually pick up speed by backing off and letting the car free roll through the corner instead of pushing it through a line.
Interesting. Kind of like a road course sometimes. The slower you drive, the faster you go.
That's it. I'm sure right now all he wants to do is win the race, but the car is working so flawless that he probably don't want to get out of his rhythm and get a little bit sloppy in his driving style.
Around Mike Wallace they go. Mike Wallace in 19th spot, 5 laps down, now 6 laps down as Gordon goes around him. 14 miles from the finish. And there goes Bobby Labonte. 5th place is now a lap down. Kind of reminds me of Harry Gant's run here a few years ago. Remember, he lapped everybody once and up to 5th place twice that afternoon. Remember that one?
Yeah, but at least when Harry had this dominant car, he was running up against the wall and he was going, he's going to hit the wall this time. No, he made it.
There you see Jimmy Spencer now and Terry Labonte. Spencer going a lap down a short while ago. Labonte still running in second. Jimmy gives him a little room. 12 miles from the finish. 488 on the board now. This will be one of the quicker 500-mile races at Dover. Over the years, many of these events have gone 4.5 and closer to 5 hours. But this has been a clean event, and it's moving right along. The quickest one we ever had was Bill Elliott's win in 1990 in September at 3 hours and 58 minutes. We're a bit over that mark when we get to the finish, but we'll be darn close to it.
Eli, we're overlooking one thing. In a race this long where you don't have time to relax under a lot of caution, you get a lot of fatigue and you make mistakes that you don't normally make when you're not really tired.
But doesn't the second wind kick in right about now when you see 10 laps to go?
Jeff Gordon, yes. If you're running a lap down, nothing changes. The lead car, that adrenaline really runs through you. But if you're back here and you're not gaining anything, no positions or anything, it's just another lap after lap after lap.
What's that old saying? Unless you're the lead horse in the train, the view never changes?
That's it.
Something like that. 491 on the board, and they are refusing to lose. Jeff Gordon trying to work himself up again. Last year, this race, 4th in points coming in.
Well, boy,
today, 4th in points coming in.
I bet Hendricks is saying, you know, I finally got it all right. These two cars are really flying around this racetrack.
There you have Rusty Wallace trying to chase down Jimmy Spencer. That would be for position. Spencer, you see, in 6th. Rusty is in 7th. Trickle taking his car to the garage, done for the day with a rear end problem on the Health Source entry. Couldn't quite make it to the finish for the man who started outside of the front row. And Rusty closing in on Spencer, has 7 miles to catch him.
Rusty's car has been very fast, remember, as the later stages of his tires.
Meanwhile, though, Jeff Gordon continues to show the way. It'll be 5 laps to go next time for Jeff Gordon. This is Jeff's 7th career start here at Dover Downs. In the 6 previous starts, 1 win, 2 top 5s, and 3 top 10 finishes. So he's done himself quite proud here.
That's incredible. It really is. These guys are such a great team, and when they go to Dover, I mean, they have notes from last year when they did win here that they could use again this year, and boy, that pays off.
Looking for his 13th career victory Again, it's battle for position between the 23 Spencer and the 2 Rusty Wallace. Dale Earnhardt, who you see there in the 3, he is on the lead lap in 3rd spot. And now he'll act as the buffer for the moment between Spencer and Wallace, who are battling a lap down. 4 miles to go.
I'm a little surprised that Rusty didn't put up more of a fight there, but Rusty must be figuring the last few laps, and I'm about done dealing here.
You were here yesterday. You know when these tires start giving up, you can only do so much, and I'm sure he's sliding and doing all he can. But, you know, Spencer's not an easy guy to catch. He knows where he's at on the racetrack, and I'm sure his spotter says, hey, the 2 cars coming, do what you can do.
Only 4 cars on the lead lap as we near the finish. Gordon, Terry Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, and Ernie Irvan back up front to Jeff Gordon. He has worked himself around through traffic with no problems now. This would be his 4th win of the year if he holds on. He has won at Richmond. He won at Darlington. He won at Bristol Raceway in Tennessee, which is now Bristol Motor Speedway, by the way. They announced that with new ownership from Bruce Smith, as you well know. They changed the name. Oh, problem, main straightaway. Kenny Wallace will spin across the start-finish line. The Square D machine.
No caution.
499 going up on the board. White flag for the race leader, Jeff Gordon. Wallace continues away. There you see him.
Kenny just barely scraped the inside wall, so they didn't bring a caution on.
And we are now a half mile from the win. Jeff Gordon. It'll be the 8th win of the year for Chevrolet. And the 13th career victory for Jeff Gordon out of Pittsboro, Indiana. He will win the Miller 500. Terry Labonte will come home in 2nd. Dale Earnhardt 3rd. Ernie Irvan 4th. And a lap down, Bobby Labonte will come home in the 5th spot. Jimmy Spencer holds off Rusty Wallace to take 6th. Ahead of Wallace in 7th. And $38,000 of a bonus going to Jeff Gordon. He wins this race from the Busch pole and takes home the Unocal Challenge. When we come back, we'll go to Victory Lane. Hope you can go there with us. Stick around as we return to Dover right after this.
I'm the King Grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, hanging, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
When cars raced at an awesome 5 miles per hour, Mobil Oil was there. When a race car broke 100, Mobil was in it. Mobil was in the winner of the first race across America. And since then, Mobil has been in more Indy 500 winners than any other oil in the history of Indy. So if you think that all oils are alike, think about something. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
My brakes are gone. Any chance I could get that fixed in a couple of hours?
Tell you what, leave it here. I'll see what I can do. Check in periodically.
I was wondering, how's my car coming?
I have 3 of my best guys on it right now.
With Pep Boys 12 service bays and expert technicians, you're in and out fast. 26,000 items, tires, and service too. Pep Boys, everything but gas.
Enter the Performance Zone with Splitfire Performance V spark plugs.
Get your passing gear, you're gone.
The difference in gas mileage has been fantastic.
Splitfire Performance V spark plugs mean better performance, more horsepower, and better mileage. So say the experts and the people who use them.
They're the best plugs I ever put in my car.
Enter the Performance Zone, only with Splitfire Performance V's, guaranteed.
I'm the King Grill.
Oh, yeah?
Baby, you know who's boss. Give me a 2-inch thick T-bone with spicy, hanging, Heinz 57 steak sauce.
Yeah, you're cooking now.
Let's eat.
A happy bunch of folks down in Victory Lane here at Dover, Delaware. The Miller 500 goes to that young man, Jeff Gordon. Let's hear from him. Glenn Jarrett's in the middle of the celebration. Glenn?
Well, he's got to do a little victory dance, first of all. Jeff, we monitored a lot of your radio conversations today. Let Brooke in here. Of course, this is the most important part. And I know how tough it was. The car came to you for a while. It would go away. Just one of those up and down days. But, boy, right at the end, she was awesome.
Well, you know, we made a decision. We'd gone 10 laps on tires. We said anytime we go 10 laps on tires that we're going to pit. And, you know, Ray made the right decision, just got us behind. And once we got behind, the car was pushed and it was loose. It was everything but perfect. And then those guys busted off a stop, got me out front, and the car was perfect from there on. So I figured, hey, I just need to be up front is all it is. But, you know, it took us a little while to get back up there. But, again, we're here in DuPont country. It's really good to have that DuPont Automotive Finishes Chevrolet right here in Victory Lane, man.
What about when you got a car that's that good, you can take it pretty much, you're clearly better than the rest of the field in the last 100 miles or so, maybe 150, you're out front, do you start to hear gremlins?
Oh, yeah, you know, I mean, all I was waiting for was a caution, and I thought for sure there was a caution. Once we got inside 10 laps, I thought we were pretty good, but, you know, you never know in this business. I mean, NASCAR racing, anything can happen, and, you know, luckily it went all the way. We were hoping that it would.
Well, it was a lot more than luck. They had a perfect race car. Now, John Boy, I want to tell you something. If you're listening, I'm not going to try to kiss Brooke today, and if you didn't pick Jeff Gordon, you missed another one. Let's go to Randy.
Ernie Irvan with a great run for you guys today. Amazing how you made that car work. You were in trouble yesterday in the final practice session.
Yeah, we were, you know, but we just went back to what we knew worked yesterday morning, and car was awesome yesterday morning, and we went back to that and actually loosened it up from there on, and you know, we just ended up still pushing today, but you know, it was a good run for the Texaco Avalon Ford Thunderbird, and we're happy about it.
Ernie, a long green flag runs today. What about your shape? You look great getting out of that race car.
I mean, it's probably the best I've felt. You know, it's definitely better than felt at Charlotte, that 600 miles. You know, the last 50 laps, I mean, it was, you know, I got to where I wasn't handling very good, and I had saw Earnhardt and really chased him down pretty hard for a little bit, and then started pushing real bad and thought I might have a right front going down, so just had to salvage what we had.
Bet you can't wait to get to Pocono.
That's it.
Okay. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Randy. We're still in Victory Lane, and what is more appropriate for the Miller 500 than for the Miller Pit Crew of the Race Award to be given to Ray Evernham, crew chief on Jeff Evernham's car, and boy, you guys called it right there at the end.
Well, I don't know if we called it right at the end, but it's a great award because the team deserves it. You know, it was a team effort today. Got a little scared when I made that call to come down pit road, and we were like a lonely soldier, but at least Rusty came with us. But that got us behind, and they fought back all day long, and this pit crew is just awesome, and they really deserve awards like this. Got to thank God, because I think I prayed more like, please, God, no more cautions for harder than I did ever, but this award is appropriate because these guys won the race.
Congratulations again, and I understand that I called you Jeff Evernham. I meant Ray Evernham. Jeff Gordon. Well, I'm confused. I'm always confused. Anyway, way to go.
Well, thanks. We're just a lot like brothers, so you said Jeff Evernham, and that's fine. You Ray Gordon, whatever it is, as long as we stay together.
Well, I'll tell you what, Evernham and Gordon won. Let's go back to Eli.
All right, Glenn, thanks a lot. In all of the hubbub of the finish, we told you that Kenny Wallace spun, and we showed you the car. Here's what happened from our speed shot at the start-finish line area. TIC car right there, already breaking loose, coming off the corner and going down the main straightaway as the leader was coming to the white flag. Meanwhile, Jimmy Spencer, a super run today in 6th, his best finish of the year. Let's get his thoughts.
Jimmy Spencer, congratulations on an excellent run. 6th today in the Smokin' Joe's Ford.
Yeah, thank you, man. You know, the Smokin' Joe's guys been working hard. This is another new car they built. They had a new one last week at Charlotte. The gas pickup messed up last week, but they did it good today. You know, it's one of them deals that we were just a little bit tight, and I imagine everybody else was too, but we weren't as tight as the rest to finish 6th, and we're pretty happy with that. And Donnie's done a great job this year, and so has Travis and T-Wayne and all the guys supporting us like they have. I can't say enough about them, and I hope this is a sign of good things to come.
Eli, can you believe how good these guys look getting out of the car after 500 miles? I'm tired down here.
One more thing here. My kids is watching TNN, and Eli knows he has children too. Jimmy and Katrina, I love you guys. See you tonight. Mom, I love you. Pat, be home shortly.
There you go, Jimmy Spencer, and he gets the extra airtime because of a very, very fine run today, coming home in 6th. We've got the full rundown coming. We thank those folks for the sentiments. We're coming right back. Stay with us.
It's equal parts sweat and steel. It's decisions made in the split of a second. And pain endured for the length of a day. And at the finish, you're either toasting victory or getting set to do it all over again next week. It's auto racing, the way we do it, on the Miller team.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane, Texaco Clean System 3 Power Plus and Power Premium were formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving, to give you smooth starts and sure acceleration. Just give us 5 tanks, and we think Power Plus and Power Premium will make quite an impression on you.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
The Pontiac Firebird waits. 305 horsepower comes to life. Ram air induction turns air into fuel in a rush. Firebird, you're ready to fly.
There's no track in the world that's tougher on brakes than the one in Martinsville, Virginia. And when drivers take the green flag here, they all have one thing in common, the same brand of brakes. Because without them, you can't come down this straightaway at 120 miles an hour and still make it through the turn. So which brand do the top drivers use to get them through 500 laps at Martinsville? Performance Friction Carbon Metallic. And we stock them at AutoZone.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Miller 500 on TNN has been brought to you by the Miller Brewing Company, proud sponsor of the Miller Racing Team. We race for beer. By Texaco Clean System 3 Gasoline. Add more life to your car. Take it to the star. And by Pontiac, proud sponsor of the 1996 U.S. Olympic team. We are driving excitement.
Let's take a look at the full finishing order for you as this record crowd files out of Dover Downs International Speedway. By 3 9/10 seconds, Jeff Gordon gets the win over Terry Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, Ernie Irvan. They were on the lead lap, those 4 only. Ernie being, as you see, the first Ford to finish. There's the top 10. Jimmy Spencer, his best finish of the year in 6th spot. Kenny Schrader flirted with the top 5 for a while, then battled back to come home in 10th spot. There you see others. Ricky Craven, after that series of pit stops early in the day, comes home in 14th. The Wallace brothers, Mike and Kenny, together at 18th and 19th, and Bobby Hamilton's Pontiac at 20th. Kyle Petty, not a factor today, in 21st spot. Outside pole sitter, Dick Trickle, back in 28th position. Jeff Bodine, with the accident, finished in 30th. Other finishers here today, Dave Marcus, Morgan Shepherd had major problems throughout the day, and the rest of those teams ending up in the garage area prematurely in the finishing order with Sterling Marlin and Steve Grissom. So as far as NASCAR Winston Cup points are concerned, you've got Terry Labonte moving into 2nd place now in the point standings. You've got Jeff Gordon moving up to 3rd. Dale Jarrett drops to 4th, and Ricky Rudd now from 6th up to 5th. And Bobby Labonte in 5th place. His finish today moves him from 10th to 12th in the points, if you're curious as to how, from 12th to 9th, I should say, as we get the final numbers now. Bobby Labonte going from 12th to 9th in the point standings. Coming up next weekend, a busy motorsports weekend here on TNN. We'll be in both Topeka, Kansas, and South Boston, Virginia on Saturday. Saturday, the Coca-Cola Shootout for the Slim Jim All-Pro Series. That is in Heartland Park, Topeka, while Mike Joy will have the Winston Motorsports 300 for you from South Boston Speedway in Virginia. Then next Sunday, a week from today, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series racing from Heartland Park. The Lund Look 225 at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. And, of course, coming up in 2 weeks from now, we will be at Pocono International Raceway in the beautiful Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania. Hope you can join us there. Call the track if you'd like for your ticket needs. If not, tune right in here. TNN Motorsports, 1 o'clock Eastern Time on Sunday, June the 16th. That'll be the next stop for the NASCAR Winston Cup teams. Hope you enjoyed it. Chad Little, good to see you. Best of luck at South Boston. We'll see you again soon.
I look forward to it again.
Definitely. Buddy Baker, as always, good job this weekend.
Thank you, Eli. I enjoyed it.
The guys on pit road, good hustle down there. Randy Pemberton, Glenn Jarrett, we thank them for their fine job. Folks, hope you enjoyed the weekend with us here at the Monster Mile. For all of us at TNN Motorsports, I'm Eli Gold. Again, join us next Saturday from Heartland Highland Park, Topeka, and South Boston, Virginia, and then truck racing a week from today again from Topeka, Kansas. For all of us, thanks for joining us. Have a great week. We'll see you next weekend with more here on TNN Motorsports. So long, and congratulations, Jeff Gordon.